Just reborn, the goddess accidentally got pregnant with my child. In his past life, Qin Peng, who was always immersed in drinking and fighting, witnessed his wife, Su Wanxue, who was pregnant with triplets, tragically passing away in the delivery room along with their babies. It was then that he realized he had long fallen in love with her. He regretted his past actions and vowed to turn his life around. Although he later built a billion-dollar empire, his greatest regret remained his wife, Su Wanxue, who had stood by him during his poorest days. After his death, he opened his eyes once again and found himself reborn. He had been reincarnated just before Su Wanxue was about to give birth. Chapter 1, Reborn when my wife and baby were still alive. The sky was a clear blue, dotted with fluffy clouds, and the air was fresh. The rice paddies in the fields were filled with golden grains, and occasionally, a few motorcycle taxis zoomed by, creating a flurry of whistling sounds. The scene in front of him looked so familiar. Qin Peng lowered his head and looked at his hands, slightly stunned. These hands were so young. They weren't the wrinkled, spotted hands of a man who had lived to 98. These were the hands of someone in his early 20s, strong and full of vitality. His reflexes must be excellent, his fingers so nimble they could twist and turn however he liked. What is this? Just then, he spotted a mirror nearby and quickly grabbed it to check his reflection. Looking at the man in the mirror, he was dumbfounded. Is this really me? Isn't this how I looked when I was 23? Didn't I die? I passed away at the age of 98. What's going on here? He immediately pinched his arm hard. The pain made him wince. Quickly, he took out his phone from his pocket and checked the date. The date showed August 20, 2006. Seeing this date, a smile spread across his face. Because this was the time when his wife, Su Wanxue, was still alive. She had died yet. And their children, the triplets, were still alive, all safely growing in her womb. He smiled foolishly, overwhelmed with joy. He had been reborn. He finally got a second chance after all his regrets. After dying at 98, his repentance and deeds had been recognized by the heavens, granting him this rebirth. The one thing he regretted most in his past life was his reckless youth, drinking, gambling, fighting, and associating with bad people. He had been nothing more than a social misfit. It was until his wife, Su Wanxue, who was pregnant with triplets, died in childbirth, along with their children, that he realized how much he loved her. But by then, it was too late. Even though he later did many good deeds, donating billions to charity, nothing could bring his wife and children back. To his surprise, after his death, the heavens had finally granted him a chance to atone for his mistakes and let him be reborn. And he was reborn to the time when Su Wanxue was still alive. This time, he would never let her or their babies die. He would save them, keep them safe, and ensure they lived a happy, prosperous life. He would let them witness the glorious future of Great Dragon Country. Without wasting another moment, he rushed to find his wife, Su Wanxue. But after searching his room, he couldn't find her. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. After a moment of thought, he realized that Su Wanxue should be 34 weeks pregnant on this day, August 20th. Where could she be at this time of the morning? Thinking this, he took out his phone and dialed her number. Ding! The number you dialed is turned off. Turned off? Maybe her phone is out of battery. He walked out of the room and suddenly saw an 8-year-old girl, pale and thin, holding a chicken in the nearby chicken coop. She was covering its mouth, whispering softly, "Little chicken, don't make a sound. If you wake my brother, he'll hit me with a willow branch. Be good, I'm just taking the eggs for my pretty sister-in-law and my little nephew to help them with nutrition. Otherwise, my bad brother will sell them and gamble away the money. Be quiet, I'll take the eggs and leave. When my sister-in-law comes back, I'll feed you lots of corn." The little girl gently released her grip on the chicken's mouth. When the chicken didn't make a sound, she smiled slyly and quickly gathered the eggs. She was afraid that if she took too long, Qin Peng would wake up. Sister-in-law must have been in a hurry and forgot to gather the eggs this morning. Good thing I came. I'll help her collect and hide the eggs. Qin Peng, seeing his younger sister, was momentarily stunned. In his past life, after Su Wanxue and their children died, he had lost all hope. He left his hometown and went to Pengcheng to work, swearing to make more money. He often thought that if he had had more money, he could have taken Su Wanxue to the best maternity hospital in the country with the most advanced equipment and the best medical team. Maybe, just maybe, she wouldn't have died during the difficult childbirth. Because giving birth to multiples is high risk, and the choice of hospital and doctors is incredibly important. It turned out that he was right. Because money is truly omnipotent. Before going to Pengcheng, his younger sister, Qin Ying, had chased after his car for a mile, crying and begging him not to leave. He told her he'd return for the new year. But at that time, Pengcheng's economy was booming, and the New Year's holiday offered triple pay. He couldn't go back that year. Instead, he sent the money home and called to wish his family a happy new year. On the phone, Qin Ying asked when he'd come back to visit her, saying she had gotten the top rank in her class. He told her he'd be home the next year. But the following year, in 2008, the global financial crisis hit, and the economy went into recession. He was laid off, and his earnings were less than half of what he had made the previous year. He had no face to go home. In 2009, the economy began to recover, and he worked even harder to earn money, doing labor at construction sites, unloading goods at the docks, and so on. By 2010, he had finally become a small contractor, earning some money and preparing to go home for the new year. But when he arrived home, he found only a portrait of Qin Ying. His parents cried as they told him that Qin Ying had drowned in a nearby reservoir while playing with friends. Now, seeing his little sister alive and well before him, he couldn't hold back and ran over to hug her. Ying Ying. His little sister was still alive, and it felt like a miracle. Qin Ying was startled by his sudden action, and her face turned red from being hugged. She said in pain, "Brother, I can't breathe." Hearing this, Qin Peng quickly let go of her, smiling as he looked at her and pinched her little face. Seeing his actions, Qin Ying was even more confused. Was her brother drunk? How could he suddenly be so gentle? This isn't he the bad brother I know. She blinked in confusion and said, "Sister-in-law went for a checkup." Chapter 2, Honey, Babies, I'm Coming. A prenatal checkup. So, Su Wanxue went to the county maternity and child healthcare center for her checkup. He patted Qin Ying's shoulder and said, "All right, I'll go pick up your sister-in-law. You stay at home and behave, don't run around, and stay away from the water." With that, Qin Peng ran out of the yard and towards the main road. "Su Wanxue, I'm coming. Babies, Daddy's here." Qin Peng felt in a great mood. He ran light-footed. A smile couldn't stop spreading across his face. Watching Qin Peng leave, Qin Ying was even more confused. Did my brother just not scold me? And he's going to pick up my sister-in-law for her checkup. Is this the same troublemaker brother I know? Is the world upside down? Qin Peng and his family lived in Shujiar village, a suburban area of Anshan city, which was quite far from the county maternity center. "Qin Ji, did you win big at cards today? You're in such a good mood," said Shu Yuan, Qin Peng's high school classmate. Shu Yuan was quite well known because he was the only student from Anshan County to attend Tsinghua University. He was the perfect child every family talked about. He and Qin Peng had a good relationship. Although Qin Peng wasn't very popular in the village, Shu Yuan had always treated him well. Back in high school, a girl liked Shu Yuan, the bookworm, which upset another boy. That boy confronted Shu Yuan, demanding that he give up the girl. Shu Yuan, confused, claimed he didn't even know the girl and was only focused on studying. The group of boys thought Shu Yuan was lying and started to beat him up. Qin Peng happened to pass by, rescued Shu Yuan, and warned the boys that if anyone dared bully Shu Yuan again, they'd be going against him, Qin Peng. The boys feared Qin Peng, who had a gang of tough guys behind him, and never bothered Shu Yuan again. Since then, Shu Yuan truly considered Qin Peng a brother. He showed Qin Peng his notes, tutored him with schoolwork, and even spent his pocket money buying Qin Peng practice exams. But at the time, Qin Peng wasn't interested in studying. All he cared about was playing games at the internet cafe. In the end, Shu Yuan got into Tsinghua University, while Qin Peng was accepted to a local third-tier university. Their contact never stopped, occasionally chatting on QQ. Suddenly, Qin Peng remembered that today was August 20th, the day Shu Yuan would be driving his new car, bought by his family, to Beijing. On their way, he'd encounter a major accident with a truck, leading to a car crash. In the end, Shu Yuan lost both his legs, and his fiancée broke up with him. Overcome with the blow, Shu Yuan sank into depression and eventually jumped from a building, ending his life. Thinking of this, Qin Peng immediately stopped and patted Shu Yuan on the shoulder, saying, Shu Yuan, are you heading to Beijing today? Yeah, I'm leaving at noon. I was actually coming to see you. As he spoke, Shu Yuan took out a thick red envelope and handed it to Qin Peng. Your sister-in-law is about to give birth. If it weren't for my company pushing me to get back quickly, I'd stay for your baby's full moon celebration. This red envelope is for you. Congratulations. Qin Peng took the envelope and, as soon as he touched it, knew how much money was inside. 5,000. Wow, if he remembered correctly, this was the amount Shu Yuan's monthly salary at the time. He had given him an entire month's salary as a gift. In an era when average workers earned only 600 to 700 a month, in their small county, a full moon gift typically ranged from a few dozen to 100 yuan. Anything above 1,000 yuan would be from close family. Shu Yuan really treated him like a brother. Qin Peng accepted the envelope. Right now, he needed some initial capital. Having been reborn to 2006, before the internet boom, making money was far easier for someone who had become a billionaire in his previous life. But, initial capital was still important. Especially with his wife, Su Wanxue, about to give birth. He wanted to make enough money before her labor to ensure the best delivery conditions and the most qualified obstetrician. He had to make sure both mother and baby were safe. Thanks, bro, Qin Peng said with a smile. He continued chatting with Shu Yuan, asking him how life was in Beijing, how his colleagues treated him, and whether he liked his job. Shu Yuan had studied law in college and had joined a law firm after graduation. He told Qin Peng that, although being a lawyer in Beijing seemed glamorous with a high salary, it was actually quite tough. The people there are very cliquish. Once you enter the workforce, it's full of schemes. It's not enough to be good at your job, you don't get promoted just by winning cases, and it's not guaranteed that your bosses will praise you for a good win. It's complicated. Shu Yuan sighed. Then, seeing no one around, he leaned in and lowered his voice to Qin Peng, Qin Ji, to be honest, I'm not here for a vacation. I was fired. Because I won a case for my client, but the opponent turned out to be the future brother-in-law of one of the partners at our firm. The partner got really mad, and I had a few words with him. He fired me. I came back to clear my mind. I was planning to stay for your baby's full moon celebration before going back, but my parents keep asking about my job. I'm afraid they'll find out I was fired, so I'm heading back to Beijing today. I'll look for a new job at another law firm. Qin Peng was stunned when he heard this. In his past life, Shu Yuan hadn't he told him this. Looks like it was a butterfly effect from his rebirth. He patted Shu Yuan on the shoulder, saying, why not stay here with me instead of going back to Beijing to find a new job? With his previous life's experience and abilities, making money in this life would be much easier than before. If Shu Yuan followed him, the money he'd make would definitely be worth it. Shu Yuan looked at Qin Peng in surprise. Qin Peng laughed and said, what, do you think I can't do it? How much do you earn in Beijing? I'll double it for you. Qin Peng knew Shu Yuan's skills well. He was very familiar with the law. To make big money, having a professional, capable lawyer was essential. Shu Yuan replied, no, Qin Ji, I know you can do it. After a moment's pause, Shu Yuan made what seemed to be a big decision and said, all right. I don't want to stay in Beijing anymore. I'll follow you, Qin Ji. Are you starting a business? Qin Peng nodded, yes. With that, he patted Shu Yuan's shoulder again and said, don't worry, follow me, and I'll make sure you earn big money. I need to go pick up your sister-in-law now, but remember, don't go back to Beijing today. Even if you have to tell your parents about getting fired, don't go back. Chapter 3 Natural Birth or Caesarean Section. He didn't want Tsinghua student Shu Yuan to have his legs sawed off at such a young age and eventually commit suicide. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Qin. Although many people did not believe in Qin Peng and even said that Qin Peng was a scoundrel, he knew that Qin Peng was actually a very capable and smart person, but he just refused to work hard. If Qin Peng had been willing to work hard, he believed that Qin Peng would have been admitted to Tsinghua University, and his college entrance examination score would even be higher than his. Qin Peng asked again, where is your car? In order to prevent this guy from being forced by his parents to continue driving back to the capital and getting into an accident, Qin Peng prepared to drive his car away. It just so happened that he had a lot of things to do today, and it would be much more convenient with a car. At my house, Su Wanxue said. Come on, lend me your car today. Come to my house in the evening to pick up the car, and then we can have dinner together and have a good chat. Qin Peng said. Okay. Su Wanxue adjusted his glasses, a little excited. Su Wanxue's house was not far from here. Soon, Qin Peng arrived at their house and then drove away in Su Wanxue's car. Not long after Qin Peng drove away, Su Wanxue's parents came back. Son, hey, where is your car? Asked Su Wanxue's father Su Yuquan. Brother Qin has borrowed it. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. As soon as Su Wanxue finished speaking, Su Yuquan immediately got angry. What? You lent the car to Qin Peng? How can Qin Peng drive? He doesn't even have a driver's license. You lent him a car. Isn't this nonsense? Su Wanxue, how many times have I told you not to play with that bastard Qin Peng? Why didn't you listen? I even lent him my car. I don't have to think about it. He will definitely crash the car and send it back to him. I'm so pissed off. Shu's mother Zhuanghe quickly asked, Son, when did Qin Peng ask you to borrow the car? It's been a while. Did he tell you when he would return the car to you? I have something to tell you, Dad and Mom. I won't go back to the capital today. As for the car, I will go to Brother Qin's house tonight to pick it up. Su Wanxue said. Didn't your boss urge you to go to work? Why did you suddenly stop replying? Su Yuquan asked. Compared to Qin Peng's car borrowing, his son's work is more important. Su Wanxue mustered up the courage to say, I was fired. He carries the hopes and reputation of his entire family on his shoulders, and he knows that his parents will be very upset if he says this. So after he finished speaking, he didn't dare to look at his parents at all, and said, I'm going back to my room first to see if there are any new jobs in Yancheng. After saying that, Su Wanxue ran away nervously. Su Yuquan and Zhuanghe were both dumbfounded. My son was fired. How is that possible? My son is so outstanding. He fought 10 lawsuits this year and won every one of them. How could he be fired again? Su Yuquan said in confusion. Zhuanghe cursed, Oh, I'm so angry. Bad things keep happening one after another. Either that jerk Qin Peng borrowed our son's new car, or our son got fired. Su Yuquan stood up suddenly and said, No, I have to go talk to my son. He can't stay at home even if he is fired. He should go back to the capital as soon as possible and find a job. He should find a new employer to take over his position while he is well known in the capital's legal circle. As for Qin Peng, although he did not have a driver's license at this time, his family had dozens of luxury cars in his previous life, so driving was a piece of cake for him. Drive the car to the entrance of the county maternal and child health hospital and park it. At this moment, in the ward of Chen Huan, the attending physician of the obstetrics and gynecology department of the county women and children's hospital, Chen Huan was looking carefully at the B ultrasound report that Su Wanxue gave her. Then she said to Su Wanxue, Xiaosu, your current situation is not very good. You are pregnant with triplets, one of which is a pair of identical twins. The two identical babies have serious neck entanglement, and the other baby is malnourished. You need to catch up with the nutrition. Besides, you're about to give birth, why don't you consider going to the city maternity and child health center? You are also aware of the medical situation of the maternal and child health department in our county. We have no experience in delivering triplets. Your pregnancy is high risk. I really suggest you go to the city maternity and hospital or the provincial maternity and hospital. It will better guarantee the safety of you and your baby. Su Wanxue tightened her hands on her knees. She also knows this situation. But there is no money at home. If you want to give birth at the county maternal and child health center, you can wait until you are almost due. You don't have to stay in the hospital for long and the cost won't be very high. But if she goes to the municipal or provincial maternal and child health hospital, the expenses will be high because she cannot go there alone, which means she needs to rent a house, and she will most likely have to be hospitalized in advance, which costs hundreds of dollars a day. It costs too much money. Their family can't afford it. The family is still in a lot of foreign debt. She hasn't yet collected enough money for this birth. She shook her head, then asked Chen Huan softly, Dr. Chen, the neck entanglement is quite serious. Will it have a big impact? It should be okay to give birth here, right? Chen Huan knew that Su Wanxue had a husband who loved playing cards, always lost money and didn't care about the family, because she and Su Wanxue lived in the same village, Shujiao village on the outskirts of the city. Chen Huan said, "The impact of the neck entanglement is not that big. Delivery is the key issue. If you give birth here, I can tell you the truth, I can't guarantee it. After all, it's triplets. But if you are sure you want to give birth here, I will arrange for the best cesarean section doctor in our hospital to deliver you." Su Wanxue clenched her clenched hands again, took a breath and asked, "Dr. Chen, how much more expensive is a cesarean section than a natural birth?" She was originally planning on having a natural birth, but didn't expect to have a cesarean section. The money might not be enough. Chen Huan said, "Xiaosu, this is not a time to consider money. A cesarean section is only 3,000 yuan more expensive than a natural birth. You are pregnant with triplets, so a cesarean section is safer. Moreover, if a natural birth encounters a difficult labor, it will need to be switched to a cesarean section, which will be even more painful. It would be better to just choose a cesarean section." Su Wanxue nodded, "Okay." Chen Huan reminded again, "Multiple births have the risk of premature birth. Remember to pay more attention to your body during this period. If you feel something is wrong with your body, come to the hospital immediately, understand?" Su Wanxue nodded, "Okay, I'll pay attention, thank you, Dr. Chen." After Su Wanxue left, Chen Huan looked at Su Wanxue's departing back, sighed, then picked up the landline phone and made a call. "Hello, Teacher Zhang, I'm Chen Huan. There is a pregnant woman in our hospital who is pregnant with triplets. She is already 34 weeks pregnant. May I ask if you are available to come to our hospital to help her with the delivery?" Chapter for the most beautiful pregnant woman Su Wanxue. She still wanted to fight for Su Wanxue. If her teacher Zhang Shuerue comes in person to perform the surgery, then the operation will basically be a success. Because her teacher was the cesarean section queen of the provincial maternal and child health department, she had delivered hundreds of pairs of twins, multiple pairs of triplets, and even a pair of quadruplets, and all the births were safe. "Chen Huan, my schedule is full and I don't have time to come to Anshan County. You can ask this pregnant woman to come to our provincial maternal and child health hospital. I will recommend a great obstetrician and gynecologist to you then." Chen Huan knew that Su Wanxue's family didn't have the money to go to the provincial maternal and child health hospital to give birth, so she sighed and said, "Okay, thank you Teacher Zhang, I'll talk to the mother when the time comes." Su Wanxue walked down the stairs while holding her belly and holding the handrail. She recalled in her mind what Chen Huan had just said to her. A cesarean section costs 3,000 yuan. Who to borrow from? Who would be willing to lend money to them again? As she was thinking, she suddenly saw a familiar figure rushing into the hall of the county maternal and child health hospital. "It's Qin Peng. What is he here for? Do you want to ask me for money to play cards again?" Qin Peng turned around and saw Su Wanxue walking down the stairs. "Even though we haven't seen each other for 75 years. But at a glance, Qin Peng recognized Su Wanxue. Although Su Wanxue is pregnant with a big belly and has no makeup on, her appearance is definitely that of a school goddess. Her skin is fair, and because of pregnancy, her complexion has a rosy glow, which is very delicious. The exquisite facial features seem as if they were sculpted by Newer herself. Once you take a look at them, you will never forget them. Especially now that she is about to give birth, the flesh is growing where it should grow. The milk supply is sufficient, so I don't have to worry about food for 3 babies. The most beautiful pregnant woman, this is her." He was very happy. He ran directly towards Su Wanxue, hugged her tightly, and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Wife!" God was so good to him that he was reborn to a time when his wife and children were still alive. Having had experience with Qin Ying, he was afraid that hugging too tightly would hurt Su Wanxue, so after hugging her for a while, he reluctantly let her go. He smiled silly, "Honey, have you finished your prenatal checkup?" Looking at Qin Peng who was smiling so naively, Su Wanxue was stunned. But then, she said with a cold face, "Qin Peng, what are you doing here? Did you lose all your salary this month again? I really don't have any money for you to play cards." Back then, after work every day, Qin Peng went out to play cards with his friends. "I also play cards outside on weekends." After losing all his money, he would come back to Su Wanxue for more. The reason why the family is still so poor is because Qin Peng not only does not save money, but also loses all the family's money playing cards. Even borrowing money to play cards. Even if he lost money playing cards one day and Su Wanxue said a few more words to him, he would still push Su Wanxue. Wife, what are you thinking about? I don't want to ask you for money to play cards, and I will make a lot of money for you in the future. As he said that, Qin Peng wanted to reach out to hold Su Wanxue's arm. However, this action of supporting her arm made Su Wanxue mistakenly think that Qin Peng was going to hit her, because Qin Peng had never supported her before. She immediately retracted her arm and said indifferently, Qin Peng, if you dare to hit me at this time, believe it or not, I will never let you go after I give birth to the baby. Qin Peng was afraid that Su Wanxue would get excited and hurt herself, so he quickly raised his hands and said, I won't move, don't get excited, honey, I came here to take you to go through the procedures for hospitalization to preserve the fetus. On the way over, Qin Peng thought about it carefully again. Su Wanxue is now 34 weeks pregnant. In her previous life, Su Wanxue gave birth prematurely at 36 weeks. Now she is only 2 weeks away from premature birth, or half a month. During this half month, he not only needs to make a lot of money, but also has to ensure Su Wanxue's safety. His mother is now at home taking care of his father who broke his leg, and has no extra time to take care of Su Wanxue. He's going to make money again. The best way is to let Su Wanxue stay in the hospital to protect the fetus from now on. Although the conditions for childbirth in the county maternal and child health hospital are not very good, but at least there are special obstetricians and gynecologists and nurses to take care of Su Wanxue while she is hospitalized to protect the fetus. They can also monitor Lin Wanxue's thrombin, platelets, blood pressure, blood lipids and other pregnancy values at any time, so he can feel much more at ease. After he makes enough money, he will transfer Su Wanxue to the provincial maternal and child health hospital for hospitalization to protect the fetus. He must make sure that Su Wanxue gives birth to the baby safely, and Su Wanxue must survive. When Su Wanxue heard what Qin Peng said, her face turned purple. She lowered her voice and said to Qin Peng, what on earth are you going to do? Arrange for hospitalization to preserve the fetus. I'm only 34 weeks, not even due yet. Which hospital do you live in? It costs a lot of money, and my family doesn't have that much money. The minimum cost for a day in hospital is 300 yuan. She hasn't even gathered enough money to give birth to a child, so how could she afford the extra money to stay in the hospital and preserve the fetus? Moreover, she didn't believe that Qin Peng would let her stay in the hospital to protect the fetus. Who knows, Qin Peng might be up to something again and try to cheat her of the last money she had to play cards. She said again, I only have 3,500 yuan on me now, and I'll need it when I have a baby. Originally, she was planning to have a natural birth, which would only cost 3,500 yuan. But now Dr. Chen suggested that she have a cesarean section, which would cost her an additional 3,000 yuan, which she simply didn't have. Moreover, this is just the normal cost of giving birth, and does not include the costs of blood bags, anesthetics, special wards, etc. required during delivery. And the expenses after the baby is born. This time she would have to borrow at least 5,000 yuan from someone. Qin Peng saw that Su Wanxue had a big misunderstanding of him, and thinking about what he had done before, he also felt that it was normal for Su Wanxue to treat him like this. He said softly to Su Wanxue, wife, don't worry about the money, leave it to me. Just take good care of your body and protect the fetus. Let our 3 babies be born healthy. Don't doubt what I said, or think I'm up to something. I just suddenly realized that I didn't care enough about you and the babies. Don't worry, I will spend my whole life treating you and the children well. Be a good husband. A good father. Su Wanxue looked at the man in front of her with shock. This man actually said that he wanted to be good to her and the children. He wanted to be a good husband. A good father. This was the first time he spoke to her so softly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at her was completely different from his previous coldness and indifference. It was a look that softened one's heart. This kind of look makes Qin Peng look particularly handsome and charming. Su Wanxue's eyes were shaken by what she saw. Chapter 5: The Correct Way to Be a Good Husband. It was as if she saw that day when she was bullied by a group of girls on campus. Qin Peng walked out from the corner of the alley, holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, with his hands draped over his clothes, and said to the girls who bullied her in a very cool and arrogant manner, "Hey! Let go of that girl! Nurse, come here!" Qin Peng saw a nurse passing by and called the nurse. Let the nurse support Su Wanxue and take them to go through the procedures for hospitalization to preserve the fetus. Su Wanxue didn't expect that Qin Peng not only said verbally that he would take her to the hospital to protect the fetus, but he really wanted to take her there. When she really reached the entrance of the inpatient department, she stopped and said sorry to the nurse, saying that she had something to talk to her husband and asked her to go ahead. After the nurse left, Su Wanxue looked at Qin Peng. Perhaps it was because she recalled those gentle memories, or perhaps Qin Peng at this moment made her feel warm, not as cold as before, so her voice also became soft. Qin Peng, I don't need to protect the fetus for the time being. Although I am pregnant with triplets, I just need to go home and rest. Staying in the hospital is not only expensive, but also a delay. I still have chickens, ducks, and geese to raise at home, and vegetables to water. I also have to go to work. Besides, who will cook for you when I am in the hospital? Wait until my water breaks and I'm about to give birth, then come back to the hospital. Qin Peng said to Su Wanxue, wife, you don't have to go to work. I will apply for maternity leave for you today. Also, you don't have to worry about the chickens, ducks, geese, vegetables, etc. at home. I will take care of them for you. As for my own feeding problem, I can solve it myself. I am an adult, I have hands and feet, how can I starve myself? At this time, think about it, if you are walking outside and accidentally fall, what will happen? It will not be good for you and the baby. Besides, giving birth is a very dangerous thing. What's more, you are pregnant with a triple pregnancy baby, which is even more dangerous. You should listen to your husband and wait for the birth in the hospital obediently, okay? In his previous life, after Su Wanxue and the babies died in the delivery room, he often dreamed of that desperate scene in the delivery room. Although he is reborn now, he still doesn't feel at ease because he hasn't gone through the hurdle of having a child. Su Wanxue was shocked when she heard Qin Peng's words. She didn't expect Qin Peng to say such caring words to her. However, his sincere eyes and the words he said really softened her heart. In addition, Qin Peng's last sentence also hit upon her concerns. She was also afraid that she would fall and cause premature birth or even difficult labor. She said, I agree to take maternity leave, but I don't agree to stay in the hospital to protect the fetus. It requires a lot of money, and my family doesn't have it. I only have 3,500 yuan in my hand, and Dr. Chen suggested that we have a cesarean section, which is not enough. This does not include the hospital expenses, but also the things that the babies will need after they are born, such as delivery bags, milk powder, bottles, etc. It's really a huge expense. Qin Peng immediately touched his pocket and took out 100 yuan, plus a big red envelope. After opening the big red envelope, he handed it to Su Wanxue and said, wife, look, there are 5,000 yuan in this red envelope. A big red envelope of 5,000 yuan. Who gave it to you? Su Wanxue asked in surprise. Xu Caiyuan gave us the full month red envelope he made for our baby in advance, Qin Peng said. In his previous life, Xu Caiyuan also gave him a full month red envelope of 5,000 yuan, but he didn't give it to him on the way. He went to his home and gave it to him. After he sent Xu Caiyuan away, his friends called him and asked him to play cards, and he immediately went to play cards with red envelopes. He was so generous that he booked a room in the best four-star hotel in the county to play cards. After playing for a day and a night, I lost all the $5,000. He did not tell Su Wanxue about the red envelope at that time. Su Wanxue was surprised and asked, Xu Caiyuan gave us such a big red envelope. Well, isn't he doing well in the capital? He has a very high salary, more than 5,000 yuan a month, and he gave us a 5,000 yuan red envelope, which is very generous. So, wife, don't worry about the money. Also, let me do the math for you. After you give birth to your baby, we can receive maternity benefits. I work at a bank, and the average salary at my company is higher than your factories. If you give birth to 3 babies, you can receive 128 days of maternity benefits. In our company, based on the average salary, after deducting 5 insurances and 1 fund, we can still get 2,500 yuan a month, and we can receive 10,666 yuan in maternity allowance. A few friends have borrowed money from me before, about 5,000 yuan in total. I'm going to ask them to return the money. Also, I will ask the finance department to advance me this month's salary, which is another 1,800 yuan. Together, we have $22,466. So, you don't have to worry about the cost of giving birth and staying in the hospital after giving birth. Besides, the money you spent on hospitalization to preserve your pregnancy, as well as the expenses for giving birth, can all be reimbursed after you are discharged from the hospital, right? So you don't have to worry about the money. We will go through the procedures for hospitalization and pregnancy preservation now. The safety and health of you and your babies is the most important thing. Nothing else matters. Su Wanxue was a little dazed as she listened to Qin Peng settling the accounts with her. Is this really the husband who neglects his family and spends all day outside playing cards and drinking? This husband now is the correct way to be a husband. However, she was very worried about what Qin Peng was up to. After all, Qin Peng actually said that he would go and collect the debts from those friends who had borrowed money from him. This shocked her. Because when she was raising money for having a baby, she vaguely told Qin Peng to ask those bad friends for the money. But Qin Peng turned hostile and said that he was his buddy. Since he had lent the money to him, why would he take the initiative to ask for the money back? How embarrassing. Taking a deep breath, she said softly to Qin Peng, I came here in a hurry today and I didn't bring anything with me. So, let's go back today and come to the hospital tomorrow to stay in the hospital and protect the fetus. It's also a good opportunity to see whether Qin Peng will really go and ask for back the money borrowed from that group of friends today. If it was true, she could be hospitalized to protect the fetus. She was also worried that she would suddenly give birth prematurely, and that rescue would not be timely, and other unexpected situations. Qin Peng saw that Su Wanxue did not believe him immediately, but he did not insist on not being hospitalized to protect the fetus. He just postponed the time to tomorrow. Well, this day can be a good opportunity for him to prove that he is really an unbeatable and super good husband. Qin Peng agreed with Su Wanxue and took her out of the hospital. When leaving, he insisted on holding Su Wanxue's lower back with one hand and placing the other hand in front of Su Wanxue's belly without touching or pressing her belly. Chapter 6 Today's Qin Peng is actually a little cute. Placing it here can prevent others from bumping into Su Wanxue's belly, and it can also protect Su Wanxue's belly in the first place when danger occurs. In his previous life, after Su Wanxue and the babies passed away, he deliberately chose a period of time to learn the professional knowledge of how to take care of pregnant women and babies. Su Wanxue was not used to Qin Peng taking care of her like this. From time to time, there would be pregnant mothers who came to the city women and children's hospital for checkups. When they walked past them, many of them would look at her with envy. This was the envious look Su Wanxue received when she walked with Qin Peng for the first time. It made her a little dazed. It even feels like a dream. It seems like I have tasted a little sweetness of happiness. When Qin Peng and Su Wanxue walked to the side of the road, they smelled the fragrant aroma of roasted sweet potatoes. There are vendors selling roasted sweet potatoes in front of many hospitals. Qin Peng saw Su Wanxue and unconsciously glanced over there twice. Qin Peng immediately said to her, "Wife, I'm a little hungry. Let's go buy some roasted sweet potatoes. Ying is here today too. This girl likes to eat roasted sweet potatoes. We should buy some for her to eat." Su Wanxue was stunned for a moment. Before she could reply, Qin Peng had already helped her to the roasted sweet potato stall and said to the boss, "Boss, give me 3 big sweet potatoes." Su Wanxue immediately lowered her voice and said to Qin Peng, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. You're not hungry? That's okay. Look, the boss has written here that 3 are $3. 1 is $1.50, 2 is $3, and 3 is also $3. So let's just buy 3. Su Wanxue's head became a ball of wool as she listened to Qin Peng's tongue twister-like words. There are countless? On the head. Because the sweet potatoes had already been roasted, they only needed to be bagged. So the boss was afraid that Qin Peng and his friends would not buy them, so he quickly selected 3 big and good sweet potatoes, bagged them, and then handed them to Qin Peng with a smile. "Hello, boss, 3 pieces in total." Okay. Qin Peng took out $3 and took the sweet potato. At this time, Su Wanxue discovered the situation and said, "That's not right, Qin Peng, these sweet potatoes are 1 yuan each, and 2 are 2 yuan. Before Su Wanxue finished speaking, Qin Peng smiled and said, "Yes, honey, I was dazzled just now. But it's okay to buy 1 more, and I've already paid for it. Let's go. You're pregnant now, and you can't smell too much smoke." Having said that, Qin Peng took Su Wanxue away. Su Wanxue was confused. Why is Qin Peng so weird today? He is actually a little cute. Next, Qin Peng took Su Wanxue to the parking lot and opened Shu Yuan's car. Isn't this the new car that Xu Yuan's father bought for him? Su Wanxue asked in surprise. Because in that era, not many people in the village could afford to drive a car, so if someone bought a new car, the news would spread quickly throughout the village. Qin Peng smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. I borrowed it from him for one day, and he came to our house to pick up the car in the evening." "Okay, wife, get in, let's drive back." "We drive back." "You drive?" Su Wanxue asked in surprise. Qin Peng looked at her surprised expression, tapped her cute nose with his hand, and said with a smile, "Your husband is a great driver. Sit back and relax. In a few days, he has to take the driving test. Although he can drive, as long as he has a driver's license, he can drive anywhere. In this day and age, in their small county, driver's license checks are not strict. Many people don't have the concept of driving with a driver's license. Many people don't even take a driving test, thinking that they can drive on the road as long as they can." Su Wanxue only knew that Qin Peng was good at riding a motorcycle, but she didn't know that he was good at driving a car. And she had never seen Qin Peng driving a car. But seeing Qin Peng's eyes, she still got into the car. He entrusted his entire life and property to Qin Peng. Qin Peng considerately fastened her seat belt, then got into the driver's seat and drove Su Wanxue home. On the road, in order to prevent Su Wanxue from being jolted, he drove the car very steadily. When going over a speed bump, the speed is even slower. If he was driving at 70 miles per hour when he drove here, then now he was driving back at only 20 miles per hour, and when he passed the speed bump, his speed was only 10 miles per hour. When driving back to the village, Su Yuquan, who happened to be sitting at the door smoking a pipe, saw from afar the car he bought for his son driving back to the village on the main road. He immediately stood up and cursed, "This Qin Peng is such a bastard. I just bought a new car for my son, and he borrowed it to drive it even before he had driven it for 2 days. He needs to drive to my house right now." Zhuanghe held Su Yuquan, pointed at the car on the road in the distance, and said, "Forget it, old Sheshue is still sitting in the car. She is pregnant with triplets and is about to give birth. It is difficult for her to walk home. Let Qin Peng borrow the car for a while. Anyway, our son can't go back to the capital today." Su Yuquan suddenly stood up and said, "That's not right. Even if my son was fired, he was going to go back to the capital today to find a new job. How could he suddenly change his mind and not go back to the capital but look for a job in Guangzhou?" Suddenly, Su Yuquan's eyes widened and he immediately cursed, "It must be that bastard Qin Peng." After chatting with Qin Peng, our son changed his mind and not only lent his new car to Qin Peng, but also decided not to return to the capital and go to Guangzhou to find a job. When Zhuanghe heard this, he said, "That shouldn't be the case, right? Although Qin Peng is our son's only friend in the village, our son has always been a man of his own ideas. Playing with Qin Peng in the past did not prevent him from applying to Tsinghua University." Su Yuquan stamped his feet and said, "That must be the case. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I'm going to Qin Peng's house to find Qin Peng." Having said that, Su Yuquan walked out. Zhuanghe stopped him, pointed to the kitchen, and said, "Let's have lunch first." Su Yuquan took a long puff of his cigarette and said, "Okay. I'll curse after I'm full." Qin Ying was watching The Legend of Sword and Fairy at Qin Peng's house at the moment. When she heard the sound of a car outside, she hurried out. Just then I saw Qin Peng getting out of the driver's seat. She was stunned. Her brother can actually drive a car. Whose car is this? Then she saw Qin Peng open the back door and carefully take Su Wanxue out of the car. She was shocked again. She couldn't even believe that Qin Peng, who was so considerate to Su Wanxue, was her brother. She rubbed her eyes hard. What we see is Qin Peng taking good care of Su Wanxue. "Brother," she called out tentatively. Chapter 7, Was it my son who kicked me, or was it my daughter who kicked me? Su Wanxue saw Qin Ying and waved at her lovingly, "Ying, your brother bought you a roasted sweet potato. It's still hot. Go to the kitchen and get a bowl and chopsticks to eat." Qin Ying was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, "My brother bought me a roasted sweet potato." Today, her brother found her picking up eggs from their house. Instead of scolding her or taking away her pocket money, he bought her sweet potatoes. So shocking. Su Wanxue opened the bag of sweet potatoes, and all of a sudden, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes filled the air. Qin Peng smiled and patted Qin Ying on the shoulder, saying, "Why don't you go get it? Take 2 serving bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks. This sweet potato is huge, I guarantee you'll be full. When she heard that there were sweet potatoes to eat, Qin Ying was only an 8-year-old child after all, so she immediately forgot everything she had said and ran to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. After a while he ran back to the living room. She loves eating baked sweet potatoes. Qin Peng picked out the largest sweet potato from the 3 and put it in the bowl, then handed it to Qin Ying, who was so shocked that her eyes widened. Her brother actually gave her the biggest sweet potato. Thick. But when my brother eats chicken at home, he eats the big chicken legs and small chicken drumsticks, and lets her eat the chicken feet. Has my brother changed his gender? Thank you, brother and sister-in-law. Qin Ying immediately took the bowl and ate the biggest sweet potato. She said thank you sweetly. Qin Peng smiled after hearing their thank you. In his previous life, although he had a fortune of hundreds of billions, he smiled very seldom. Now, a simple thank you from his little sister is enough to make him smile. Life is so good now. Life with family, wife and children is a happy life. He wants to lead his whole family towards happiness. Qin Ying took the sweet potato and went outside to eat. Qin Peng picked up another sweet potato, put it in the bowl, and then poked the sweet potato open with chopsticks. After the sweet potatoes are baked, they are easy to poke. After poking it open, he took out the tastiest part of the sweet potato and fed it to Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue was stunned. She looked at Qin Peng in surprise, her eyes seemed to be asking, "What do you mean? Eat it for me and see if this sweet potato is sweet. If it's not sweet, I won't eat it." Qin Peng knew that Su Wanxue wanted to eat sweet potatoes, but was reluctant to eat them, so he said this on purpose. Su Wanxue was surprised. Looking at the cute appearance of his little wife, Qin Peng, who had been single and had never had a female companion since the death of Su Wanxue and the babies in his previous life, felt the blood boiling in his body. His dark eyes deepened, and his burning gaze fell on Su Wanxue's lips. Although her lips are a little pale, if you look closely, you can still see a hint of redness on them. In his eyes at this moment, she was even more attractive than the sexiest girl with lipstick on. Su Wanxue's face turned red when she saw his fiery eyes like a hungry wolf, and she didn't dare to look directly at Qin Peng. Qin Peng made her feel very strange today. Even a little strange. And a little familiar. When he first met Qin Peng, he looked at her with the same eyes. She thought he liked her, and when she learned that her colleague wanted to introduce her to Qin Peng, she was so happy that she couldn't sleep all night. I got up at 4:30 the next morning and spent more than 3 hours dressing up, counting every minute and second until I could meet Qin Peng. But she didn't expect that after meeting Qin Peng in the cafe, Qin Peng's eyes were full of disappointment when he saw that it was her. She thought Qin Peng didn't like her and wasn't interested in her. However, she didn't expect that after returning home, she received a call from a colleague, telling her that Qin Peng was very satisfied with her and wanted to marry her. Her mood suddenly soared from the bottom to the top. My mood went up and down throughout the day, all because of Qin Peng. She is full of expectations for this marriage. However, she didn't expect that when she met Qin Peng later, she found that Qin Peng was no longer the boy who looked at her with eager eyes. He was nothing but indifferent to her. On their wedding night, Qin Peng didn't even touch her. Later, Qin's parents started to urge her to have a baby. Qin Peng drank that night and then he officially consummated his marriage with her. On the night of their marriage consummation, Qin Peng was initially very cold towards her. However, after the marriage consummation, his attitude towards her changed. I don't know if it was because he saw her virgin blood on the bed sheet or something else. In the following days, Qin Peng was very warm to her. It made her feel that her happy life had begun. However, unexpectedly, after Qin Peng was called out by his friends to play a few times, Qin Peng started to stay away from home again, going out to drink, eat meat and play cards after work every day. He didn't care much about her. When he lost all his money playing cards, he would ask her for more. She told him not to play cards once or twice, but he didn't listen. If she told him too many times, or when he was in a bad mood, he would get mean to her. 8 months passed in the blink of an eye. As the babies were about to be born, Qin Peng unexpectedly turned back into his gentle self. Moreover, he looked at her with such eyes. It is said that eyes are the windows to the soul. Are the changes in him today really as he said? Has he woken up? Su Wanxue wanted to get closer to Qin Peng, but was also afraid that Qin Peng would become indifferent to her again. Wife, do you want me to feed you with my mouth? I, your husband, would be happy to do that. Seeing that she lowered her head, Qin Peng couldn't help but lift her chin with his hand, wanting to see her rosy little face. Sure enough, you are shy. You told her, Su Wanxue said softly and coquettishly, as if she was really worried that Qin Peng would dare to feed her with his mouth. She quickly opened her cherry mouth and ate the sweet potato that Qin Peng fed to her mouth. Qin Peng smiled comfortably and squinted his eyes. I never realized before that my little wife is so cute. Now, he has a lifetime to discover the cuteness, strengths and weaknesses of his little wife. No matter advantages or disadvantages, in his eyes, they are all cute. Have another bite. Qin Peng picked up another bite and fed it to Su Wanxue's mouth. Su Wanxue gave Qin Peng a coquettish look. Qin Peng raised his eyebrows and his eyes seemed to say, if you don't want to eat, then I will feed you with my mouth. Su Wanxue was so scared that she had to open her mouth and eat obediently. Seeing the aggrieved look of the young wife who had been bullied, Qin Peng's smile grew wider and wider. He feeds and she eats. Before I knew it, I had eaten half a sweet potato. I'm full, you eat. Su Wanxue said softly. You're full, so feed our son and daughter now. They haven't started eating yet. Qin Peng half knelt down, put his hand on Su Wanxue's bulging belly, and greeted them with a loving face, children. You like sweet potatoes too, right? Let mommy eat more, and give you some sweet potatoes, okay? Su Wanxue was very surprised. Since she became pregnant, until today when she went for a prenatal checkup, Qin Peng had never said hello to the babies in her belly. Now, Qin Peng actually greets the baby in her belly with a loving father's face. She was shocked by what she saw. Suddenly, Qin Peng felt his hand kicked by a little foot. This feeling was very strange and novel. He said happily, Wife, the baby kicked me just now. Do you think it was my son who kicked me, or my daughter? Chapter 8, 3 babies in one pregnancy, a son and 2 daughters. Su Wanxue also felt the fetal movement. When the baby kicked, she felt pain, but feeling their activeness, that little pain was nothing to her. A loving look also appeared on her face. She looked down at her bulging belly and said, I'm not sure. The doctor said it was triplets, one pair of identical twins, but he didn't say if it was a boy or a girl. Qin Peng, do you like boys? Or girls? Qin Peng said, as long as it's your child, I like them all. Also, I felt it and I know there are 3 babies in your belly. There is 1 boy and 2 girls. The identical twins are girls. How do you know? Su Wanxue asked. Because I'm their father, I know. Honey, how about we make a bet? If I'm right, you have to promise me one thing. What's up? Tell me first whether you want to make this bet with me or not. Tell me what it is first. If I'm right, you'll kiss me. If I'm wrong, I'll kiss you. Qin Peng said with a smile. Su Wanxue thought Qin Peng wanted to gamble. I didn't expect that the bet would be this. Her face turned red at his words, and she said shyly, no gambling. Wife, don't you dare. No, I am the one who suffers the consequences. Qin Peng looked at his wife's blushing face and said with a smile, how about this, if I'm right, you can kiss me at that time, and if I'm wrong, you can make any request you want, how about that? Okay. Su Wanxue agreed. It would be great if the 3 babies could have both a boy and a girl. She likes daughters, but she knows that as a man, Qin Peng should like sons. Therefore, if the 3 babies have both sons and daughters, both she and Qin Peng will be very happy. Moreover, Qin Peng's probability of guessing correctly is only 25%, so her probability of winning is greater. If she won and could make one request to Qin Peng, it would be that he should not go out drinking or playing cards in the next 1 or 2 years, and should spend as much time as possible with the babies after work to give them a happy childhood. Thinking of this, she raised her long curled eyelashes and looked at Qin Peng, you have to keep your word. When I win, I can make any request, and you have to agree and you can't regret it. Of course not. A man should stick to his word. Pink Pinky. Su Wanxue said as she hooked her little finger. Qin Peng looked at his wife's cute appearance, smiled and hooked his little finger, then hooked her little finger and said, okay, let's make a pinky promise and stick to it for 100 years. Su Wanxue smiled happily. Looking at the smile on Su Wanxue's face, Qin Peng was deeply moved. Then he couldn't help but hugged her gently. In fact, he wanted to hug her tightly, but he was afraid of crushing the baby in Su Wanxue's belly, so he hugged her very gently. Su Wanxue, who was suddenly hugged by Qin Peng, was stunned. "Brother, I'm full. This sweet potato is so delicious." Qin Ying finished eating the sweet potato, ran in, and was shocked by the scene in front of her. She actually saw her brother hugging her sister-in-law. Did she eat a handful of dog food? Well, I'll go to the kitchen to cook lunch. After saying that, the little girl immediately ran away in embarrassment. Su Wanxue blushed and pushed Qin Peng lightly, and Qin Peng smiled and let go of Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue glared at Qin Peng coquettishly, meaning, "Look at you, even I'm scared." Qin Peng smiled dotingly and said, "You are my wife, it is only natural for me to hug you. In the future, I will kiss you and love you." Su Wanxue quickly put her finger on Qin Peng's mouth to prevent him from saying anything more. Her little face turned red because of what he said. What happened to Qin Peng today? All kinds of sugar-coated bullets were launched at her. It made her a little dizzy. "I'm a little sleepy." Su Wanxue wanted to calm herself down quickly and not fall into Qin Peng's sugar-coated bullets and be unable to extricate herself. Qin Peng got up and helped Su Wanxue to her room to rest and sleep. After closing the door and leaving the room, he saw Qin Ying, who had just washed the rice in the kitchen and was about to climb onto the stool to put the rice cooker pot into the rice cooker to cook. He took a few big strides over, took the pot from Qin Ying's hand, then put the pot into the rice cooker, closed it, and plugged it in. He tapped Qin Ying's little head and said, "I'll teach you how to swim in a few days." In her previous life, after Qin Ying drowned in a reservoir, her mother felt very guilty, blaming herself for not teaching Qin Ying to swim. If Qin Ying knew how to swim, she would not have drowned. Because the previous death of Su Wanxue and the babies had already dealt a great blow to his parents, and then Qin Ying's accidental death was like adding insult to injury. His mother soon fell ill from excessive grief and died not long after. 2 years later, his father also passed away, following his mother. He felt very regretful that his family did not share with him the prosperous life after he became a billionaire. Now that he is reborn, he will never let those tragic things from his previous life happen again. Qin Ying was surprised when she heard what Qin Peng said. "Brother, really? You want to teach me how to swim?" There was a little flame of excitement flickering in the little girl's eyes. She had begged Qin Peng many times before, but Qin Peng refused to teach her how to swim. "Of course," Qin Peng said with a smile. "Brother, when will you teach me how to swim?" "After your sister-in-law has given birth to the baby." "Okay. By the way, brother, when did you learn to drive a car?" "That's amazing. In this day and age, being able to ride a motorcycle is something that little kids admire, not to mention being able to drive a car." Qin Peng patted her shoulder and said, "I learned it secretly, just waiting to shock you." "Okay, go out and play. I'm going to make lunch." "Brother, are you cooking lunch?" Qin Ying was shocked again. She remembered that her brother never knew how to cook or do anything in the kitchen. When she lived at home, her mother didn't let her brother cook. Later, after she got married, she heard that it was her sister-in-law who cooked. Qin Peng took the apron hanging on the wall and tied it on skillfully while saying, "Cooking is difficult." In his previous life, he had learned cooking from the world's top chefs, and the level of the meals he made was so high that even the 3-star Michelin chefs had to call him teacher. Qin Ying gave a thumbs up, then "Brother, I'm going out to play." After running out, Qin Ying still had a faint smile on her face and looked back in the direction of the kitchen. She was waiting for Qin Peng to cook something wrong. Qin Peng caught a chicken from the chicken coop, and skillfully killed it, removed the feathers and internal organs. When chopping chicken, specifically chop off the chicken butt, chicken neck, and chicken claws by the nails and throw them away. Then blanch the chicken in water to remove the blood and fishy smell, then put it in a casserole and start cooking over high heat. After boiling, he covered the pot and turned down the heat. Chapter 9. Your husband knows a lot of magic. Then I went to the vegetable garden next to the front yard and picked a handful of spinach. Then he saw Mrs. Wang next door drying mushrooms, so he grabbed a handful. Chicken stewed with mushrooms tastes even better. In half an hour, a dish of stewed chicken with mushrooms and stir-fried spinach is ready. Qin Ying, who was watching TV in the living room, sniffed, then closed her eyes and said absent-mindedly, "It smells so good, whose cooking smells so good?" At this moment, Su Wanxue had just finished her rest and came out of the room to prepare cooking. She also smelled the aroma of chicken wafting in. She said to Qin Ying lovingly, "Ying, do you want to eat chicken? We will kill a chicken tonight. Where's your brother?" Qin Ying looked towards the kitchen with a strange expression. She couldn't see the specific situation in the kitchen from where she was. She said, "Sister-in-law, my brother is cooking in the kitchen." "Your brother is cooking?" Su Wanxue exclaimed in surprise. Qin Ying said, "Sister-in-law, there is a sweet potato here. How about we eat it at noon? Then we don't have to eat lunch. There is no doubt that the food her brother cooks will not taste good. I guess it's either burnt or too much salt was added." Su Wanxue said, "I'll go to the kitchen and take a look." With that said, Su Wanxue walked out of the living room. However, the further I walked towards the kitchen, the stronger the aroma of chicken became. Just at this moment the kitchen door opened and Qin Peng walked out with a bowl of chicken. Seeing Su Wanxue coming over, he raised the bowl of chicken in his hand and said with a smile, "Wife, you're awake. It's time for dinner. Let's go to the living room to eat." Su Wanxue looked at the chicken in Qin Peng's hand, which was sprinkled with a layer of chopped green onions, which made her particularly appetizing at first glance. She said in surprise, "Qin Peng, you can cook chicken." She had discovered that the aroma of chicken wafting into the room did not come from someone else's house, but from the bowl of chicken in Qin Peng's hand. As soon as she saw the color of the chicken, she knew that the chicken was delicious. The chicken soup must be even more delicious. At least, she couldn't do it to this extent. She had cooked chicken several times, but each time the chicken turned white and the chicken soup was covered with a thick layer of fat, which made the soup not taste sweet but full of grease. "Well, I just learned it. Come and try it to see if it tastes good," Qin Peng said with a smile. Su Wanxue followed Qin Peng into the living room. Qin Ying, who was watching TV in the living room, was shocked when she saw the chicken Qin Peng brought in. "Oh my god, this is the chicken soup made by her brother? Are you sure it was her brother who did it?" Qin Peng patted Qin Ying, who was dumbfounded, and said with a smile, "You're drooling, go to the kitchen and get some rice." "Oh, okay." Seeing such a bowl of fragrant chicken soup, Qin Ying swallowed her saliva. She hadn't eaten chicken for more than a month. "I'm greedy." He immediately turned around and ran to the kitchen to scoop up some rice. Qin Peng helped Su Wanxue sit down considerately, then thought of something and asked her, "Wife, why is your phone turned off today?" "My cell phone is broken and I haven't gotten it fixed yet. I'll go to the street and find someone to fix it tomorrow," Su Wanxue said. "Where is the cell phone? Let me see it." In his previous life, he had a cell phone factory. He went to the factory specifically to learn the cell phone manufacturing process and also went to refine his computer programming skills. In the second drawer of the chest of drawers in the room. Qin Peng went into the room, took out his cell phone, removed the battery, disassembled the phone with a special screwdriver, checked the circuit board, and found out where the problem was with the phone. At this moment, Su Wanxue also followed in out of curiosity. I happened to see Qin Peng repairing his cell phone seriously. This left her dumbfounded. "Qin Peng, can you repair mobile phones?" Although she worked in a mobile phone factory, she did not have the skills to repair mobile phones. Because their mobile phone factory is not an original mobile phone manufacturer, but a factory that assembles mobile phones on behalf of others. Qin Peng quickly fixed the phone, then put the battery in place, closed the cover, and turned it on. The phone startup screen appeared. He smiled and handed the phone to Su Wanxue, saying, "Well, I learned it by myself. Take a look, it should be usable." Su Wanxue took the phone in surprise, and looked at the already turned on phone. She said in amazement, "Hey, this boot up speed is faster than before." She tried typing on her phone again and was surprised again, "My typing speed has also improved." "Qin Peng, what kind of magic did you just do to my phone?" She looked up at Qin Peng with surprise. Qin Peng looked at her silly and cute appearance, pinched her fair and tender face lovingly, and said, "Your husband knows a lot of magic, this is just the beginning. Let's go eat." While eating, Su Wanxue would look up at Qin Peng from time to time. She felt that since Qin Peng came to the County Women and Children's Hospital to pick her up, everything seemed to have changed. Qin Peng picked up a big chicken leg and put it in Su Wanxue's bowl. Qin Ying had already picked up the chicken feet happily and consciously. But before he could put the food into his bowl, he was stopped by Qin Peng's chopsticks. Then she saw Qin Peng picked up another big chicken leg and put it in her bowl. Her eyes were so shocked that they looked like two lanterns. He couldn't speak clearly. "Brother, can you give me this big chicken leg?" "No, no, brother, you eat it." As she spoke, Qin Ying picked up the big chicken leg and put it in Qin Peng's bowl. In the past, when the family slaughtered a chicken, the big and small chicken legs, as well as the large and small chicken wings, all belonged to Qin Peng, and she could only gnaw on the chicken feet. Although she felt that Qin Peng had changed a little today, she never dared to covet Qin Peng's big chicken legs. "Just eat it if I give it to you. My taste has changed now. I prefer chicken feet." Qin Peng held Qin Ying's chopsticks and let her eat the big chicken leg. Really? After all, she is an 8-year-old girl, and she must still want to eat the big chicken drumstick. Of course. Qin Peng picked up the chicken feet, put them in his bowl, and started eating. Qin Ying still didn't dare to eat the big chicken leg. She looked at Su Wanxue next to her and said, "Sister-in-law, this big chicken leg is for you." Su Wanxue said softly, "No need, your brother has picked up a big chicken leg for me. One is enough for my sister-in-law, you can eat the other one." Qin Ying looked at Qin Peng again, but still didn't dare to eat. Qin Peng touched her little head and said, "Eat it. If you don't eat it now, I might change my taste and want to eat chicken legs." These words scared Qin Ying so much that she immediately protected her bowl with both hands, then lowered her head and took a bite of a large piece of chicken leg, which made Qin Peng laugh even more happily. Su Wanxue looked at this warm and harmonious scene, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Afterwards, Qin Ying's exclamations could be heard from Qin Peng's house from time to time. "This chicken is so delicious. It's the best chicken I've ever eaten. Brother, when did you become such a great cook?" Chapter 10. A car accident happened, thanks to Brother Peng. As for Xu Yuquan, his family had already finished their meal. After finishing his meal, Xu Caiyuan went into his room and closed the door. He was afraid that his parents would ask him questions. He had made up his mind to hang out with Qin Peng. Xu Yuquan glanced at his son's closed door, then exchanged a look with Zhuang He, meaning that he was going to Qin Peng's house to curse him. Because during the meal, he told Xu Caiyuan that he still had to go back to the capital today to find a new job, but Xu Caiyuan didn't listen and said he would not go back to the capital. When asked why, Xu Caiyuan refused to tell the reason. He knew that this matter must be related to Qin Peng. He was so angry that he didn't even eat a few bites of his meal. He was just drinking. He held all his anger inside and was waiting to go to Qin Peng's house and vent his anger by cursing him. Zhuang He waved at him and said in a low voice, "I won't go to their house, lest our son finds out about this and quarrels with us. You go, and I'll watch TV at home and look after my son." Xu Yuquan said, "Okay." Xu Yuquan put his hands behind his back and walked out of the house. Zhuang He turned on the TV and selected the Guangdong province TV station, which was broadcasting the news. Xu Yuquan walked towards Qin Peng's house and saw from afar the new car that Qin Peng bought for his son parked in the yard. He himself was reluctant to drive this new car and was very careful when touching it. Now that Qin Peng was driving it, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Especially when he thought about his son who was originally planning to return to the capital this morning, but changed his itinerary just because he chatted with Qin Chen for a few words, and did not listen to his advice. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He was worried that his son was really being led astray by Qin Peng. As soon as he entered Qin Peng's yard, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Qin Peng, you bastard, come out." Qin Peng, who had just finished his meal and was cleaning up the dishes, felt his eardrums tremble when he heard this loud voice. He stopped what he was doing and walked out. Then Xu Caiyuan's father Xu Yuquan was seen holding a pipe, pointing at him with a trembling face, cursing, "Qin Peng, you spend your days drinking, playing cards, gambling and fighting, I don't care. But you actually instigated my son to do the same as you. You're such a jerk." Su Wanxue came out holding her belly, and Qin Ying followed behind her. Seeing the two people coming out, Qin Peng turned around and said to them, "Wife, Ying, go back to their house, there is nothing to do." Compared to the tragic result that Xu Caiyuan had when he was driving back to the capital today, got into a car accident on the highway, had both his legs amputated, and finally committed suicide by jumping off a building, being scolded by Xu Caiyuan's father was nothing. After all, the impression he left on the villagers before was that of a gangster with bad habits. What parents hate most is that their children associate with such people. He can understand. Su Wanxue looked at Qin Peng worriedly and said, "What's going on? Didn't you just borrow the car from Qin Peng? Is it the 5,000 yuan?" Before Su Wanxue could even finish the word red envelope money, Qin Peng shook his head at him. "It's not about that. Go back to your room first, and I'll explain it to you tonight." Su Wanxue looked at Qin Peng worriedly, then pulled Qin Ying back into their house. Then within 2 minutes, she came out again and handed Qin Peng a cloth bag. "Here is 3,500 yuan, drive the car back to their house and settle the gas bill with them." She felt particularly uncomfortable hearing others scolding Qin Peng like this. Her thoughts turned to the fact that Xu Yuquan came here to curse people, and she thought it must be because of the money and the car. Qin Peng was stunned when he saw the small cloth bag. 3,500 yuan, isn't that exactly all the money Su Wanxue has on her now? He stuffed the cloth bag back into Su Wanxue's hands and said, "This has nothing to do with it. Go back to the room and don't get involved. Let him scold her. He will feel better." At this moment, Zhuang He, who was watching the news on TV at home, suddenly cried out, "R," and quickly stood up and shouted, "Son, come out and watch the news. It's so tragic. Oh my God." Because at this time, a news report was being broadcast on TV. The host said, "Let me interrupt you for a piece of real-time news. At 1:30 this afternoon, a major car accident occurred on the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau Expressway. A large truck flipped over and over. The truck driver died on the spot. A total of 53 vehicles in the surrounding area were involved in the accident. Among them, the passengers in 5 cars died directly, and the passengers in 10 other cars were unconscious and their lives were unknown. The passengers in other vehicles also suffered major and minor injuries. The host would like to remind everyone once again not to drive while tired and to pay attention to driving safety. Because the accident happened to be in our Guangdong province, the medical team from Guangdong province has immediately rushed to the scene. As soon as Xu Caiyuan came out, he heard what the host said and looked over in shock. So many people died. This car accident can be said to be the biggest car accident on the highway in recent years. Zhuang He said, "Son, when you drive back to the capital today, are you going to take the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau Expressway?" When asked by Zhuang he said with a pale face, "Yes, and, according to this time, I think I can just drive here." When Zhuang He heard this, she felt her brain really shaken. She hugged Xu Caiyuan and said, "Oh my God, that was close. Fortunately, you haven't driven back to the capital yet and are still at home. Otherwise..." Oh my God, Zhuang He didn't even dare to imagine the consequences. Xu Caiyuan looked at the screen and saw that many passengers were either missing limbs, covered in blood, or covered with white cloth. He also felt a little scared. He said, "Mom, luckily Brother Peng told me not to drive back to the capital today. He also told me not to drive back to the capital even if I had to confront you and I was fired." Zhuang He was slightly stunned, and then suddenly remembered that her man had gone to find Qin Peng to curse at him. She exclaimed, quickly took out her cell phone and called Xu Yuquan. At this moment, Xu Yuquan was scolding Qin Peng with spit flying all over the place. When he heard the phone in his trouser pocket ringing, he took a breath and picked up the call. When he heard what Duan Swangi said on the phone, he was stunned and looked at Qin Peng in surprise, who remained calm after being scolded by him for 5 or 6 minutes. He asked, "Really?" Zhuang He said quickly, "Really? I was watching TV with my son. So many people died and many were seriously injured. It was so scary. My son just told me that if he drove back to the capital this morning, he would have arrived here at this time. Thanks to Qin Peng. If Qin Peng hadn't told our son not to go back to the capital tonight, I wouldn't dare to imagine the consequences. You are now." Xu Yuquan hung up the phone immediately, then looked around awkwardly, then looked at Qin Peng, with an awkward smile on his face. But because he cursed so loudly, the neighbors came over to watch the fun. Xu Yuquan walked up to Qin Peng. Seeing this, Su Wanxue was afraid that Xu Yuquan would hit Qin Peng, so she moved in front of Qin Peng, spread her arms, and protected Qin Peng like a hen protecting her chicks. And he said to Xu Yuquan, "Uncle Xu, I'm here, don't even think about hitting Qin Peng." Chapter 11 Is Qin Peng pampering her? Qin Peng was startled and quickly protected Su Wanxue behind him. Xu Yuquan was also startled and quickly jumped back to distance himself from Su Wanxue. The neighbors who were watching the fun were also frightened. They stopped watching and ran over, grabbing Xu Yuquan's arms on the left and right, for fear that Xu Yuquan would accidentally hit Su Wanxue. They all said, "Old Xu, you've scolded her enough, why did you have to hit her? Xie Xue is pregnant and about to give birth. If you hit her by accident, it will be a disaster." Xu Yuquan was very embarrassed. He really didn't want to hit Qin Peng. Didn't he just walk up to Qin Peng with a smile on his face? "Does it look like he's going to hit someone?" He said, "You misunderstood me. I didn't mean to hit Qin Peng. I just wanted to say thank you to Qin Peng." When these words came out, the whole audience was stunned. Say thank you to Qin Peng? Xu Yuquan told everyone why he came here to curse today, but he only said that his son was originally planning to drive back to the capital today, but after chatting with Qin Peng for a while, he refused to leave. He didn't mention the fact that his son was fired. After all, this is not a good thing. Then he said that his wife had just seen the TV news at home that a major traffic accident had occurred on the Beijing-Hong Kong-Macau Expressway. A lot of people died. If his son had also set out in the morning and happened to drive to the scene of the accident, there was a high probability that he would have been hit by the overturned truck, resulting in a car accident. He wanted to thank Qin Peng for not letting his son return to the capital today. Saved his son's life. Mrs. Wang, who had just come out of her house, said loudly, "I saw the news, too. There really was a major car accident, and it happened on the highway in Guangdong province. The medical team has gone there. Many people died at the scene, and many were seriously injured. It was really tragic." Everyone started talking about the car accident. Since it had nothing to do with them, they just thought that Qin Peng's advice to Xu Caiyuan not to drive back to the capital today was just a coincidence. I would never have thought that Qin Peng was the one who could predict the future. But it's different for Xu Caiyuan's biological father Xu Yuquan. Xu Caiyuan is the only son in their family. He thinks it's all Qin Peng's credit that they were able to avoid the car accident. Especially when he thought about how hard he had tried to get Xu Caiyuan to drive back to the capital today, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. If Xu Caiyuan died, the couple would not want to live anymore. So, he was very grateful to Qin Peng. He came back to Qin Peng, smiled at him in a friendly manner and said, "Qin Peng, your uncle wronged you before, please don't hold it against your uncle. Cai Yuan told me that he didn't want to go back to the capital and wanted to find a job in Guangzhou. I think that's a good idea. The capital is too far away from us. It's more reassuring to work near home. By the way, isn't Xie Xue about to give birth? It's more convenient for your family to have a car. You can drive our car as you like these days. You can return the car after Xie Xue gives birth." He is now afraid when he sees a car and dares not let his son drive. Xu Yuquan looked at Qin Peng's unusually cold expression and felt a little scared. He swallowed several times and said, "It's settled. Uncle is leaving first." After saying this, he turned and walked away quickly. Su Wanxue was in a state of confusion. She stared at Qin Peng blankly. Qin Peng pulled her back to the bedroom and said to her very seriously, "Wife, don't do such dangerous things next time." Just now, Su Wanxue suddenly blocked his way and scared him to death. Now he was shaking with fear. Su Wanxue knew that Qin Peng was talking about her protecting him just now, and her face turned red. In fact, she didn't think about it at the time. She just saw Xu Yuquan coming and thought he was going to hit Qin Peng, so she did it automatically. "Okay, I understand." Su Wanxue lowered her head and tugged at the corner of her clothes with her hands, saying in a low voice. Seeing her like a child who had done something wrong, Qin Peng lost his temper and hugged her, resting his face on her hair. He smelled the faint scent of shampoo on her hair and said softly, "Okay, just remember it. Was I very fierce just now? Did I scare you? I'm sorry, I was too concerned." Feeling Qin Peng's warm embrace and listening to his gentle voice, Su Wanxue felt a little dazed. Qin Peng cares about her very much. Is Qin Peng pampering her? This feeling is really warm, healing and good. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Peng drove to his workplace, the Xingchuan Bank branch in Anshan County, to work. Xingchuan Bank is one of the 4 major banks in Longhua. It was established to manage the country's huge amount of construction funds. When he arrived at the company, Qin Peng first deposited the 5,000 yuan red envelope money that Xu Caiyuan had given him and the 200 yuan he had in his hand into his bank card, a total of 5,200 yuan. Then he went to find a colleague who was in charge of securities and asked him to help him open a domestic stock trading account and a Hong Kong stock trading account. Ma Hui, a colleague who happened to be passing by, heard his words and said sarcastically, "Oh, our brother Peng is really good. Now he is starting to play the stock market." "But, Qin Peng, do you know what stocks are?" "Har har har." Another colleague, Xiao Gang, laughed and said, "Ma Hui, don't stop Qin Peng. He thinks the money he lost playing cards is too little. He only lost a month's salary in half a month. If he wants to play big, he should go to the stock market to give money. He is a kind man." Zhu Bin, the trader who was opening an account for Qin Peng, frowned, then said to Qin Peng gently, "Qin Peng, go make a copy of your ID card." Qin Peng glanced at Ma Hui and Xiao Gang, who were making sarcastic remarks. He smiled coldly in his heart and didn't bother with them. To him now, they were just children. It is more important to open a stock account first. Because there is a monster stock in the Hong Kong stock market today. 1 hour after the afternoon opening, it will suddenly fall from 10% to rise by 20%, with a total increase of 30%. In his previous life, he foolishly thought that Xiao Gang and Ma Hui were his friends, and sometimes when faced with their sarcasm, he thought it was a joke. Didn't take it seriously. Later, he realized that Xiao Gang and Ma Hui were shitty friends, complete idiots who treated him like a clown and laughed at his joke. He would definitely not pay any attention to them. I directly chose trader Zhu Bin. Although he had no intersection with Zhu Bin in his previous life, he later learned that Zhu Bin was a very capable trader with his own bottom line, good moral qualities, and ambition. He finally became the president of the Guangdong branch of Xingchuan Bank. After Qin Peng copied his ID card, Zhu Bin asked him whether he wanted to open a domestic account first or a Hong Kong account first. "Open the Hong Kong stocks first," Qin Peng said. "Okay, Qin Peng, these are the trading rules for Hong Kong stocks, take a look." Zhu Bin handed the information to Qin Peng, then quickly typed on the computer keyboard and began to apply for Qin Peng to open a Hong Kong stock account. Chapter 12: Buying Stocks. During this period, Qin Peng went to the finance department to apply for this month's salary in advance. Normally, it is not possible to withdraw the money in advance, but he had special circumstances. His wife was about to give birth, and he had a good relationship with the people in the finance department, so he withdrew this month's salary of 1,800 yuan in advance. Then transferred it into the bank card. Half an hour later, the Hong Kong stock account was opened, and a mainland Hong Kong Connect bank card of Xingchuan Bank was also applied for. This card can be used to buy Hong Kong stocks. There is no app for mobile phones at this time, so operate it on the computer. Qin Peng told Zhu Bin the name of a Hong Kong stock. Zhu Bin pointed out this Hong Kong stock and found that the stock had now fallen to 8%. Qin Peng looked at the stock trend and it was exactly the same as in his previous life. Immediately, he asked Zhu Bin to help him apply for triple leverage. He knew that this was within Zhu Bin's authority. After the mainland Hong Kong Connect card came out, he asked Zhu Bin to help him transfer the money in his bank card to this new card. The new card can transfer money directly to the Hong Kong stock trading account. So now you can buy Hong Kong stocks directly. He currently has 7,000 yuan in his card. But this amount of money is too little. So, he has to use the maximum lever he can. 3 times 7,000 yuan is 21,000 yuan, plus the original capital of 7,000 yuan, it is 28,000 yuan. Open triple leverage. Zhu Bin was shocked. "Qin Peng, have you read the Hong Kong stock trading information I gave you? It's easy to lose all your money if you open leverage. There is no loss for the bank to use leverage, because when the money falls to a certain level, the bank will close the position directly. However, the risk is very high for Qin Peng." Qin Peng said, "I know, Zhu Bin, you do as I say." Zhu Bin took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Then, Zhu Bin's hands quickly operated on the keyboard. The triple leverage application is ready. At this time, the stock that Qin Peng was optimistic about had fallen to 10%. He immediately said to Zhu Bin, "Buy all." Zhu Bin didn't ask any more questions because he had already said what needed to be said. The stock market changes rapidly, so when Qin Peng gave the order, he quickly used all the money in Qin Peng's account to buy this stock. At this moment, Qin Peng's colleagues had surrounded the door of Zhu Bin's office. Especially Ma Hui and Xiao Gang, both of them stood on tiptoe to look into the office. "What are you doing here?" At this moment, financial manager Feng Qianqian walked over gracefully in high heels. Feng Qianqian is the most beautiful woman in their bank. Not only that, Feng Qianqian also has a strong background. So when the group of men saw Feng Qianqian coming, they immediately stopped looking into Qin Peng's office. Some lowered their heads, some looked at the ceiling, some were so nervous that they didn't know what to do with their hands and feet, and they kept blinking. Marhui knew that Feng Qianqian had a good relationship with Qin Peng's wife Su Wanxue, and they were college classmates, so he immediately said, "Qianqian, call Su Wanxue right away. Qin Peng is buying stocks. Moreover, he has never touched stocks before. If he buys stocks all at once, he will definitely lose a lot of money." Xiaogang looked at Feng Qianqian's pretty face, quickly retracted his gaze, blinked quickly, and said with a righteous look, "Yes, Qianqian, novices who buy stocks are all treated like leeks. Besides, I heard that Qin Peng asked Zhu Bin to help him apply for a triple leverage just now." When Feng Qianqian heard this, she became so angry that her eyes turned red and she kicked open Zhu Bin's office door. Seeing Qin Peng in front of the computer, he cursed, "Qin Peng. Xue is borrowing money everywhere to have a baby, and you actually have some spare money to invest in stocks. Don't you think losing money playing cards is not satisfying enough? Do you want to use leverage in the stock market and lose all your money? After losing all your money, are you going to rob Xue of money for giving birth? Qin Peng, why are you such a bastard? I really don't know why Xue chose to marry you. There are so many people chasing after Xue who are better than you." Xiaogang said warmly, "Brother Peng, I heard that it takes a lot of money to have and raise children. I heard that your wife is pregnant with triplets. The expenses will be really high. Don't spend money anymore. Save more money for your wife and children. Stocks are not something you can afford." Marhui joined the persuasion, "Yes, Qin Peng, I heard from Brother Liu from the finance department that you just took out 1,800 yuan of salary in advance to help your wife have a baby. Why did you invest the money directly in stocks?" Feng Qianqian said to Zhu Bin, "Sell the stocks immediately. Don't buy stocks for Qin Peng." Zhu Bin ignored Feng Qianqian because he was looking at the chart of the stock that Qin Peng bought. At this time, the stock has already started to rise and the trading volume is also increasing sharply. And various other data all indicate that this stock is about to start to rise significantly. If Qin Peng didn't tell him to sell the stocks, he naturally wouldn't sell them. This is the basic rule for traders. Seeing that Zhu Bin ignored her, Feng Qianqian was so angry that she was about to explode. She glared at Qin Peng with her beautiful eyes, then ran out in her high heels, twisting her butt. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and called Su Wanxue. "Xue, don't live with that bastard Qin Peng anymore. Go back to your parents' home." Feng Qianqian said. "What's wrong?" Su Wanxue was confused. Feng Qianqian told Su Wanxue that Qin Peng went to the bank, withdrew 1,800 yuan of salary in advance, and then started buying stocks again, even using triple leverage. And tell Su Wanxue about the risks of triple leverage. "Xue, Qin Peng is not a good husband to live with. Although he is handsome, handsomeness cannot be used to make a living. What's more, he is such a bastard. He took out this month's salary in advance in the name of you having a baby, and not only did he not give the money to you, but he also invested the money in the stock market. For newcomers, the stock market is a giant casino where you can lose more miserably than playing cards." Su Wanxue was stunned when she heard Feng Qianqian's words. Today at the County Maternal and Child Health Hospital, when Qin Peng was settling accounts with her, he also included the money he had taken out of his salary in advance. When going out in the afternoon, Qin Peng also told her that he would go to the company to collect his salary, and go to the mobile phone factory to help her apply for early leave for prenatal checkup. When she heard Feng Qianqian's words, her breathing began to become heavier. She tightened her grip on the phone, but thinking of the changes that Qin Peng had undergone in the past half day, she still wanted to wait for Qin Peng to come back and ask about the situation. So, she said softly to Feng Qianqian, "Qianqian, I understand. So what are you going to do?" Feng Qianqian asked. "I'll ask Qin Peng when he comes back." Feng Qianqian stamped her feet and said, "You still have illusions about him. He has begun to change." Su Wanxue said in a low voice. Chapter 13, Rising, Rising, Rising. Feng Qianqian sneered, glanced in the direction of Zhu Bin's office, and said, "Yes, there has been a change. From liking playing cards to liking stock trading. Stock trading is a road of no return. I think Qin Peng probably heard from his poker friends recently that they made money by buying stocks, and that after 4 years of bear market, the next one will definitely be a bull market. Although the market has been rising for a year, it started to fall again last month. Although there has been a slight increase this month, it will definitely plummet later. Qin Peng's entry at this time is completely a scapegoat. Feng Qianqian talked a lot to Su Wanxue. Feng Qianqian is a financial manager. Although she has only been working officially for more than a year, she started paying attention to stocks when she was in college. I never dare to buy stocks. Su Wanxue didn't know anything about stock trading. She said softly, Qianqian, I have something else to do. I'll hang up first. She decided to wait until Qin Peng came back before talking about it. Feng Qianqian sighed and said, okay. After hanging up the phone, Feng Qianqian shook her head in disappointment. Why doesn't Su Wanxue listen to advice? When Su Wanxue wanted to marry Qin Peng, she was also very stubborn and would not listen to anyone else's advice. She even had a falling out with her family because of it. She has never returned to her parents' home since she got married. Feng Qianqian glared at Zhu Bin's office again and said, when Xie gives birth, you will know that Qin Peng is not a trustworthy man. The child hasn't been born yet, so he won't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. You have no idea how miserable it is for a woman who has to work and take care of children when her husband neglects the family. But she just felt sorry for Su Wanxue. In the end, she could only sigh helplessly and walked away in her high heels. Ma Hui, Xiao Gang and others who were surrounding Zhu Bin's office dispersed as the manager arrived and returned to their own posts to do their own things. The office fell silent. Qin Peng saw that the stock he bought had fallen from 10% to 7%, which meant he made a profit of 3%. Knowing this money, it's a sure win. He took out a cigarette, handed it to Zhu Bin, and said, Brother Zhu, please help me trade. Sell this stock before the market closes tomorrow afternoon. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. This stock will surge 20% tomorrow, and then start falling the day after tomorrow, and keep falling. In just 2 days, I made 50% profit, which is not bad. If the principal is a little more, it will be more interesting to make money. But there is no need to rush. Starting from August 2005, shares will experience a bull market surge. The official surge will start in November 2006 and will last until September 2007. It is now August 20, 2006. So he still has a lot of time to prepare his startup capital. Zhu Bin turned around in surprise and asked, aren't you looking at the plate? After all, I bought stocks worth 21,000 yuan, and I used triple leverage. If I am not careful, my position will be easily liquidated. Qin Peng is not watching the market anymore and is going out? Qin Peng said, well, I won't watch it. My wife is about to give birth, isn't she? I have to go and ask for her maternity leave in advance today, and also buy a maternity bag and other things. I have a lot of things to do. Okay, I'm leaving now. After saying that, Qin Peng left. Zhu Bin looked at Qin Peng's departing back, slightly surprised. Although he had not had much contact with Qin Peng, he knew Qin Peng's daily personality and that he liked playing cards very much. For those who like to play cards, after buying stocks, they will definitely keep an eye on the market every minute. Because every minute and every second concerns one's own money, the gambling mentality is even greater than playing cards. Especially now that Qin Peng's stock is still rising. If an ordinary person saw his stock price rising, he would scream excitedly and shout, up, up, up. But Qin Peng just took a look at the stock market, told him a time to sell, and left calmly. Moreover, she also said that she was going to buy a maternity bag. What is a maternity bag? Although he didn't know what this thing was, Zhu Bin knew it should be something related to Qin Peng's wife giving birth. Is Qin Peng starting to take care of his family? After Qin Peng walked out of Zhu Bin's office, Ma Hui and others who were working at their counter looked at Qin Peng with a joking look on their faces. Qin Peng was too lazy to pay attention to them. He went to the bank president's office, asked for a month's paternity leave, and then left. After walking out of the bank, he drove while calling his bad friend Zhang Depao, who owed him 5,000 yuan for a year. This money must be returned. I promise my wife this. Moreover, he is 100% sure to get the money back. Qin Peng, I was just about to call you. Let's go play cards. An old classmate of mine just came back from Guangzhou. He caught a big fish. Let's join forces, and then, he. In his previous life, Zhang Depao also called him to play cards and catch fish for his old classmate. He excitedly went with the 5,000 yuan full-month wine red envelope that Su Wanxue gave him. In the end, after one night, he not only didn't catch any fish, but also lost all the 5,000 yuan he brought with him, and he even owed Zhang Depao 1,000 yuan. At that time, Zhang Depao himself lost money, and all of it was won by his old classmate. Zhang Depao also said that he was unlucky and they would work together to catch other people's fish next time. He thought it was just his bad luck at first, but later, after seeing many new fishing techniques, he realized that it was Zhang Depao who wanted to team up with his old classmate to catch his fish that night. Grass. Hearing his words again this time, Qin Peng cursed in his heart, damn it. Then he smiled and asked Zhang Depao on the other end of the phone, okay, where are you? At the Zhini Hotel. This is the best hotel in Hengshan County and a 3-star hotel. Okay. In about 10 minutes, Qin Peng knocked on the door of a suite at Zhini Hotel. Zhang Depao's bald head poked out of the door. When he saw Qin Peng, he immediately smiled brightly on his fat face. He did not take Qin Peng into the room immediately, but walked out, pushed Qin Peng and closed the door, then put his arm on Qin Peng's shoulder and said with a brotherly look, Qin Peng, come, let's smoke a cigarette in the corridor, and I'll tell you about the situation in the room. Coming to the window, Zhang Depao handed Qin Peng a cigarette, but Qin Peng didn't take it. He waved his hand and said, my wife is pregnant and can't smoke. Zhang Depao was stunned for a moment, then said, how can you be so delicate? It's just smoking a cigarette. How can you not be able to smell the smoke? Qin Peng glared at him. Zhang Depao retracted his hand and smiled awkwardly. Thinking of the news he had just received today that Su Wanxue, a graduate of Tsinghua University, gave Qin Peng a big red envelope of 5,000 yuan for his full moon banquet, he suppressed his anger. Because he was staring at the warm red envelope money that Qin Peng had just received. Zhang Depao smiled and didn't mention the cigarette anymore. He told Qin Peng that there were 3 other people in the room besides him, one of them was his old classmate, and the other 2 were friends brought by his old classmate. At this moment, the 2 men were almost losing all their money, and all the money was won by his old classmate. Then they will team up to catch his old classmate's fish. Chapter 14 Caesarean Section Queen Zhang Shuerui. Qin Peng asked, how much money do you have in your pocket now? Zhang Depao chuckled and said, I took 3,000 yuan. I haven't even started playing yet, let them play first. Qin Peng said, let me take a look. Zhang Depao chuckled, took the money out of his trouser pocket and said, how can I deceive you with this? I really spent a lot of money this time. This is my 3-month salary. We're just waiting to catch this fish of my old classmate. He has at least 10,000 yuan on him now. When we both win, even if we split it equally, we can each get 5,000 yuan. After Qin Peng saw Zhang Depao take out the 3,000 yuan, he reached out and grabbed the 3,000 yuan. Zhang Depao was stunned for a moment, and then thought that Qin Peng was just counting the money. He was about to laugh, but the next second, Qin Peng finished counting the money and put it directly into his trouser pocket, and then said, you owed me 5,000 yuan before, and I paid back 3,000 yuan. I still need 2,000 yuan. Let's go. There is an ATM next to Zhini Hotel. Let's go and withdraw money. Zhang Depao was completely confused. His expression immediately changed, and he exploded, Qin Peng, what the hell, I borrowed 5,000 yuan from you before, and I will return it to you after we play cards tonight. What are you doing with my money now? Qin Peng punched Zhang Depao on the head with a fierce look on his face, who are you scolding? Keep your mouth clean. I don't have time to play cards with you guys tonight. If you don't return the money to me, I will call your wife and tell her that you have a lover in Dongjian Garden. As he spoke, Qin Peng took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Zhang Depao was stunned. He was about to fight back, but when he heard Qin Peng's last words, he was dumbfounded again. He also put his hands down. Although his current situation is not that of marrying into their wife's family, it is almost the same. The house he lives in was given by his father-in-law, and he also found a job through his father-in-law's connections. When the time comes, the first child's name will have to be the same as the father-in-law's family name. This is stipulated in the contract. If he had a lover in Dongjian Garden and his wife found out, his father-in-law would break his legs. Just thinking about it gave him a chill down his spine. The most important thing is, how did Qin Peng know that he had a lover in Dongjian Garden? He kept this matter secret and didn't tell anyone. He was just afraid that his father-in-law's family would find out. But now is not the time to think about this. Seeing that Qin Peng was really going to call his wife, he immediately covered Qin Peng's phone with his hand and said with a smile, "Har har, Xiaopeng, I was really mean just now and couldn't help but swear. Don't mind it. Yes, it's time to pay you back the money I owed you. I've already lent it to you for a year, and your wife is about to give birth. Your family is in urgent need of money. Okay, let's go downstairs. I'll get the money. I will return all your money to you today." Qin Peng didn't say anything and walked all the way to the ATM. He didn't smile until Qin Peng handed the 2,000 yuan to Qin Peng. After Qin Peng nodded to indicate that it was okay, he smiled. Then he patted the somewhat nervous Zhang Depao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, don't worry, my mouth is tighter than anything else. I won't tell anyone about the Dongjiang Garden incident." He heard about Zhang Depao's secret lover in Dongjiang Garden when he was working in Guangzhou in his previous life. It is said that after Zhang Depao's affair was discovered, he was in a terrible situation. Not only did his wife divorce him, he also lost his job. The worst thing was that his penis was cut off by his wife, and he became a eunuch. Zhang Depao didn't know that he would become a eunuch in the future. He smiled and said to Qin Peng, "Brother believes in you. By the way, you really don't have time to play cards today." Qin Peng shook his head. "There is still a lot of work to do. How long will your old classmate stay in Anshan County?" "1 week." "Okay, then wait for my notification. When I'm done with my work, I'll call you and play cards with your old classmates." Zhang Depao's old classmate Yin Chihua is a college classmate of Zhang Xuerui, the cesarean section queen of Guangdong Provincial Maternity and Child Health Hospital. Because in their previous life, when they were playing cards together, Zhang Depao told them that his wife was pregnant with triplets. Then Yin Chihua asked him where he planned to give birth to the baby. She also said that she worked at the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital, where she knew Zhang Xuerui, the queen of cesarean sections, and that she and Zhang Xuerui were college classmates. However, he didn't mean to introduce Zhang Xuerui to him, he was just bragging. He didn't care about giving birth at the time, thinking that giving birth could be done anywhere. How far would it be to go to the Provincial Maternity and Child Care Center? It would definitely be more convenient and less troublesome to go to the County Maternity and Child Care Center, so he didn't ask any more questions. It was not until Su Wanxue and her babies died in the delivery room due to ineffective rescue efforts that he realized that giving birth is a life and death test for both women and babies, and is not as simple as having a meal. Later, he went to see an obstetrician and gynecologist who specialized in delivering multiple babies and learned the name Zhang Xuerui. "I know that Zhang Xuerui is very experienced in delivering multiple babies. All the mothers and babies delivered by her were safe." Later, Zhang Xuerui even participated in a difficult cesarean section operation on quintuplets, which was also successful. Let Zhang Xuerui's name become more famous in obstetrics and gynecology across the country. After he became a billionaire, he visited Zhang Xuerui and talked to her about Su Wanxue's situation back then. He also showed Zhang Xuerui the information about Su Wanxue in the hospital. After reading it, Zhang Xuerui sighed and said it was such a pity. If she had performed the surgery and with the help of the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital's medical equipment, the mother would have been able to give birth to the baby safely. At that moment, he, who was already 40 years old, burst into tears. "I even thought at one point, how great would it be if he could be reborn and go back to the past. He would definitely take Su Wanxue to the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital and ask Professor Zhang Xuerui to deliver the baby for Su Wanxue. Now, he is finally reborn." He already had a complete plan in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Depao heard Qin Peng's words, smiled brightly, and said, "Okay." After Zhang Depao watched Qin Peng leave, the smile on his face froze instantly, and then he smiled sinisterly. "I'll let you take the 5,000 first. Sooner or later, I will win back the 5,000 with interest." Then he bared his teeth and yelled, "R," touched his bleeding head from being hit by Qin Peng, and cursed, "Damn it, his strength is so fucking strong." After Qin Peng got the 5,000 yuan, he called Su Wanxue. "I want to share this little joy with her." But when he told Su Wanxue that he had got back the 5,000 yuan that Zhang Depao had borrowed, Su Wanxue was not as happy as he had imagined. Just a faint, oh. Then he asked, when will you be back? Qin Peng felt uncomfortable when he heard Su Wanxue's cold voice, but then he thought about how he had treated Su Wanxue in the same way before. Chapter 15 Asking for maternity leave for my wife. When Su Wanxue received her first month's salary, she excitedly shared her joy with him. Then he simply said, nothing else, I'm hanging up. Then he hung up the phone in a hurry, holding a cigarette in his mouth and continuing to play cards. One can imagine how cold Su Wanxue's heart was at that time. It would take more than half a day to warm her cold heart. He would spend his whole life to warm her heart. Immediately, he continued with a smile, I will go to your factory now to apply for maternity leave for you, and then go buy some things. I will be home before dinner. It was time to start preparing the delivery bag. Besides, it would be very inconvenient for Su Wanxue to sleep while pregnant with triplets, so he planned to buy her a maternity pillow. Okay, I'm hanging up. After saying that, Su Wanxue hung up the phone. Qin Peng drove to the mobile phone factory. He had been here twice. When he first arrived here, he happened to meet Chen Yangyang, who was out. Chen Yanyan's smiling face froze immediately after seeing Qin Peng, and then turned into a sarcastic expression. After giving Qin Peng a blank look, he deliberately walked to the left to distance himself from Qin Peng. Chen Yangyang and Su Wanxue worked in the same workshop, although Su Wanxue had never said a bad word about Qin Peng in front of her. However, she could see clearly that Qin Peng didn't care about Su Wanxue at all. His wife was pregnant, and Qin Peng never took Su Wanxue to work. Or send Su Wanxue some nourishing soup or something like that. Every time he would calculate the time when Su Wanxue would get her salary, he would come over, and as soon as he arrived, he would snatch away most of the salary that Su Wanxue had just received. Everyone in the factory knew that Su Wanxue had a bad life and married a scumbag. In addition, Su Wanxue is beautiful and is recognized as the most beautiful girl in their factory. She also has a good temper. As the eldest sister, Chen Yangyang especially likes to stand up for Su Wanxue. A phrase that is often said is, men are afraid of choosing the wrong career, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. This is a warning to the girls in the factory who are not yet married but have fantasies about love that they should be careful when choosing a husband. It is better to get married later than to marry just any man. Otherwise, you won't know where to regret. Although there are still people getting divorced in this era, people's thinking is still relatively conservative, especially in a small county like Hengshan County where the economy is not very developed. Divorced women will still be criticized by others behind their backs. Moreover, the partners you can choose for a second marriage will be much worse than those for a first marriage. They may be poor, short and ugly, or they may be a second married man who is 10 or 20 years older and has children. Therefore, even though Qin Peng treated Su Wanxue so badly, she never mentioned to Su Wanxue that she should divorce Qin Peng. What she said more to Su Wanxue was that she should hold on a little longer. After the baby was born, Qin Peng might understand the responsibilities of being a father and might not want to go out and play anymore. Then Qin Peng would stop being playful and become a good person. Then he told Su Wanxue some examples of friends he knew. This is to comfort Su Wanxue, so as to prevent Su Wanxue from becoming too depressed. We have to let Su Wanxue have some expectations for the future. However, when she really saw Qin Peng, she disliked him so much that she didn't even want to say hello to him. Qin Peng greeted her, raised his hand and said with a smile, Sister Chen. As he said that, he ran to Chen Chen in a few steps. Chen Yangyang gave him a cold face, but he didn't care because he didn't know where Su Wanxue's leader's office was. You have to ask someone. Don't hit a smiling person. Qin Peng greeted Chen Yangyang with a smile, so Chen Chen could only force an awkward smile. Sister Chen, today I accompanied my daughter Sheshue to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. The doctor recommended that Sheshue stay in the hospital to protect the fetus, so I asked Sheshue not to come to work today and sent her home. Then I will help Sheshue apply for maternity leave in advance. When Chen Yangyang heard Qin Peng's words, she raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Peng with slight surprise. Then he asked, Is Sheshua's prenatal checkup okay? It's okay, but because they are triplets, there is a risk of premature birth, so the doctor recommended that we be hospitalized early to preserve the fetus, which is safer. Qin Peng said with a smile. Chen Yangyang nodded. Qin Peng saw that Chen Yanyan's aversion to him was a little less, so he took the opportunity to ask with a smile, Sister Chen, do you know Sheshua's boss's office? I want to help her apply for maternity leave, and I brought all the information. Chen Qianqian glanced at Qin Peng again and said with a serious face, "Come with me." After saying that, Chen Yangyang turned around and walked towards an office building on the right. Qin Peng followed behind her. As she walked, Chen Yangyang was thinking, why did she feel that Qin Peng was a little different today? According to past practice, shouldn't Su Wanxue be the one to ask for maternity leave in person? Would Qin Peng be so kind as to send Su Wanxue back home and then help her take maternity leave? Su Wanxue didn't know what went wrong after the prenatal checkup. Bleeding during pregnancy? High blood pressure during pregnancy? Is the baby in an abnormal fetal position? Are triplets conjoined? In just a few minutes, Chen Yangyang thought about a lot of things and shook her head quickly, thinking that she had to go to Xie house to see her after get off work today. But please don't let anything go wrong when giving birth. Or she would be foolish enough to be deceived by this man Qin Peng and end up doing something stupid. Although we now have cesarean section technology and childbirth technology has improved, the childbirth mortality rate is no longer as high as it was in ancient times, but childbirth deaths still occur occasionally. For a woman, giving birth is like going through the gates of hell. When they arrived at the Human Resources Department, the HR manager talked to Qin Peng about maternity insurance. Asked Qin Peng whether to use the man's maternity insurance or the woman's maternity insurance. Qin Peng was just about to say that he should go to his side because the average salary here is higher. But before he could finish his words, Chen Yangyang, who was standing next to him, smiled and said to the HR manager, "Manager Cao, that must be Xie maternity insurance and the child's father's maternity insurance. Only maternity medical insurance can be reimbursed." "How much is that?" "Not even 2,000 yuan. If I take Xie maternity insurance, based on the average salary of our company, there should be at least 5,000 yuan in maternity allowance, right? Add to that the more than 2,000 yuan for maternity medical treatment, and that's more than 7,000 yuan. Manager Cao glared at Chen Qianqian directly. Chen Yangyang smiled innocently and patted Qin Peng on the shoulder. Qin Peng did not expect that the current maternity insurance policy would be like this. When he was in his 40s, he heard from a friend that the maternity insurance reimbursement would be higher for the party with a higher average salary. Employees in high-income companies can receive maternity benefits of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan at a time. However, from the expressions of Chen Yangyang and Manager Cao, he knew that what Chen Qianqian said was true. So he didn't ask again. Manager Cao took out a form and pushed it in front of Qin Peng coldly. "Fill it out according to the contents of the form." Qin Peng took the pen and started filling out the information. Although the maternity allowance he received was 3,000 yuan less than what he had budgeted, he did not rely on it to make money. So, it's nothing. Because he came up with an idea to make $200,000. Chapter 16: Buying Lottery Tickets. After everything was done, Qin Peng left the office building and said to Chen Yangyang, "Sister Chen, thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner next time. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now." After saying that, Qin Peng left in a hurry. Chen Yangyang was stunned. "Qin Peng would thank me." She originally helped Qin Peng so wholeheartedly for Su Wanxue's sake, but she didn't expect to receive Qin Peng's thanks. It did surprise her a bit. "But after get off work today, I still have to go to Xie house to see her." After leaving the mobile phone factory, Qin Peng drove to the lottery shop. Because when he was processing Su Wanxue's maternity leave just now, he thought of something. That is, before Su Wanxue and the babies died, a major event happened in Anshan County. That is, someone won 200,000 yuan in a lottery center on Sanpai Street in Anshan County. But he forgot the exact day he won the prize. I just remembered this happening. Not long after, he drove to the lottery center on Sanpai Street. It was exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon and people hadn't gotten off work yet, so there weren't many people at the lottery center. But there were also some old men and women sitting there. After Qin Peng went in, he saw that there were no banners outside or inside the lottery shop celebrating the fact that someone had won 200,000 yuan by buying a lottery ticket in his shop. Because it is such a big happy event, every store owner will put up banners to promote it. This can stimulate others to buy lottery tickets from him. But there is no banner here now, which means that the 200,000 lottery winnings in this store have not happened yet. That is what should happen in the next half month. You have a chance. However, he didn't know who the person who won the lottery was. He only knew that others called him Old Man Qian and some information about Old Man Qian. As for what old man Qian looked like, he had never seen him. Just at this moment, an old man with a hunched back, wearing a white t-shirt and dark pants, was standing at the counter, telling the boss the lottery numbers he wanted to buy. Wan Daking, the owner of the lottery shop, was typing on his computer as he asked, "Old man Qian, are you sure you don't want to change the numbers? Or will you keep the same numbers as before?" Old man Qian swallowed his saliva, looked at the double color bowl displayed on the computer with a pair of cloudy eyes, and said firmly, "Okay." Aunt Zhang, who was in her 50s and sitting on a plastic stool nearby to enjoy the cool air, jokingly said, "Old Qian, are you here to buy lottery tickets again? You are really amazing. You come here every day to buy a lottery ticket without fail. And they only buy the same string of numbers. You said you've been buying this string of numbers for several years. You haven't made any money, so why don't you know to buy a different set of numbers? You're really stupid. You are so stupid, which woman would want to live with you?" Old man Qian looked determined and ignored what Aunt Zhang said. Since his wife passed away and he has no children, buying lottery tickets is his only hobby. The string of numbers he bought was made up of his and his wife's birthdays. He believed that if he bought the same number, he would win the prize one day. After Aunt Zhang teased for a few words, she felt bored when she saw that old man Qian ignored her, so she turned around and continued chatting with the old man sitting next to her. Ask the old man where his children are working now, etc. Old man Qian took out a cloth bag from his pocket, then carefully opened it, pulled out a green $2 bill from it, and pushed the money out, as usual, buy a lottery ticket. The shop owner Wan Daking took the crumpled $2, touched it to make sure it was real, and then stuffed it into the drawer. He slammed the drawer shut and started typing on the keyboard. After a while, there was a sound of the ticket being printed out. Wang Daking handed the lottery ticket to Old Man Qian without saying another word. Old Man Qian carefully put the lottery ticket into the cloth bag, wrapped it up with the money. Then he held the cloth bag in his palm and hurriedly walked out of the lottery center. Qin Peng took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. What Aunt Zhang said just now, as well as Old Man Qian's name, are exactly the same as the information he learned in his previous life about Old Man Qian who won the 200,000 yuan prize. Old Man Qian bought the same number every year, and then he won the 200,000 yuan jackpot. Because of this incident, there was a trend among them to buy the same string of numbers every time when buying lottery tickets. After all, it only cost $2 a day to have a chance to win a jackpot of 200,000 yuan, which was very attractive to ordinary people. He also bought a few tickets at that time, but after not winning for a few days, he lost interest and stopped. Now, Old Man Qian is still buying this string of numbers, and from what the woman and Old Man Qian said just now, it can be seen that Old Man Qian has not won the prize yet. The 200,000 grand prize will be won in these few days. As for the numbers, as long as you buy the right ones, you will win 200,000. There is no such thing as Old Man Qian and he both buy the numbers and each of them can only get 100,000. Because now the welfare lottery prize pool is full and in excess. Coming to the counter, Qin Peng took out a pack of cigarettes and gave one to the shop owner. He leaned half of his body on the counter, looked in the direction where Old Man Qian left, took a puff of his cigarette, and started chatting with the shop owner while puffing out smoke. He looked very calm, not like a 23-year-old young man, but more like an older man who had seen all kinds of life. Old Man Qian is really stubborn. He always buys the same number. Does he know that this string of numbers will win the prize? Qin Peng said after exhaling a puff of smoke. Wan Daking glanced in the direction where Old Man Qian left, then a flash of sarcasm flashed in his eyes, and then he said with a smile, "Little brother, you look unfamiliar, I haven't seen you before. I live in the same place as Old Man Qian. I see him always coming to buy lottery tickets and he always buys the same series of numbers. I'm very curious." Wan Daking took a puff of his cigarette with a smile. Just be curious. Curiosity can make you go into the lottery shop and buy lottery tickets, and then you will become addicted like drugs and continue to buy lottery tickets, so he will make a profit. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Wan Daking patted Qin Peng on the shoulder and started chatting with him like a brother. After chatting for more than half an hour, Qin Peng finally took out a 100 yuan bill from his trouser pocket with a sad face and handed it into the air. When Wan Daking was about to grab it, he took the money back. "I'm not buying it. If my wife knew I started buying lottery tickets, she would chop off her hands." Wang Daking saw Qin Peng took out a 100 yuan bill and smiled, saying, "If you win the jackpot, your wife will definitely praise you." After a lot of back and forth talk, Qin Peng was very embarrassed and put the red bill into Wan Daking's hand and said, "Old Wan, I bought it because I felt that you and I have a connection." Qin Peng then said a series of numbers and said to Wan Daking, "This number is too hard to think of. It's really hard to think of a number to buy 100 yuan at a time. Help me buy the number that old man Chen bought just now." Chapter 17 earned 8,000 yuan. Okay. Wang Daking was making an order. After a while, 50 lottery tickets came out. There is a ticket with the same number on it as the one bought by old man Chen. Taking the lottery ticket, Qin Peng left. As soon as Qin Peng walked out of the lottery center, he was seen by Feng Qianqian, who was passing by on her way to work. However, Feng Qianqian was driving back home and saw Qin Peng walking out of the lottery center from a distance. Seeing this scene and thinking of the scene in the bank, she wanted to go down and scold Qin Peng again. But now it's the rush hour after get off work, and Sanpai Street is particularly crowded, with many people riding bicycles and walking, and vendors selling vegetables and small commodities on both sides. Once a car drives in, it has no way to stop because the cars behind will keep honking their horns, urging the car in front to move faster. A hint of annoyance appeared on Feng Qianqian's pretty face. I agree with that saying, if a girl is pretty, she will be especially cute even when she is angry. There is even a different style. This is what Feng Qianqian is like right now. She slapped the steering wheel in anger, gritted her teeth, and cursed, "Qin Peng, you bastard. It's not about buying stocks with triple leverage. Just buy lottery tickets. He's just a gambler." Xiaoxue also said that you have started to change. Yes, you have started to change. You have started to buy stocks and lottery tickets. Are you going to destroy our family? Don't you think you haven't hurt Xiaoxue badly enough? You've wasted all of Xiaoxue's dowry. You bastard. Zhu Bin is also a jerk. He was asked to sell the stocks Qin Peng bought, but he refused to do so. Qin Peng only stayed in Zhu Bin's office for a few minutes before leaving. He must have opened a threefold leverage and lost all his money in a flash, and his position was closed. At this moment, Feng Qianqian was still muttering and cursing, and bank employees Ma Hui and Xiao Gan were also on their way home, riding their motorcycles and telling jokes about Qin Peng. I was really laughing to death today. Qin Peng just used the excuse that his wife was about to give birth to advance 1,800 yuan in salary. Before he could even warm up his salary, he sent it directly to the stock market to be ripped off. Xiao Gang laughed and said, "Isn't it?" Qin Peng was in Zhu Bin's office for only a few minutes. Less than 5 minutes. He lost all his money, har har. Moreover, he bought Hong Kong stocks with a triple leverage. It would be strange if he didn't lose all his money in one go. Har har, Hong Kong stocks don't have a 10% upper and lower limit. If you use leverage, you're just giving money to the stock market. Ma Hui said with a look of regret, "To be honest, I feel a little sorry for Su Wanxue. With such good conditions, why did you choose a man like Qin Peng as your husband? Qin Peng is better than us in every way except that he is handsome." Xiao Gang smiled and said, "She is just a slut. If another woman found out that Qin Peng likes to drink, gamble and fight after marrying him, wouldn't she divorce him immediately? And can she give birth to a child for him?" Qin Peng returned home at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. When he drove back, he didn't turn on the air conditioner, but opened all the windows to get rid of the smell of smoke on his body. When he got off the car, he deliberately bent down and smelled his body. Only then was he satisfied when he found that there was no smell of smoke. He knew that pregnant women could not stand the smell of cigarettes, but when he was outside, sometimes he couldn't help but want to smoke a cigarette so that he could think about things more calmly. As soon as he got off the car, Qin Ying ran out. The little girl lay down at the wooden door and called out to him in a crisp voice, "Brother, haven't you gone back yet?" Qin Peng was in a good mood. He took a few big steps towards the little girl and touched her little head. Qin Ying said, "I'm not going back tonight. My brother's cooking is so delicious. I want to eat here. I asked my sister-in-law to call my mother. You little greedy cat, go wash the rice first and wait for me to cook." Qin Peng patted the little girl's shoulder lovingly. Qin Ying nodded, then turned around and looked at the room worriedly, and said in a low voice, "Brother, sister-in-law doesn't seem to be in a good mood, you should go in quickly." After saying that, Qin Ying ran to the kitchen. It's not dark yet because it's summer and it won't get dark until 7 in the evening. Although it was bright outside, the light inside the house was not very good and was a little dim. I looked around the living room, but didn't see Su Wanxue. He pushed open the door of the bedroom where he and Su Wanxue lived. The curtains were drawn and the lights were off in the room, so it was very dark. Click, Qin Peng turned on the light. I saw Su Wanxue sitting beside the bed with a serious look on her face. After seeing him come in, she turned to look at him and asked, "Have you applied for maternity leave?" "Well, when I arrived at your factory, I happened to meet Sister Chen, and she took me to handle the maternity leave and birth insurance matters." He also told Su Wanxue about maternity insurance. "You can get more subsidies by taking her maternity insurance." Su Wanxue nodded. "Honey, there's something wrong with you." Su Wanxue pursed her lips and said nothing. Qin Peng sat down next to Su Wanxue, put his arm around her shoulders, and when he found that she was slightly resisting, he told her in detail what happened outside today, including the time he bought a stock and made $8,000 in just half a day. After the stock market closed, Jubin sent him a text message, telling him that he had earned 8,000 yuan that day. After hearing about the stocks, Su Wanxue turned to look at Qin Peng with a pair of clear eyes. "You have never bought stocks before?" "Yes, I haven't bought it before, but I have always read the stock information. The current stock market is indeed very good. Domestic A shares will also have a big market for a period of time, and there will even be a big bull market. I will save the principal now, and when the bull market comes, I will make a lot of money to spend on you and the babies." As he was saying this, afraid that Su Wanxue wouldn't believe that he made money from stocks, he took out his cell phone, opened the text message Jubin sent him, and showed it to Su Wanxue. "Look, this is the text message Jubin sent me. I asked Jubin to help me with this. Because there are no stock trading apps on mobile phones now and he doesn't have a computer at home, he can't see the specific information of the stocks he bought at home. However, Jubin sent him specific information. For example, the stock code, stock amount, amount earned, etc. are all very detailed. Jubin is indeed a very rigorous trader." Su Wanxue actually didn't understand all this, but she probably understood that the stock that Qin Peng bought with triple leverage made money. She lowered her eyes, took Qin Peng's arm, looked at his expression carefully, and said, "Qin Peng, since we have made so much money now, let's sell it, okay?" Qin Peng knew that Su Wanxue was worried about him. He patted her little head and said, "Okay, we'll sell it tomorrow. I was originally planning to sell it at the close of tomorrow. Saying this now can put my wife at ease." Chapter 18 Maternity Bag and Maternity Pillow. After hearing Qin Peng's words, Su Wanxue's expression eased a little, and then she asked Qin Peng in detail about maternity leave and maternity insurance today. She was just thinking about Qin Peng buying stocks, so she didn't pay attention when Qin Peng told her about other things. Now that we have talked about stocks, we can ask about other things. After all, it's about money, and she takes it very seriously. Because what their family lacks most now is money. Qin Peng sensed the change in Su Wanxue's mood, patted the back of her fair hand lovingly, and said, "The information is in the car, I'll get it. I'll go with you." "Good." The two men came to the yard. Qin Peng did not go to get the information first, but opened the trunk and took out a large bag of things. When Su Wanxue saw this, she opened her eyes wide and asked, "What is this?" Because she could vaguely see the contents through the white plastic bag, which looked like baby supplies. Qin Peng brought the bag in front of Su Wanxue and said with a smile, "I bought this for you. I'll carry it in first." As he spoke, Qin Peng brought the delivery bag in, and then took out something like an oversized mattress from the trunk. This time, Su Wanxue was shocked again. What is this?" "This is a pregnancy pillow for you to use when you sleep. Your belly is so big now, it will be very uncomfortable to sleep. With this pregnancy pillow, you will sleep much more comfortably. I'll put it on the bed first." Qin Peng smiled and carried the pregnancy pillow in. The pregnancy pillow is a large U-shaped pillow that combines a pillow and a mattress in one. It allows pregnant women to sleep on their left side with their arms, pillows, stomach, legs, etc. placed more comfortably. There are areas to support the weight of the abdomen, places to put hands when lying on the side, a waist protection area that fits the waist curve, a leg relaxation area to raise the legs, etc. When Qin Peng carried the pillow for the pregnant woman into their house, Su Wanxue and Qin Ying followed him in. Qin Ying was curious. Su Wanxue was curious about this thing, but at the same time, she was worried that it would be very expensive because it looked very expensive. Qin Peng put the pregnancy pillow on the bed, then supported Su Wanxue and said, "Wife, do you want to try lying down now?" Su Wanxue did not answer but asked, "How much is this thing?" Qin Ying had already run to the bed to look at the thing, but it looked very expensive, so the little girl didn't dare to reach out and touch it. Her eyes sparkled, and then she saw a large bag of newly bought things on the cabinet next to her. She opened the bag and took things out one by one. Yeah, there are so many things, like things for babies and things for adults. Towels, tissues, baby utensils, cotton towels, bath towels, half vests, bibs. Su Wanxue held Qin Peng's hand tightly, and looked at Qin Peng with an anxious look in her eyes. "Why did you buy so many things?" Qin Peng pinched her palm lovingly and said, "I also forgot how much this pregnancy pillow cost. I bought them together and it didn't cost much. And these are the things that must be bought." When Su Wanxue heard this, she had a bad feeling and felt that this must have cost a huge amount of money. "How much is it if it didn't cost much?" Su Wanxue asked persistently. Seeing the girl's insistence, Qin Peng said, "It only cost less than 1,000 yuan." When Su Wanxue heard this, she realized that if it was less than 1,000 yuan, it must be several hundred yuan. She quickly supported her lower back while walking to Qin Ying and said to Qin Peng, "I just bought it and the label hasn't been removed yet, so I should be able to return it." "Qin Peng, don't waste your money. You don't need to prepare so much. I've written down everything you need to prepare. I'll go to the farmer's market to buy it. I've asked Sister Chen, and it'll cost less than 200 yuan to buy a set. You're wasting your money. And that pregnancy pillow, I don't use it either. I sleep fine in bed, I really don't need it." Qin Peng held Su Wanxue and said gently, "Wife, have you forgotten that I made 8,000 yuan from stocks today? It's really nothing to buy something that costs less than 1,000 yuan. Although the things at the farmer's market are good, the ones I bought for you are of better quality. I searched all over Hengshan County for this pregnancy pillow, and I only found this one. I definitely won't return it. Besides, you have to believe in your man's ability to make money. In the future, our family will have more and more money. Isn't the money I earn meant for you and the children? Don't be reluctant." After comforting Su Wanxue for more than 10 minutes, Su Wanxue still insisted on returning the goods. Finally, Qin Peng used a big trick and said that because the store owner gave her a discount of 30 yuan when she bought the goods, the store owner's condition was that she could not return the goods after the purchase. After hearing this, Su Wanxue finally compromised. "Then tell Qin Peng not to waste money like this in the future." Qin Peng smiled and said, "Okay, I'll listen to my wife." Of course, what he thought in his mind was that the money must be spent. "Ying, come here. I bought you a gift too." Qin Peng called Qin Ying out. Qin Ying was overjoyed, "I have a gift too. Of course, my brother made 8,000 yuan today and bought you a gift." Qin Ying then realized that her brother had just said that he made 8,000 yuan by buying something. She immediately ran to catch up with Qin Peng and asked in shock, "Brother, what did you buy today to make so much money?" 8,000 yuan? This is more than 4 months' salary before. The stocks I bought have gone up a lot today, and I'm going to make thousands of dollars tomorrow. The voices of Qin Peng and Qin Ying gradually faded away. Su Wanxue looked at the maternity pillow on the bed, and the delivery bag that Qin Ying had taken out and placed on the bed, which contained some cute baby supplies. Her eyes softened and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised into a heartwarming smile. She came to the bedside, picked up a pair of bibs, and when she saw their baby pattern printed on the bibs, her smile widened. Her gentle eyes are full of anticipation for the future. Looking forward to the arrival of the babies. She said to the babies in her belly, "Baby, Daddy bought us a lot of things. Dad is really starting to change, just like Sister Chen said. Shall we thank Dad for all the goodies he bought for us?" When Qin Ying held the gift Qin Peng gave her, she jumped on the ground with joy. "Brother, you bought me a repeater. This is what I want the most. I like this gift very much, but it's very expensive. I told my parents that I wanted to buy a repeater to learn English, but my parents said that I am still in elementary school and there is no need to buy a repeater. I saw it in the mall and the cheapest one costs more than 500 yuan. Qin Peng smiled and said, "If you can get first place in the class in the final exam this semester, I will buy you a laptop." Chapter 19. Speaking of Zhang Shuerui again. Qin Ying was so shocked that she couldn't even speak clearly. She swallowed hard and asked, "Brother, you said, if I get first place in the final exam this semester, will you buy me a computer? Or a laptop?" Although neither her family nor Qin Peng's family had a computer, she knew about computers and knew that they were very expensive and only wealthy families could afford them. Moreover, she also secretly went to the internet cafe and knew that computers were good things. Not only could she watch many good cartoons, but she could also play games, use QQ, etc. Anyway, if anyone in the class has a computer at home, it is definitely a symbol of prestige and wealth. Laptops are even better. She had heard of it but had never seen it. It is said that it is more advanced than the computers in internet cafes and can be taken anywhere. Is my brother going to buy himself a laptop? Qin Peng smiled and pinched her cheek, then nodded. So, you have to study hard. If he remembered correctly, his little sister's academic performance was not very good at the moment and she was at the bottom of the class. Qin Ying immediately became motivated, nodded vigorously, and said very seriously, "Okay, brother, I will definitely study hard, and I want to get the first place in the class this semester." "Har har, I'm going to have a laptop, what am I going to do with it then?" As she spoke, Qin Ying ran into their house, ready to do her winter vacation homework. This time when she came to Qin Peng, she brought her winter vacation homework with her. After watching his younger sister enter the house, Qin Peng took out the documents for applying for maternity leave at the mobile phone factory today from the car, then returned to the bedroom and handed them to Su Wanxue. Then he went to the kitchen and started preparing dinner. When he came back today, he bought a fresh crucian carp, beef and other dishes. I have to take good care of Su Wanxue's body. At this moment, Chen Yangyang was carrying 2 boxes of milk powder and walking quickly towards Qin Peng's house. When team leader Wang suggested that Xue take maternity leave in advance, Xue was unwilling to do so and said she would wait a week before asking for it. "Why do you suddenly want to apply for maternity leave early after the prenatal checkup? Could it be that the checkup really found something wrong? I hope nothing happens." While muttering to herself, Chen Yangyang glanced at the gradually darkening sky and quickened her pace. "My heart is also hanging in the air." "Yang Yang." Someone suddenly called her. She looked back and saw Chen Huan, who was riding a motorcycle back from get off work. Chen Huan is her cousin and married in Shujie village. When seeing Chen Huan, Chen Yangyang remembered that she had introduced Chen Huan, who worked at the county maternal and child health hospital, to Su Wanxue, and told Su Wanxue that if she went for a prenatal checkup, she could go to see Chen Huan. Immediately, she greeted Chen Huan with a smile. "Sister Huan, I just got off work." "Yeah, what are you doing?" Chen Huan slowed down the motorcycle and her eyes stopped on the gift bag in Chen Yanyan's hand. The gift bag was not sealed, so the 2 cans of milk powder in the gift bag could be easily seen. Chen Yangyang lifted the things in her hand and said with a smile, "Xue has taken maternity leave today, so I came to see her. By the way, Sister Huan, did Xue have her prenatal checkup at your place?" "Xue? Su Wanxue?" Chen Huan asked. "Yes. She is my colleague and I recommended you to her. Well, she had a prenatal checkup in our hospital today, and I showed her the information." Chen Huan frowned slightly when she said this. "I'm still thinking about whether I should go to Su Wanxue's house tonight and persuade Su Wanxue to go to the provincial maternity and child health hospital to give birth." Chen Yangyang immediately asked, "Sister Huan, how was Xue's prenatal checkup? Is the fetus okay? Is Xue in good health?" Chen Huan said with a heavy face, "Everything is fine, just a little malnourished, nothing serious. However, she is pregnant with triplets. If she gives birth in the county maternity and child care center, I am worried that it will be dangerous. I suggest that she go to the municipal maternity and child care center or the provincial maternity and child care center, but, you know the situation of her family." After hearing this, Chen Yangyang felt relieved and thought that as long as there were no major problems during the prenatal checkup, things would be fine. Then she stamped her feet and cursed, "It's her husband Qin Peng." Qin Peng used to work in a bank and had a high salary. At Xue's salary, and the 2 of them are fully capable of going to the provincial maternal and child health care center to have a baby. But Qin Peng doesn't care about his family. He loves playing cards and gambling, and hangs out with a bunch of hooligans. He's very generous to his hooligans, but very stingy to his wife. Every time Xue gets her salary, before it even warms up, Qin Peng snatches it away to play cards. He has bad luck playing cards and always loses money, sometimes hundreds of dollars at a time. He has lost all the money in the house. Chen Huan also sighed heavily, and then said, "In fact, if they go to the provincial maternal and child health hospital, I can introduce them to my teacher Zhang Xuerwei. My teacher is very experienced in delivering multiple babies." Then she told Chen Yangyang that she had called Zhang Xuerwei today. She originally wanted to ask Zhang Xuerwei to come to Anshan County to deliver Su Wanxue, but Zhang Xuerwei's schedule was full and she couldn't leave. Zhang Xuerwei also said that if Su Wanxue went to the provincial maternity and children's hospital to give birth to her baby, she could recommend other excellent obstetricians to her. It was getting darker and darker, and Chen Huan was worried that it would be unsafe for Chen Yangyang to go home too late, so she didn't say much. Chen Huan rode her motorcycle to pick up Chen Yangyang and sent her to Su Wanxue's house, then rode her motorcycle back home as she also had a lot of things to do at home. She just told Chen Yangyang about her teacher on purpose because she wanted Chen Yangyang to persuade Su Wanxue again. After all, Chen Yangyang and Su Wanxue are colleagues and are easier to talk to than her. Chen Yangyang walked into the yard and shouted towards the house, "Xiaoxue." Su Wanxue walked out of the main room. Seeing Chen Yangyang, she shouted in surprise, "Sister Chen. Why are you here? Come in quickly." Chen Yangyang walked into the main room with a smile, then she pushed the bag in her hand in front of Su Wanxue and said, "I came to see you. I brought some things for you and the baby." Su Wanxue hurriedly pushed and said, "Sister Chen, you came just like that, why are you bringing things? It's so expensive, you can take them back." "Well, the milk powder I brought for you is not worth much, so don't refuse it. You are about to give birth, so you need to supplement more." Qin Peng, who was in the kitchen, heard Chen Yanyan's voice and came out to shout, "Sister Chen, have dinner at my house today. I'm asking for maternity leave for Xiaoxue today. Thank you for your help." Chen Yangyang replied, "No need, I'll just take a look at Xiaoxue and leave." Then Chen Yangyang thought of what Chen Huan had said to her. She knew that if she said this to Su Wanxue, it would be useless. Because if it worked, when she was at the county maternal and child health hospital during the day, Su Wanxue would tell Chen Huan that she wanted to go to the provincial maternal and child health hospital to give birth. So, she thought about it and decided to talk to Qin Peng about this matter. Chapter 20. The food is very good tonight, is it New Year? Although Qin Peng is a scoundrel, after spending a short time with him in the factory today, she felt that something had changed in Qin Peng. Besides, after all, she was giving birth to children for Qin Peng, and 3 of them at that. No matter how bad Qin Peng is, even a tiger would not eat its own cubs. I also hope that the babies are born safely. If that doesn't work, she will go talk to Qin Peng's parents about this. While Su Wanxue was making tea for her, Chen Yangyang left the yard and slipped into the kitchen. There was a rumbling sound of the exhaust fan in the kitchen. Looking at Qin Peng skillfully frying the beef in the pan, she was slightly surprised. Because the aroma of the beef is already wafting out, it smells so good. Moreover, looking at this pot of stir-fried beef with spicy coriander, it is very appetizing at first glance and the taste must be good. She swallowed unconsciously. Because beef is very expensive, twice as expensive as pork, her family rarely eats it, and it's good enough to eat it once a month. I didn't expect Qin Peng to cook beef for our family tonight. Willing to spend money. Then she glanced at the chopping board, where some fish scales were still remaining, and took a deep breath. I immediately smelled the aroma of fish among the aroma of beef. Her eyes were fixed on the casserole on another stove. The casserole was covered at the moment, so she couldn't see what was cooked in it, but when she smelled the aroma of fish, she knew that there must be fish cooked in the casserole. Moreover, it is very fragrant, and the taste of this fish is not bad. Tonight's meal includes beef and fish. It's a very good meal. She had been to Qin Peng's house before, but she had never seen Qin Peng cooking. It was always Su Wanxue who cooked while she was pregnant. Moreover, only a little bit of meat floating on the food. And that little bit of meat would be all taken away by Qin Peng when it was time to eat. Su Wanxue was only given some vegetables to eat. Now, all the delicious fish and meat are served. Chen Yanyan's impression of Qin Peng improved a little. She hoped that Qin Peng really knew how to be considerate of his wife and children and take care of his family. So, she coughed lightly, and when she saw Qin Peng turn to look at her, her voice softened a little, no longer using a scolding tone right away. Qin Peng, I have something to tell you. On their way to your house just now, I met my cousin Chen Huan, the obstetrician and gynecologist who checked Xue's prenatal examination records at the county maternal and child health clinic today. Chen Yangyang explained Chen Huan's words to Qin Peng, including suggesting that Qin Peng take Su Wanxue to the provincial maternal and child health hospital to give birth, and that Chen Huan also knew Zhang Xuerui, so when they went to the provincial maternal and child health hospital, she could also help arrange a bed and a professional obstetrician to deliver the baby. Finally, she was prepared to say that if they really couldn't raise the money, she could ask everyone in the factory to donate money together. But before he could finish his words, Qin Peng said seriously, "Well, Sister Chen doesn't need to tell me this. I will also take Xuexue to the provincial maternity and infant hospital to give birth." Chen Huan is Zhang Xuerui's student, and this is another breakthrough point for him. Although he knew Zhang Xuerui in his previous life, that was after he became a billionaire. Now, Zhang Xuerui didn't recognize him at all. Moreover, Zhang Xuerui's schedule is fully booked. If he wants to ask Zhang Xuerui to help his wife deliver the baby, he has to find a way, and it is not something that can be solved with money. Because in the eyes of the older generation, money is not omnipotent, they have their own professional codes. But now I have two lines. One line is that Zhang Depao's old classmate and Zhang Xuerui are college alumni. Another clue is that Chen Huan is Zhang Xuerui's student and can also help introduce Zhang Xuerui. With these two lines, he believed that with careful planning, he could invite Zhang Xuerui to help his wife give birth. Chen Yangyang originally wanted to persuade Qin Peng, but she didn't expect that Qin Peng would agree immediately. And seeing Qin Peng's serious look, it didn't seem like he was just dealing with her casually. She asked in surprise, "Are you really going to take Xuexue to the provincial maternal and child health hospital?" "Of course, how could this be false? I have prepared the money," Qin Peng said with a smile. "Okay, then I'll give you my cousin's phone number. When you go to Yancheng, call my cousin and she will help you contact her teacher Zhang Xuerui." Chen Yangyang was afraid that Qin Peng would regret it, so she took out her mobile phone, found Chen Huan's phone number, and reported it to Qin Peng. Qin Peng turned down the heat and saved Chen Huan's phone number on his phone. Then he said to Chen Yangyang, "Sister Chen, stay for dinner tonight. I cooked a lot of food." Chen Yangyang looked at the stir-fried beef in the pot that was already cooked and ready to be served, swallowed her saliva, then shook her head and said, "No, my children are waiting for me to go back for dinner, so I'll leave first. Remember to contact Chen Huan." She thought that if she stayed for dinner, Su Wanxue would eat less fish and meat, so she decided to leave quickly so that Su Wanxue could eat more and replenish her body. After Chen Yangyang left, Qin Peng called Xu Caiyuan and asked him to come for dinner. If you want to make a lot of money, you still have to start a business. Buying stocks and lottery tickets are just the accumulation of initial capital. "Okay, Brother Peng, I'll be there." He had been waiting for Qin Peng's call since the car accident, and finally the call came. He had a lot to say to Qin Peng. But after learning that his father had gone to Qin Peng's house and scolded Qin Peng, he had more to say to Qin Peng, but he was too embarrassed to call Qin Peng first. After a while, Xu Caiyuan arrived. At this moment, the 4 dishes and 1 soup have all been cooked. Qin Ying's eyes lit up when she saw the food on the wooden table. Stir-fried beef, fried pork with eggs, peanuts, fried sweet potato tips, and Crucian carp soup. What a feast tonight! It's Chinese New Year. As she spoke, Qin Ying couldn't help but reach out to grab a piece of beef to eat. Qin Peng patted her little hand and said with a smile, "Go to the kitchen to wash your hands first." "Oh, okay. I'll go get the dishes." Qin Ying smiled innocently, turned around and ran to the kitchen. Su Wanxue asked Xu Caiyuan to sit down. "Xu Caiyuan, sit wherever you like." As she said that, she went to the kitchen to help get the dishes and chopsticks. Qin Peng and Xu Caiyuan sat down, and Xu Caiyuan said to Qin Peng embarrassedly, "Brother Peng, I'm sorry, I didn't know my dad would come to your place to cause trouble. I'll say sorry to you and sister-in-law on his behalf." Qin Peng said, "We are brothers, that's all in the past, no need to mention it." Xu Caiyuan is also a straight man. After hearing Qin Peng say this, he felt relieved and then told Qin Peng about the car accident. He said that it was thanks to Qin Peng that he didn't drive back to the capital today, otherwise, he would be scared just thinking about it. "I won't be able to drive for a while." Afterwards, the two chatted about other things. After Qin Ying and Su Wanxue finished their meal and left the table, Xu Caiyuan clinked glasses with Qin Peng and asked, "Brother Peng, what are you going to start?" Qin Peng said, "Cell phone." Chapter 21 Reshuffle the mobile phone market. In 2006, the mobile phone market was still dominated by Nokia's Serbian system. However, in 2007, both Apple and Google would develop iOS and Android systems. By then, it will completely replace the Serbian version of the system, kick Nokia, the big brother that has already firmly established itself as the number one in the mobile phone market, off the altar and reshuffle the market. He can program both iOS system and Android system. That's his advantage. After being reborn, he also wanted to do something. While living a comfortable life with his wife and children, he also wanted to change the future. Think about it, if he was the one who first developed the iOS system and the Android system and applied for patents worldwide, then when Apple and Google want to use these two systems, they will have to talk to him. And he would definitely not let them use the system, even if they paid the patent fee. Xu Caiyuan asked in surprise, "Mobile phone?" Brother Peng, the mobile phone market is basically occupied by foreign mobile phone manufacturers. Nokia occupies the low-end, mid-range and high-end markets, and there are also foreign brands such as Sony. Our domestic mobile phones only have a little room for survival. It's not easy to enter the mobile phone market. Qin Peng smiled and drank a glass of wine and said, "What I want to do is to break the current situation, develop a new system, and then reshuffle the mobile phone market." When Xu Caiyuan heard what Qin Peng said, he was stunned. At this moment, Qin Peng also exuded an indescribable charm of a successful person. After being stunned for a moment, Xu Caiyuan drank a glass of wine in a big gulp. His eyes were somewhat fiery. Obviously, Qin Peng's words made him feel his blood boiling. Reshuffle the mobile phone market, how big will that market be? Moreover, develop a new system. That's not right. Who will develop this new system? Brother Peng, who should we ask to develop this new system? Xu Caiyuan asked. Your brother Peng. Xu Caiyuan was shocked again, while Qin Ying, who was playing with the BBK recorder in the room, almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she heard what her brother said. It turns out that my mother was right. Men like to brag after drinking. However, I didn't find it offensive at all to hear my brother's bragging. Instead, I found it a bit funny. It's as if it were real. Xu Caiyuan also felt that Qin Peng was bragging. Because a new system is not so easy to develop, it needs to go through continuous testing, verification, modification, etc. before it can be written. Moreover, Qin Peng's major at university was finance, not computer science. There is a huge gap between computers and finance, they are completely different worlds. But he didn't let Qin Peng down, he poured another glass of wine into his own glass, then clinked glasses with Qin Peng and said, "I believe in Brother Peng. When drinking, chatting, joking and bragging are the most fun." Qin Peng knew that Xu Caiyuan didn't believe what he said. After all, if he hadn't been reborn, if someone said this to him while drinking, he would just think that the other person was bragging. He smiled and continued to say to Xu Caiyuan, "In the future, televisions, computers, game consoles, cameras, etc., will not be as fun as mobile phones. Even bank cards, bus cards, etc. will be replaced by mobile phones. As long as you have a mobile phone, you can go out and travel." Xu Caiyuan was surprised again and felt that it was totally impossible. How can mobile phones replace televisions? How to replace computers and game consoles? Not to mention bank cards. That is absolutely impossible. Qin Peng looked at Xu Caiyuan and said with a smile, "You don't believe it, right?" Xu Caiyuan nodded. It is really hard to believe that such a small mobile phone can have such great capabilities. Nowadays, mobile phones are used to make calls, send text messages, and search for information online. And you have to use a data limit. If you exceed the limit, the call bill will be very expensive. Qin Peng continued with a smile and said, "Let me tell you, in the future, some people will probably stare at their phones wherever they go, even in the toilet." Har har. After chatting with Xu Caiyuan until 9 o'clock in the evening, Xu Caiyuan still felt that he had not had enough. Although he knew that what Qin Peng said was just fantasy and bragging, he really enjoyed listening to it. "I'm curious about this, as I've never heard of it. I find it very interesting. I even thought that maybe what Qin Peng said was true. Qin Peng is starting a business making mobile phones, and he wants to follow Qin Peng to try his luck. Finally, Qin Peng asked Shu Yuan if he knew about stocks. Brother Peng, are you playing stocks? Shu Yuan asked. He doesn't buy stocks, but because there are people around him who buy stocks, he knows about stocks. Qin Peng nodded, then took out his phone, clicked on the text message Zhu Bin sent him, and showed it to Shu Yuan. I made a little money today. After Shu Yuan read the contents of the text message, he asked in surprise, Brother Peng, you made 8,000 yuan today. Well, I will make another profit tomorrow. Qin Peng said with a smile, as shares have experienced a bear market in the past for years. Since last year, there has been a small rebound and the bottom has been successfully formed. This year and next year, there is a high probability that a bull market will appear. Now is a good time to enter the stock market. I'm going to make a big splash in the stock market. Shu Yuan thought for a moment and said, Brother Peng, I'll buy some stocks with you for fun. I saw that the stock code of the stock you bought is a Hong Kong stock. Yes, you can buy a shares. If you do, I can recommend a stock to you. You can hold on to it and you will definitely make a lot of money. Which company's stock? Guizhou Maotai. Guizhou Maotai. Today he took a look at the market in the company. The price was 171.52 yuan, and by February 2021, the price of Guizhou Maotai after adjustment had reached 12,731 yuan. It has increased by 74 times. So now you can make money by buying Guizhou Maotai with your eyes closed. Not to mention 2021, even talking about next year, Guizhou Maotai will also rise. By October 25 next year, Guizhou Maotai will rise to 738 yuan, which is more than 4 times the price. Since he had kept Shu Yuan, of course he wanted to make money with him. Shu Yuan said, okay, I remember it. Guizhou Maotai, Brother Peng, I'll go back first and go to the securities company with you to open an account tomorrow. You can open an account at our bank. I have something to do tomorrow morning. I have to send your sister-in-law to the county maternal and child health care center. After I'm done, I'll take you to the bank to open an account. Qin Peng said. Okay, Brother Peng, call me when you are free. As they were talking, they left the main room. Qin Peng handed the car keys to Shu Yuan, who pushed the keys back into Qin Peng's hands and said, Brother Peng, don't you have to take your sister-in-law to the hospital tomorrow? And there are many things to do. I don't have anything to do at home, so I won't drive. And I told you before that I really don't dare to drive these days. You drive this car first. Qin Peng didn't bother to be polite with Shu Yuan and said, okay. Chapter 22 tonight, especially warm. After Shu Yuan left, Su Wanxue came out of the house. She had just been packing things for the hospital stay the next day to preserve the fetus. Almost done cleaning up. She also heard some of what Qin Peng said to Shu Yuan before. I heard Qin Peng talking about the cell phone, and Shu Yuan said he would leave the car for Qin Peng to drive. I didn't hear Qin Peng talking to Shu Yuan about stocks, because Qin Peng knew that Su Wanxue was very sensitive about stocks, so he deliberately lowered his voice when talking to Shu Yuan about stocks. Qin Peng, look how good Shu Yuan is to you. From now on, you should stop hanging out with Zhang Depao and the others. Talk more with Shu Yuan. Su Wanxue said. Okay. Qin Peng said with a smile, then turned and went back into their house to clean up the dishes. Su Wanxue held his arm and said, You've been busy all day. I'll clean up the dishes. In the past, Qin Peng would just walk away after eating, and would never even look at the dishes or chopsticks, let alone clean them up. Qin Peng patted her arm and said, I'm not tired. I'm in good spirits. Go and take a rest. I'll go to the kitchen and wash the dishes. When Su Wanxue heard Qin Peng say that he still needed to wash the dishes, she widened her eyes in surprise. You still need to wash the dishes. When she was 2 months pregnant, it was winter and she caught a cold. After cooking, she didn't have the energy to wash the dishes, so she called Qin Peng to do it. Qin Peng said, Men don't go into the kitchen, and went out to play cards with his friends, cigarette in hand. She could only wash the dishes in a daze. After washing the dishes, she almost fainted in the kitchen because of the heat and cold. Later, she never asked Qin Peng to wash the dishes again. Even when she was not feeling well or was very tired, she would wash the dishes herself. Today, Qin Peng has really changed a lot. Not only did I cook 2 meals, but they were also delicious. Moreover, I also had to wash the dishes in the evening. Qin Peng knew that he had been a jerk in the past. He dotingly helped Su Wanxue sit on the chair next to him and said, "Be good, sit here. When washing dishes, some water will be spilled on the kitchen floor, and the floor will be slippery. What if you accidentally slip?" After saying that, Qin Peng carried the dishes and chopsticks into the kitchen. "Turn on the hot water and get busy. Wash the dishes from lunch and dinner together." In the main hall, Qin Ying came out of her room, glanced at Qin Peng who was washing dishes in the kitchen, then ran to Su Wanxue and said in a low voice, "Sister-in-law, my brother has changed a lot today. Is this what the adults often say, a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold?" Su Wanxue's beautiful eyes also showed expectations for the future. She looked towards the kitchen and could see a man busy working under the dim yellow light in the kitchen. "I used to think that the dim yellow light was very cold, but now, I feel it is very warm. I had a thought in my mind that if Qin Peng could continue to be this good, then their future would definitely be bright. Sister-in-law, why are you staring at my brother in a daze? So embarrassing tilde," Qin Ying said while playfully scratching her face with her index finger. Su Wanxue came back to her senses, patted Qin Ying's arm coquettishly, and said with a smile, "Where did you learn this phrase? How dare you tease me, my sister-in-law?" As she spoke, Su Wanxue began to tickle Qin Ying. Qin Ying's laughter filled the hall, and she kept begging for mercy, "Sister-in-law, I was wrong, stop tickling me." Qin Peng, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the laughter coming from the main room and smiled. "Although there is a cement sink in front of me, I need to squat beside it when washing dishes. The stove is supported by a somewhat shaky wooden table. The kitchen wall is even black, and the wattage of the light bulb above my head is not high." However, he felt unusually warm. Soon, he will be able to lead his wife, babies and family to live a good life. Thinking of this, he thought of his parents. In his previous life, after he became famous, his parents passed away and they didn't have the chance to enjoy the wealth and glory with him. Now, after being reborn, he wants his parents to live to be 99. After washing the dishes and cleaning up the kitchen with great energy, Qin Peng returned to the main room. Qin Ying had already gone to bed, and Su Wanxue was in the bedroom counting the things she would take to the hospital tomorrow. When she saw Qin Peng coming in, she said, "The water heater is ready, go take a shower first." "Good." Although he said so, Qin Peng did not leave the room. Instead, he walked behind Su Wanxue and put his arms around her waist. Su Wanxue paused while counting the things, turned around and saw Qin Peng. Her little face suddenly turned red. Biting her red lips, she lowered her voice and said, "You, let go of me." "I won't let go. It's comfortable to hold you like this," Qin Peng said with a smile. Su Wanxue's face turned even redder. "You, why are you so slick? So do you like your husband's smooth talk? How annoying. I know, hate is like." Su Wanxue felt her cheeks burning. So hot. Why were Qin Peng's words so explicit tonight? Her little heart was beating faster and faster. My heart was pounding. She already liked him, and with the big change he had today, she couldn't resist his sugar-coated bullets. She quickly pressed down his hand on her waist and said, "Okay, go take a shower. It's late. After you finish your shower, I have to take a shower too. It's summer now, and I have to take a shower every day, otherwise I will feel very uncomfortable." "Okay, I'll go take a shower." Qin Peng let go of Su Wanxue, turned her around, and unexpectedly kissed her on her particularly red face, then ran out of the room with a smile. The kiss made Su Wanxue stunned on the spot. When she came to her senses, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to throw herself under the quilt on the bed to hide. After Qin Peng finished taking a shower and Su Wanxue went to take a shower, Qin Peng counted the things Su Wanxue was going to take to the hospital tomorrow. "I saw her bringing both the wash basin and the foot basin. He took these out separately because the edges of the wash basin and foot bath were cracked and they were definitely unusable. He threw the thing directly into the garbage dump outside. I'll buy a new one tomorrow. Then pack up the things you won't be using tonight and put them in the trunk of the car." After finishing all this, Su Wanxue also finished taking a bath. After taking a shower and returning to the room, Su Wanxue found that the things she had organized in the room were gone. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Peng in confusion. Qin Peng took the towel from her hand and wiped her hair gently, saying, "I have packed everything and put it in the trunk of the car." We can leave for the hospital after breakfast tomorrow morning. Su Wanxue nodded. Xiao Luo's words. The first chapter is here. 3 chapters are updated today. Xiao Luo is rolling around asking for recommendation votes tilde. Chapter 23, Mother Qin is shocked, has her son changed? 2 more. After saying that, Qin Peng asked Su Wanxue to sit on the bed, then he plugged in the hair dryer and blew her hair. The rumbling sound of a hair dryer filled the room. Qin Peng. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Because you were so nice to me so suddenly, Su Wanxue always felt a little uneasy. I'm afraid that this good thing will be gone as soon as I open my eyes tomorrow morning. I even want time to go slower tonight. Because the feeling of being pampered by Qin Peng is so sweet. The hair dryer was rumbling so loudly that Qin Peng didn't hear clearly what Su Wanxue asked, so he asked, "What?" "Nothing." Su Wanxue shouted, with a slight smile on her lips. "I'm in a good mood." After blow-drying their hair, the two prepared to go to bed. Qin Peng asked Su Wanxue to lie on the maternity pillow on the bed to try out its comfort level. Qin Peng put the pregnancy pillow in the middle of the bed. Su Wanxue said, "Put it a little to the left." "If you put it in the middle, how are you going to sleep later?" Qin Peng said, "This bed is only 1.5 meters wide. You can sleep alone. I'll sleep on the floor later. The weather is hot now, and sleeping on the floor will be cooler." Because the bed was not a 1.8 meter bed and there was a maternity pillow, he wanted Su Wanxue to sleep alone on the bed. This way, Su Wanxue would sleep much more comfortably and could stretch however she wanted. Su Wanxue still shook her head and insisted, "No, even though the weather is hot now, the ground is cold. Sleeping on the ground is not good for your health. I don't turn over when I sleep, so I don't need much space. You can come up and sleep with me." As she spoke, Su Wanxue placed the maternity pillow on the left side of where she slept. Seeing that the girl insisted, Qin Peng didn't say anything more. Of course, he also wanted to sleep with his warm wife in his arms. When it was time to go to bed, he would try his best to stay close to the edge of the bed to give Su Wanxue more space. He helped Su Wanxue lie on the pregnancy pillow and asked softly, "How do you feel?" "It's very comfortable after spending so much money," Su Wanxue said. Qin Peng was amused by her words and said, "Wife, is this really comfortable? Or is it just psychological?" "It's really comfortable. The cushion is very soft and it reduces a lot of pressure on my waist," Su Wanxue said. Things that cost money are useful. In the past, she would feel back pain when lying down. Now I feel much more comfortable lying on the pregnancy pillow. After hearing what Su Wanxue said, Qin Peng felt relieved. He walked around to the other side of the bed, got on it, and then pulled the thin quilt over both of them. "Turn off the lights and go to sleep." He slept on the right side of the bed, Su Wanxue slept on the left side, and then Su Wanxue lay on her left side. After Qin Peng lay on his left side, one arm could naturally rest on Su Wanxue's waist. Because he was lying down and had a big belly, he let go of his right hand. He reflexively pulled his hand back. In the dark room, the two of them were in tacit agreement and no one spoke. Qin Peng couldn't sleep yet, so he smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere, saying, "Wife, you don't have to worry about the food supply for our 3 babies. In the early stages, we can feed them with breast milk instead of formula." "You tilde," Su Wanxue's ears turned red. Of course she knew the implication of Qin Peng's words. When she took a bath, she could see the changes in her body. "It is indeed much bigger than before I got pregnant. I guess 2 hands aren't enough. I'm going to sleep," Su Wanxue said with her eyes closed. In fact, she couldn't sleep at all. She was worried that after she fell asleep, when she opened her eyes the next day, the current Qin Peng would have turned back to his original appearance. Just like Cinderella's glass slipper, there is a time limit. Okay. Qin Peng actually wanted to talk to Su Wanxue, but when he heard that Su Wanxue was going to sleep, he stopped talking. He knew that pregnant women would easily feel sleepy and need enough sleep. If he didn't look at Su Wanxue's big belly, from his angle, he would see Su Wanxue's thin back. Seeing this, his eyes were filled with heartache. Unconsciously, he moved his body closer to Su Wanxue and put his hand on her crotch so that he would not touch that place and they could both fall asleep. As night fell, Qin Peng, who was originally very energetic, felt his eyelids becoming heavy. He gradually closed his eyes and fell asleep. Su Wanxue, who originally didn't want to sleep, heard Qin Peng's light snoring behind her. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She gently placed her hand on Qin Peng's hand on her crotch, held it, and then fell asleep. At this moment, in a dilapidated rented house in Anshan County, Qin Peng's parents were chatting on the bed. Qin Peng's mother Xiao Zhenyin said, "Old Qin, isn't it strange? Today, Qin Yin called me and told me that Qin Peng has changed a lot and can even cook for Xie. The most important thing is that Qin Yin also said that Qin Peng's cooking is delicious. Even better than mine. When did our bastard son learn to cook? From childhood to adulthood, I have never seen him go into the kitchen once." Qin Yiming, Qin's father, said with a smile, "Just because he didn't go into the kitchen doesn't mean he can't cook. He was just lazy before. This kid now knows about the Gu family and has started cooking for Xie. This is a good sign." Xiao Zhenyin said, "I hope he doesn't give up halfway and can stick to it until Xie gives birth to the baby. I will be very happy." Speaking of this, Xiao Zhenyin said, "By the way, Xie went for a prenatal checkup today. I don't know how she is doing. I asked her on the phone and she said she was fine. I'm still not upset. I plan to go see Xie tomorrow." Qin Yiming nodded and said, "Okay. After all, Xie is pregnant with triplets, so we need to take it seriously. Also, go to the farmer's market tomorrow morning and buy an old hen. Then go over and make a chicken meal for Xie to nourish her body." Xiao Zhenyin nodded and said, "Okay, by the way, Lao Qin, let's get another 1,000 yuan for Xie. I borrowed 500 yuan from Sister Wang today, and then add our 500 yuan, and we can make up exactly 1,000 yuan. Our son is such a jerk. If Xie doesn't have some money, I'm worried she'll feel insecure." In order to buy their house in Shujie village for Qin Peng, the two elders not only spent all their savings, but also borrowed foreign debts. The foreign debt has not yet been repaid. Especially after Qin's father broke his leg and could no longer go to work, the family's income depended entirely on the little money Qin's mother earned from selling fruit from dawn to dusk. From time to time, Qin Peng would come to ask the old couple for some money, as well as Qin Ying's tuition and miscellaneous fees, etc. Money is like a mountain pressing down on their heads. Qin Yiming said, "Okay. Also, Xie is about to give birth. You might as well go to live with your son and take care of Xie tomorrow. In case Qin Peng is not at home one day, Xie will suddenly give birth without anyone to take care of her. I'm worried that something might happen." Chapter 24. I will give you a sports car when I turn 18, 3 more. Xiao Zhenyin had long wanted to take care of Su Wanxue, but Qin Yiming's legs. She didn't say anything. Qin Yiming knew what she was thinking and said, "Zhenyin, my leg is fine. I can get out of bed now, but I can't walk for too long. Let Qin Yin help me cook at home these days, and I will be responsible for cooking. The two of us can take care of ourselves. Just go and take care of Xie without any worries." Xiao Zhenyin thought for a moment, then said, "I'm worried that my son might have objections if I go live with him. When Xie first became pregnant, didn't I go live with them to take care of her? I've only lived here for a few days, and your son almost made me have a heart attack. Besides, he also said that I was not allowed to interfere in their affairs. He doesn't like the fact that I live in his house and is talking about me. If I were to live there now and see him hanging out with his bad friends, I would still be unable to resist saying something about him." Qin Yiming patted Xiao Zhenyin's back and said, "I know about this. Just bear with it. If Qin Peng really starts to treat Xie better as Qin Ying said, that would be great. If it's still the same as before, just pretend he doesn't exist. This will not affect your mood, nor will it affect Xie's mood. Let's wait until Xie gives birth, and then we'll talk about it. Right now, Xie giving birth is the most important thing. After all, they are triplets, so there is still a certain degree of risk. Have you forgotten that a few years ago, the daughter-in-law of the family at the head of my hometown village was pregnant with twins, but in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy, she developed abnormal liver enzymes and blood coagulation function, and was forced to abort the children." Speaking of this, Xiao Zhenyin became nervous. She sighed heavily and said, "How could I not remember? Besides, I am also a woman who has given birth to 2 children. How could I not know that even with advanced technology today, giving birth is still dangerous? Okay, I'll listen to you. When I get to my son's house, I'll just pretend that he doesn't exist. Let him do whatever he wants. I won't be angry. Just take good care of Xiaoxue and the baby in her belly. Qin Yiming nodded after hearing this. The next morning, while having breakfast, Su Wanxue received a call from Xiao Zhenying. Xiaoxue, are you at home today? Mom, I'm at home now, but Qin Peng will take me to the county women and children's hospital to arrange for hospitalization to preserve the fetus. I told him that there was no need to be hospitalized to preserve the fetus, but he insisted on taking me there. While saying this, Su Wanxue looked at Qin Peng cautiously. Xiao Zhenying was frightened when she heard this, especially when she heard the words, hospitalization to protect the fetus, and asked quickly, Xiaoxue, what happened? Did you have spotting? Or something else? In her impression, pregnant women would only go to the hospital to protect the fetus and be hospitalized when they have spotting or are in dangerous conditions. Su Wanxue quickly explained, Mom, no, the results of yesterday's prenatal checkup were really good, and there was no spotting, and there was nothing else. It was just that Qin Peng was worried about me and wanted me to stay in the hospital until the birth. After hearing this, Xiao Zhenying felt relieved and said with a smile, that's great. You are only half a month away from your due date, and there is a risk of premature birth. It is good to stay in the hospital in advance. What she didn't expect was that her son would actually take the initiative to suggest that his daughter-in-law be hospitalized to protect the fetus. Then Mom will come over to help you pack your things. Su Wanxue said, Mom, I packed my things last night. Qin Peng borrowed his friend's car and will drive me directly to the county women's and children's hospital. If you come, go directly to the inpatient department of the county women's and children's hospital. We will meet there. When Xiao Zhenying heard this, she didn't think much about it. She thought that the car that Su Wanxue said Qin Peng borrowed should be a small tricycle or a motorcycle. Qin Peng knows how to ride these bikes. She said, okay, let's meet at the hospital entrance. After dinner, Qin Peng drove Qin Ying and Su Wanxue to the county women and children's hospital. Qin Ying, who was sitting in the back seat, sat very carefully and said, Brother Shu's car is really comfortable to sit in. It's much more comfortable than a car. This is a Volkswagen Sagittare. At this time in 2006, the landing price was 180,000. In small places, it is already very expensive, because at that time, the price of commercial housing in Anshan County was only 500 yuan per square meter. You can buy a small unfinished villa with a full price of 180,000 yuan. In 2021, the average price of commercial housing in Anshan County has soared to 12,000 yuan. At that time, 180,000 yuan could only buy a small bedroom. Such a comparison made Qin Peng couldn't help but sigh. Once again, I am impressed by the rapid economic development of Longhua. Now that he is reborn, he will take advantage of the country's rapid development to quickly make money, complete the initial primitive capital accumulation, and then start doing things to change the world. Thinking that he could also participate in changing the world, he felt his blood boiling. However, the current main task is to let Su Wanxue give birth to 3 babies safely. He smiled and said to Qin Ying, I will take you to a better car in the future. When you turn 18, I will give you a sports car. When the little girl heard this, she immediately leaned back on the seat excitedly and looked at Qin Peng who was driving, her eyes shining with stars. Although she didn't know what a sports car was, as long as it was a car, it was enough. Her brother wants to give her a car. Brother, you said you would give me a sports car when I turn 18. Sister-in-law, you have to testify for me when the time comes. Su Wanxue smiled and said, okay, sister-in-law will testify for you. Qin Ying immediately counted on her fingers, I am 8 years old now. In 10 years, I will be 18 years old. 10 years later, I also have a car. Oh yeah, so happy. Qin Peng saw the little girl's happy look in the rearview mirror and smiled too. Then he thought of something and warned her, Qin Ying, don't go to the reservoir or the river to play in the future. Even if I teach you how to swim, you have to stay away from the reservoir and the river as much as possible, understand? Qin Ying asked, why? After you learn how to swim, can't you go to the reservoir and dive in? Because there are monsters in the reservoir and the river. Those monsters love to eat beautiful children like you. If you are eaten by the monsters, you will no longer have a sports car. Qin Peng said. When Qin Ying heard this, she was frightened. In terms of reason, she was only 8 years old and couldn't understand it, but when it came to these weird theologies, she was easily frightened. She nodded vigorously and said, "Okay, I understand, brother. Even if I learn to swim in the future, I will not go to the reservoir or the river to play." Chapter 25. My son gave me money. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Jinying walked to the hospital entrance early. At the hospital entrance, I happened to meet my cousin Xiao Fanyu, who was there to accompany her daughter-in-law for a prenatal checkup. The two greeted each other, and then Xiao Fanyu asked Xiao Jinying about Su Wanxue. Is Xiaoxue about to give birth? Xiao Fanyu smiled and said, "Then are you going to go to the county maternal and child health center or the city maternal and child health center? We haven't discussed it yet." Xiao Jinying knew what Xiao Fanyu wanted to say, because ever since her son Feng Jun started making money, Xiao Fanyu was no longer the cousin who would ask her for help whenever she had a problem. But it was her cousin who wanted to show off her superiority in front of her from time to time. She really disliked it. So she didn't want to say anything more to Xiao Fanyu. Xiao Fanyu wanted to talk to her poor relative, which made her feel good. She continued with a smile, "Although our Kui is only 5 months pregnant, we have already contacted an obstetrician at the Municipal Women and Children's Hospital for her, and there is no problem with the bed. I came here for my last prenatal checkup today. In a few days, our family will move to Jiaoyun City." Junjun bought a house there and said that the childbirth conditions at the city maternity and hospital are much better than those at Anshan County Maternity and Hospital. Zhongqi pulled Xiao Fanyu's arm and said with a slightly embarrassed look on her face, "Mom, let's go first." She knew that her mother-in-law loved to show off in front of Xiao Jinying, especially after Xiao Jinying's son Qin Peng got a job in a bank, but fell in love with drinking, gambling, fighting, and could not save any money and even depended on his parents for support. Her mother-in-law was as excited every day as if it were New Year's Day. He said a lot of bad things about Qin Peng behind his back. He also said bad things about Qin's father and mother, saying that they didn't know how to discipline their son, etc. Xiao Fanyu said to Xiao Jinying with a smile, "Jinying, I won't say much. I'll go in with a Kui first. By the way, if you want your Xiaoxue to come to the Municipal Women's and Children's Hospital to give birth, I can recommend an obstetrician for you, but the beds in the Municipal Women's and Children's Hospital are always very tight." After saying that, Xiao Fanyu helped Zhang Kui into the hospital. Xiao Jinying's face turned pale and she was angry. His hands clenched into fists. Hateful. Who is this person? Is it great just because you have money? Thinking about the money, Xiao Jinying's shoulders, which had been shaking with anger, drooped down weakly again. Then he sighed heavily. Why? My son originally worked in a bank, which was a very stable formal job. He didn't live a wealthy life, but as long as he worked hard and saved money, it was easy to achieve a comfortable life. But, alas, who made his son make such a mess of friends? This family will be ruined by her son sooner or later. Just thinking about it gave her a terrible headache. Ding ding. The cell phone rang. Xiao Jinying took out her phone. It was Su Wanxue calling. She quickly picked up the phone and asked with a smile where Su Wanxue and the others were. She had already arrived at the hospital entrance. Su Wanxue said they were here too, and then said, "Mom, I saw you." After saying that, Su Wanxue hung up the phone. Then Qin Ying got out of the car first. Xiao Jinying looked around but didn't see any motorcycles or rickshaws coming in. "Mom, we are here." Qin Ying shouted loudly to Xiao Jinying, who was looking around. Xiao Jinying heard the sound and looked over, and saw Qin Ying and the others. She ran over quickly and saw Qin Peng open the driver's door, get out, then open the back door and gently take Su Wanxue down from the back seat. Seeing this scene, she was stunned where she was. What's going on? How come her son drove here? When did her son learn to drive a car? This is simply nonsense. What if something goes wrong on the road? Xiaoxue is a pregnant woman. Anger was rising from her head, but thinking of what Qin's father said last night, she had to suppress her anger. After settling Xiaoxue down, she would talk to Qin Peng about this matter alone. Xiaoxue. Xiao Jinying smiled and walked over to Su Wanxue. She opened the arm that Qin Peng was holding with Su Wanxue and said to Qin Peng, "Go get the things. Xiaoxue, I'll help you." "Okay, Mom." Qin Peng was not angry because of the tone of Xiao Jinying's voice when speaking to him. Instead, he was very happy to see Xiao Jinying alive again. "It's really great that my parents are still alive." Qin Peng carried the large and small bags, Qin Ying also helped carry some lighter things, and then the family of four went into the hospital. When choosing the room for hospitalization to preserve the pregnancy, the nurse asked them whether they wanted a triple room, a double room, or a single room. The bed fee for a triple room is 30 yuan per day, the bed fee for a double room is 45 yuan per day, and the bed fee for a single room is 90 yuan per day. Qin Peng said directly, a single room. The single room can give Su Wanxue more space to move around and make her live more comfortably. When Su Wanxue heard this, she quickly pulled Qin Peng's arm and said softly, no need for a single room, a triple room will be fine. A single room is 3 times more expensive, it's too expensive. The bed alone costs 90 yuan a day, not to mention other things. Qin Peng patted her arm, then said to the nurse, it's confirmed. I want a single room. Okay. The nurse nodded, then smiled and said to Su Wanxue, you are so lucky. Your husband treats you so well. After choosing a room and settling Su Wanxue, Xiao Zhenying asked Qin Ying to peel an apple for Su Wanxue in the room, and then she took Qin Peng's arm and left the room. When they reached a quiet spot in the corridor, she said to Qin Peng seriously, Qin Peng, are you up to something bad? How come you suddenly have so much money? You drive a car, and you are so generous to let Xiaoxue live in a single room. She was very happy to see her son choose a single room for his daughter-in-law. However, she was also very worried that her son might have done something illegal or made money illegally. Qin Peng said, Mom, the car is not mine, it belongs to Xu Caiyuan. He lent it to me for a few days. Besides, I didn't do anything bad. Don't worry, even if I make a lot of money in the future, every penny will be earned cleanly. Qin Peng took out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Xiao Zhenying. Mom, this is 1,000 yuan. Take it first. I have something to do these days. I have to trouble you to prepare a meal for Xiaoxue and then send it to Xiaoxue. Take care of her for a few days. Xiao Zhenying took the money first and put it in her trouser pocket. This was the first time she received money from Qin Peng, and she was afraid that Qin Peng would regret it and take the money back. After taking the money, she said, I will definitely take care of Xiaoxue, but as for the car, you don't have a driver's license and have never driven a car. Next time, you are not allowed to drive a car with Xiaoxue. It's very dangerous. Qin Peng said, Mom, when I have some free time in a few days, I will go and get my driver's license. I, your son, drive very steadily, don't worry. Chapter 26 Your son will be the richest man in the world in the future. Xiao Zhenying snorted and stopped talking to Qin Peng about this. She would go back and talk to Xiaoxue about this later and ask her not to ride in the car driven by Qin Peng. She suddenly thought of Xiao Fanyu's words, and asked Qin Peng, by the way, I have something to ask you, do you have any classmates at the Municipal Women's and Children's Hospital? What's wrong, Mom? I want Xiaoxue to go to the city maternity and hospital to give birth. After all, they are triplets. Your father and I are very worried. Qin Peng put his hand on Xiao Zhenying's shoulder and said, you and Dad don't have to worry about this matter. I will take care of it. When the time comes, I will take Xiaoxue to the Provincial Women and Children's Hospital to give birth. Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Xiao Zhenying exclaimed in surprise. Qin Peng said, well, and, Mom, you shouldn't go out to sell fruit these days. It's not good for your health to carry such heavy fruits and sell them everywhere every day. Also, how's Dad's leg? Can you walk? Hearing Qin Peng's caring words, Xiao Zhenying was stunned. Is this really his bastard son? This is a bit wrong way to open it. Isn't this what a filial son would say? Qin Peng glanced at his phone. It was almost 11 o'clock. He patted Xiao Zhenying on the shoulder and said, Mom, I have things to do. Remember to buy Xiaoxue a new wash basin and foot basin. Buy good quality ones. Don't be reluctant to spend money. I, your son, will be the richest man in the world in the future. After saying that, Qin Peng walked away quickly. Looking at Qin Peng's departing back, Xiao Zhenying couldn't recover for a long time. She pinched her thigh, grimacing in pain. Is this true? Has my son really changed? My son actually said that he will be the richest man in the world in the future. Luckily there's no one around. If someone heard it, they would die of laughter. At this moment, in the room, Su Wanxue was counting the things she brought, and then said in surprise, why are the wash basin and foot bath gone? Qin Ying said, I saw your wash basin and foot basin at the garbage dump this morning. Didn't you throw them away? When Su Wanxue heard this, she knew what happened. It must have been thrown by Qin Peng. The two plastic basins only have broken edges, they can still be used. O tilde. Meet pain tilde. As for Qin Peng, after leaving the hospital, he drove back to Shujie village, picked up Shu Yuan, and then drove to his unit, Xingchuan Bank. When he brought Shu Yuan to the bank, Ma Hui, who was working at his workstation, stood up and called Qin Peng with a smile, "Brother Peng, you left in such a hurry yesterday, and you didn't tell me how your stocks were doing, or how much money you made. I earned half a year's salary for you." Qin Peng replied. Then he said no more and took Shu Yuan to knock on Zhu Bin's room door. When he and Shu Yuan entered Zhu Bin's room and the door was closed, Ma Hui immediately burst out laughing. "Har har, that's so funny. He made half a year's salary in one day." It seems that he is embarrassed to admit that his position was liquidated yesterday and all his money was lost. Xiaogang took a sip of water, shook his head and said, "Hey, I don't know who the young man who followed Qin Peng in just now is. He is about to be dragged into buying stocks by Qin Peng. It will be bad if he loses so much that he wants to jump off the building." Ma Hui and Xiaogang sang the same tune, and everyone in the office knew that Qin Peng had started to like playing stocks, and he even brought others to play, and lost all his money. Ma Hui sighed and said, Zhu Bin is just lucky. Even if Qin Peng loses money, he still gets the commission." Xiaogang said, "No wonder when I got off work yesterday, I asked Zhu Bin whether Qin Peng's position was closed and he lost all his money, but Zhu Bin refused to tell me." In Zhu Bin's office, Zhu Bin said to Qin Peng with a red face, "Qin Peng, the stock you bought is really amazing. It suddenly rose 30 points yesterday. I thought it was incredible and it had to fall today. I didn't expect it to continue to rise after the opening today. In just one morning, it rose another 10%. You have earned 12,000 now." As Zhu Bin spoke, he showed Qin Peng his stock background. As a trader, he has seen all kinds of storms, but it is the first time he has seen someone like Qin Peng, who spots a stock, directly opens a triple leverage, and then does nothing after buying it. So, he was also excited to see the stock price rise so much. Qin Peng looked at the stock screen and the red numbers showed that he had made a profit of 12,123 yuan. He smiled and patted Zhu Bin on the shoulder, saying, "Calm down." Then he pulled Shu Yuan over and said to Zhu Bin, "This is my brother Shu Yuan. I brought him here to open a domestic stock account." Shu Yuan was also surprised by what Zhu Bin said just now. In just over a day, his brother Peng actually made 12,000 yuan. This is so profitable. He is a graduate from Tsinghua University, and his monthly salary is only 5,000 yuan. In just over a day, Qin Peng earned more than his 2 months' salary. Sure enough, he made the right bet. He would definitely make a lot of money by following brother Peng. Zhu Bin opened a domestic stock account for Shu Yuan, which is much simpler than opening a Hong Kong stock account. It can be opened with a domestic bank card, and there is no need to apply for a Hong Kong bank card. It was completed for Shu Yuan before he got off work at noon. Qin Peng said to Shu Yuan and Zhu Bin, "Let's go, I'll treat you at noon, let's go to a restaurant for lunch." Qin Peng chose a high-end restaurant and ordered food. When he saw Moutai on the menu, priced at 400 yuan a bottle, he was slightly stunned. Then laughed. This is truly an age where gold is everywhere. "Waiter, give me a bottle of Moutai," Qin Peng said. We ordered a bottle of Moutai and 6 dishes, and then the waiter left the box. Shu Yuan asked Qin Peng about stocks, such as the differences between Hong Kong stocks and A-shares. Originally Zhu Bin was going to explain it to Shu Yuan, but he didn't expect Qin Peng to explain it to Shu Yuan very clearly. Moreover, when Qin Peng analyzed the Moutai stock to Shu Yuan, his analysis was very clear and logical. For example, Moutai's financial statements, K-line charts, Moutai's future market, Moutai's management team, etc. Zhu Bin couldn't help but be surprised when he heard this. Has Qin Peng really just started investing in stocks? What Qin Peng said is exactly what an old stock investor would say. It seems that when no one is looking, Qin Peng also spends a lot of time studying stock knowledge. Normally, everyone looks down on Qin Peng. Shu Yuan said to Qin Peng, "Brother Peng, after my family bought a car, I don't have much money left. I only have 6,000 yuan. Then I'll buy 4,000 yuan of Moutai later." Qin Peng took a sip of wine. Shu Yuan was really generous. His family had just bought a car and he was fired from his job, but under such circumstances, he still gave him a red envelope of 5,000 yuan for the full moon wine. After he exhaled a breath of alcohol, he patted Xu Caiyuan on the shoulder and said, "Caiyuan, I have a suggestion for you. Sell the car now and buy all the money in Maotai. By October next year, I will give you a big surprise. It will quadruple by then." Xiao Luo dividing line. Xiao Luo continues to ask for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. The plot will be very exciting. Chapter 27, Mortgage the house for loan and continue buying stocks. Xu Caiyuan was stunned for a moment. Qin Peng was just giving a suggestion, so after saying this, he didn't say anything more and continued drinking with Xu Caiyuan. Zhu Bin didn't say anything, but decided to take a closer look at the Maotai stock when he got back. He didn't expect Qin Peng to be so optimistic about this stock. After dinner, Qin Peng sent Xu Caiyuan back home. He also went back home, got the house deed, and then returned to the unit. Find Wang Kahong, who was in charge of loan work in the unit. Finally, he used the house deed as collateral and got a loan of 80,000 yuan. Wang Kahong got him a low interest rate of 3.2% per annum. The loan was for 6 months and could be repaid in advance. After getting 80,000 yuan, he came to Zhu Bin's office. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In accordance with Qin Peng's request yesterday, Zhu Bin sold all the stocks that Qin Peng bought at the closing time. Seeing Qin Peng coming, he stood up with a smile and said, "Qin Peng, you have a good eye. The stock you picked is really good. In just 2 days, it has increased by more than 50%. After deducting the leverage fee and other miscellaneous expenses, I made a total of 15,000 yuan." Qin Peng had estimated the money he would make from buying this stock before, and it was exactly the same as what Zhu Bin said. He smiled and said, "Calm down, I transferred another 70,000 yuan to my mainland Hong Kong Link Bank card. Tomorrow you will leverage my total capital 3 times and buy a stock." As he spoke, Qin Peng entered the stock code of this stock on Zhu Bin's stock interface. The same is true for Hong Kong stocks. It was also a monster stock that year. This monster stock rose by 35% in just 1 day, and it went sideways for 5 minutes after the opening, and then started to rise explosively 5 minutes later. Very good to buy. When Zhu Bin heard what Qin Peng said, he hurriedly sat down in front of the computer and looked at the Hong Kong stock that Qin Peng clicked on. This Hong Kong stock has been trading sideways for 5 years and is about to be delisted. He asked in surprise, "Qin Peng, you want to use triple leverage to buy this stock? Well, after the market opens tomorrow, you will help me buy all the funds in my account. Then at the closing, sell them all. Hong Kong stocks can be bought and sold on the same day." Zhu Bin took a deep breath, then recorded what Qin Peng said and the stocks he wanted to buy in his work logbook, and said, "Okay, since you are optimistic about it, that's fine. However, since you already have 92,000 yuan in capital, you don't need to use leverage, right? Using leverage is really too dangerous." Qin Peng smiled and said, "It's okay. If we can only open a 3-fold leverage now, the larger the leverage, the better. With a capital of 92,000 and a triple leverage, the total amount is 276,000. Adding another 92,000 capital, the total operable funds will reach 368,000. This stock can rise by 35% tomorrow, and he can earn more than 120,000. After deducting the daily interest on leverage and other transaction fees, you still have more than 120,000 yuan in your pocket. Earn 120,000 a day." In this era, if this were told to others, it would shock the entire Anshan County. When he earns 120,000 yuan tomorrow, he can schedule a trip to Guangzhou. Yancheng is the capital city of Guangdong province and also where the provincial maternity and child health hospital is located. He plans to go to Yancheng in advance, rent a house near the provincial maternity and child health hospital, decorate the house, and then after dealing with Zhang Xuerui, come back to pick up Su Wanxue, his parents, and sister. As for his father's legs, he will find a good orthopedic doctor to take good care of them. In his previous life, his father broke his leg. Although he was able to walk later, it did not heal completely and left some sequelae. "I walk with a limp, and when it rains or during the rainy season, the pain from the broken bones is so severe that I can't sleep." After discussing the matter with Zhu Bin, Qin Peng left the unit and returned to the County Women and Children's Hospital for a meeting. Not long after he left, Marhui came out of Wang Kahong's office and immediately greeted everyone. It was almost time to get off work, and everyone was packing up and getting ready to go home. Marhui, what are you doing? Marhui stood up on a chair excitedly and said, I have a piece of explosive news for you. I went to Wang Kahong's office just now. Guess what I saw? What did you see? Marhui, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. Marhui made an exaggerated expression and said, this is really great news. I saw that Qin Peng actually mortgaged the house that his parents bought for him in Shujie village to the bank for a loan. He borrowed 80,000 yuan. The employees' faces changed drastically. What? As bank employees, they know very well that if they cannot repay the money after mortgaging their house to the bank, the house will be taken back by the bank and then auctioned off by the court. Their house, the life savings of the older generation. Xiaogang said suddenly, oh my god. I remembered something. Today, after Qin Peng came to the bank, he went to Zhu Bin's office not long after he came out of Wang Kahong's office. He stayed in Zhu Bin's office for at least half an hour. Do you think he is addicted to stock trading? He mortgaged his house to the bank and used the money from the mortgage to trade stocks. The employees gasped one by one. Oh my god. No way. Fuck, is Qin Peng crazy? I've said it before, buying stocks is addictive. It's more addictive than drugs. Oh my god, I wonder if Qin Peng has tripled his leverage to continue buying stocks this time. Xiaogang said, my god, if he borrowed 80,000 yuan this time and used triple leverage to buy stocks, it would only take a few days to lose all the money. This is such a waste. Marhui said, this is not just about squandering the family's wealth. This is about ruining the family and breaking up the family. If Qin Peng's parents knew that their son had spent their entire lives working hard to buy him a house like this, they would probably be so angry that they would have to be hospitalized. It was time to get off work. Feng Qianqian packed up the things on the table and prepared to go shopping today and then go see Su Wanxue. However, as soon as she left the office, she heard her colleagues talking about something. It is said that Qin Peng mortgaged his house for 80,000 yuan today, and then used it all to buy stocks. When she heard the news, she didn't believe it. However, as her colleagues talked more and more excitedly, she frowned. After getting in the car, she called Wang Kahong, who was in charge of loans, and asked about Qin Peng's mortgage loan. Wang Kahong knew that Feng Qianqian had a powerful background and did not dare to offend her, so he said, well, that is indeed the case. Hearing this, Feng Qianqian was so angry that her hand holding the phone began to shake. With a click, she hung up the phone. Then, with trembling hands, he called Zhu Bin. He asked Qin Peng whether he had asked him to buy stocks today and added another 80,000 yuan. Zhu Bin said calmly, Feng Qianqian, this is my customer's personal privacy. I won't tell anyone without my customer's permission. Sorry. After saying that, Zhu Bin hung up the phone. Chapter 28 earned 15,000. Feng Qianqian looked at the hung-up phone, furious. Qin Peng must have used the mortgage loan from his house to speculate in stocks, so Zhu Bin refused to say anything. Qin Peng. You bastard. Are you going to kill Xie? You are now mortgaging your house to buy stocks. Will you have to borrow high-interest loans to invest in stocks in the future? When the time comes, let Xie accompany you to pay off the debt. No, we must let Xie and Qin Peng get a divorce before Qin Peng borrows high-interest loans to speculate in stocks. Thinking of this, she clicked on Su Wanxue's phone number with trembling hands. But when she was about to dial the number, her fingers hesitated again. Xie is already in the third trimester of her pregnancy. If she knew that Qin Peng had mortgaged his house to borrow money to invest in stocks, and would even borrow high-interest loans to invest in stocks and buy lottery tickets in the future, Xie would definitely be furious. If Xie gets angry and has a miscarriage, it will be dangerous if she gives birth prematurely. Although she doesn't like Qin Peng, half of the blood of the baby in Xie's belly is Su Wanxue's, so she likes the baby in Su Wanxue's belly very much. She also told Su Wanxue that she would be their godmother after the babies were born. Feng Qianqian was so annoyed that she threw her phone on the passenger seat, then punched the steering wheel with her fist and cursed, Qin Peng, you damn it. Why don't you just play cards? You have to speculate in stocks and buy lottery tickets. Playing these dangerous things. Now she even would rather Qin Peng was still the Qin Peng who liked playing cards, rather than the Qin Peng who has changed and likes to trade stocks and buy lottery tickets. Finally, Feng Qianqian combed her hair into a mess before she came up with a good solution. She grabbed the phone, calmed down, and then called Su Wanxue's mother Liu Ling. Since we can't tell Su Wanxue about this, we can tell Liu Ling and let Liu Ling and others put pressure on Qin Peng to make Qin Peng take the initiative to divorce Su Wanxue. Liu Ling and the others certainly wouldn't really want their daughter to be trapped in a sea of fire. After Liu Ling heard what Feng Qianqian said, she roared, "What? What did you say?" As soon as I finished speaking, someone else exclaimed on the phone, "Mom." Feng Qianqian didn't know what was going on, but she had a bad feeling. Sure enough, within a few seconds, the loud voice of Su Wanxue's father Su Jiancheng came from the other end of the phone. "Qianqian. Xiaoshue's mother fainted. Tell uncle again, that bastard Qin Peng mortgaged the house to the bank for a loan. What is he going to do?" Ever since they opposed Su Wanxue's marriage to Qin Peng last year, and Su Wanxue was determined to marry Qin Peng, the family had a big fight with Su Wanxue, and Su Wanxue has not had any contact with them since then. I didn't even call them during the Chinese New Year. They don't know what the situation is now. When Feng Qianqian came back during the Chinese New Year, they also asked Feng Qianqian about Su Wanxue's situation, but Feng Qianqian only said that Su Wanxue was doing well. This time, Feng Qianqian did not cover up for Su Wanxue. She directly told Su Jiancheng everything about Qin Peng, including his previous love of drinking and playing cards, fighting, neglecting his family, and even pushing Su Wanxue away, and the fact that Qin Peng was now obsessed with stock trading and used triple leverage and loans to trade stocks. After Su Jiancheng heard these words, his temples throbbed and veins popped up. He said, "Okay, I get it, Qianqian, you should have told your uncle earlier. But it's not too late now. How many months pregnant is Xiaoshua now?" 34 weeks, almost due. "Okay, uncle got it." After saying that, Su Jiancheng hung up the phone. Then he hurried to the room to see Liu Ling, who had fainted. Qin Peng carried a bag of fruit and quickly went upstairs to the room where Su Wanxue was staying to preserve her pregnancy. After entering the room, he saw that Qin Ma and Qin Ying were not there. Su Wanxue explained to him, "Mom took Ying back home and asked Ying to take care of Dad at home. Then Mom will take a bath at home, make dinner, and bring the food over." Qin Peng nodded, put the fruit on the bedside table, opened his arms, and hugged Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue was surprised by Qin Peng's action. "Be good, honey, don't move, let me hug you. I'm very busy today. I just came back now and I want to hug you tightly. Let's hug and chat like this." Qin Peng's voice was so gentle that Su Wanxue's shoulders softened and she hugged him back. Then she remembered something and asked, "Qin Peng, have you sold the stocks?" "Well, we sold it today. Guess how much money we made?" "How many?" "I made 15,000. "Really?" Su Wanxue was shocked. "Of course." Qin Peng gently let go of Su Wanxue, then took out his mobile phone, clicked on the text message Zhu Bin sent him after he sold the stocks today, and showed it to Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue would not look at other data, but would look at the word profit, which was in the same format as she had seen last night. So, she saw at a glance that the profit was written as 15,128 yuan. Her big watery eyes were filled with shock. So much money can be made from stocks. Qin Peng put away his phone, continued to hug Su Wanxue, and said, "This is just a small amount of money. In the future, your husband and I will make a lot of money, and this room will not be able to accommodate it." Su Wanxue knew clearly that Qin Peng's last sentence was just bragging, but listening to him bragging, she was not disgusted. Instead, she felt that life was particularly beautiful. Because Qin Peng really started to change. From yesterday until now, he has not gone out to play cards. Although I bought stocks, I still made money. And I listened to her and sold the stocks today. 15,000 yuan, that's a lot of money. Su Wanxue smiled foolishly, then thought of something, took Qin Peng's arm, and said to him carefully in a negotiating tone, "My mother told me today that you told her that I would go to the provincial women's and children's hospital to give birth to the child. She still remembers what Chen Huan said to her. However, at that time, she really did not have the conditions to go to the provincial maternal and child health hospital. Now, Qin Peng has earned 15,000 yuan and told Qin's mother that he would take her to the provincial maternity and children's hospital to have a baby." She wanted to ask. Qin Peng looked at her cute appearance, gently scratched her little nose lovingly, nodded with certainty, and said, "Well, letting you live here at the County Women and Children's Hospital now is a transition. When you give birth, you must go to the Provincial Women and Children's Hospital. I plan to go to Yancheng tomorrow. Qin Peng told Su Wanxue about his plan, which included getting Zhang Xuerui to agree to deliver Su Wanxue's baby. After hearing Qin Peng's plan, Su Wanxue felt both surprised and sweet. She didn't expect Qin Peng to think so far. Moreover, not only was she required to go to the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital, but Zhang Xuerui, the queen of caesarean sections at the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital, was also required to personally deliver the baby for her. She leaned softly on Qin Peng's shoulder and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. However, Qin Peng, if Professor Zhang Xuerui is really not available to deliver my baby, it's okay to arrange for another obstetrician. Don't be too tired." Chapter 29 Sweet Burden. Qin Peng patted her little head lovingly, let her lean on his shoulder, and said, "Leave this matter to your husband, you don't have to worry about it." After that, Qin Peng took out a handful of 100 yuan bills from the bank ATM from his trouser pocket and handed them to Su Wanxue. "Wife, this is 5,000 yuan. During the days I'm in Yancheng, ask Mom to make you some more nutritious and delicious food. Don't be reluctant to spend money. You need to replenish your nutrition now." Su Wanxue looked at the 5,000 yuan in her hand, a little dazed. My eyes felt a little sour. Qin Peng is really getting better and more considerate. She nodded vigorously. Afraid that Qin Peng would see her crying, she quickly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, and then told Qin Peng that Qin's mother would come to stay with him tonight, and they would ask a nurse to add a bed for him in the room that night. He also asked Qin Peng to go to Chen Huan's house tonight and bring some gifts to thank Chen Huan for helping introduce Zhang Xuerui. And also asked Qin Peng to remember to feed the chickens, ducks, geese, etc. Okay. Qin Peng agreed to everything. When they were chatting at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Peng's cell phone rang. It was Zhang Depao calling. Qin Peng knew that Zhang Depao couldn't wait to play cards with him, catch his fish, and win his money. "Zhang Depao called you and he must be asking you to play cards. Please don't go, okay?" Su Wanxue saw the call from Zhang Depao, hugged Qin Peng's arm, and looked at him pleadingly. Qin Peng clicked, reject, and hung up Zhang Depao's phone, then said to Su Wanxue, "Wife, don't worry, I know what I'm doing now. I have to play cards with Zhang Depao tonight. I promise you that I will never play cards again. There is also a line from Zhang Xuerui on Zhang Depao's side, and he will grab it." Su Wanxue nodded, "Okay, then you have to promise me that after playing tonight, you won't play cards anymore." "Certainly." "Then don't play too late at night. If you really have to play very late, remember to wear more clothes. Although it is summer now, it is still easy to get cold at night. Also." Su Wanxue gave Qin Peng a lot of instructions. Qin Peng felt warm in his heart because of his wife's care. It was 6:30 in the evening when Qin Peng reluctantly left the hospital. Before leaving, he happened to meet Qin's mother, who came to the hospital to deliver food to Su Wanxue. Qin Peng stuffed another 2,000 yuan into Qin's mother's pocket. "Mom, I have to go to the Provincial Women's and Children's Hospital tomorrow. I don't know when I will be back. I'm sorry to bother you to take care of Sheshue these days. Buy more chicken, duck, fish and meat for Sheshue. You, Dad and Yingying should also eat more. Don't be stingy." After hearing what Qin Peng said, Qin's mother didn't take the money. Instead, she stuffed the money back into Qin Peng's hand and said, "Don't worry about Sheshue and the family. Since you are going to the Provincial Women and Children's Hospital, you have to bring some money with you. You just gave me 1,000 yuan this morning, which is enough to buy food." Qin Peng still stuffed the money into Qin Ma's hand and said, "I am your son and I am very rich now. I don't need these 2,000 yuan. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Qin Peng walked away quickly. Mother Qin looked at the direction where Qin Peng was leaving quickly, lowered her head to glance at the 20 big red bills in her hand, and said with a helpless smile, "I am beginning to have a sweet burden too." 7 o'clock in the evening, Shujie village, Chen Huan's home. In the dim light, Chen Huan and her family of 3 were having dinner. Chen Huan's husband Xu Zimin put the pork into their daughter Dongdong's bowl, and then said to Chen Huan, "Wanzi, I heard that Qin Peng brought his wife to your hospital for hospitalization today. Is his wife okay?" Chen Huan took a bite of beans and said, "Well, Sheshue is fine. She is in the hospital to protect the fetus. However, this is beyond my expectation. I didn't expect Qin Peng to bring Sheshua to the hospital to protect the fetus. Moreover, when I went to check on her, I found that Sheshua was still living in a single room. Qin Peng is willing to give Sheshua money. Su Wanxue smiled and took a bite of beans, then put the meat from the beans into his daughter Dongdong's bowl and said, "It seems that Qin Peng has changed his mind and knows how to care for his wife and children. As a man, a change of heart is worth more than gold." Chen Huan quickly took a few bites of her meal and said, "I hope so. Actually, Sheshua is giving birth in the county women's and children's hospital. I'm very worried. Didn't I run into my cousin Yang Yang on the way home yesterday? I wonder if she told Sheshua about going to the provincial women's and children's hospital to give birth. At that time, I told Yang Yang that my teacher was very good at the obstetrics department of the provincial maternal and child health hospital." Su Wanxue said, "It's really expensive to give birth in the provincial women's and children's hospital, and they have to rent a house next to it. I heard that the rent of the house next to the provincial women's and children's hospital in Yancheng is as high as 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. This rent is really expensive. It's my salary for 4 or 5 months. Knock knock." There was knock on the door. Chen Huan had just finished her meal. She put the bowl and chopsticks on the table, wiped her mouth, and got up to open the door of the wooden house. When the wooden door opened, Qin Peng was seen standing at the door with his hands full of things. Qin Peng saw Chen Huan open the door, raised the things in his hands with both hands, and said with a smile, "Dr. Chen, I don't know what to buy, so I bought some things and came to see you. I hope you don't mind." Chen Huan quickly turned on the light in the room, then turned back to look at her man Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue stood up with a smile and walked towards Qin Peng. "Qin Peng, here you are. I was just talking about you. Come in quickly. You said you would come, so why did you buy so many things? It's too expensive." Qin Peng put the 2 bags on the TV counter and greeted Dongdong with a smile. "Dongdong, you've become more beautiful again." The 8-year-old Dongdong glanced at Qin Peng, then lowered his head to eat without answering. She has a good relationship with Qin Ying and they are in the same class. Qin Ying often complained to her about Qin Peng, and everyone in the village knew that Qin Peng was a scoundrel who loved eating, drinking, gambling, and fighting. "Wanzi, go get a pair of chopsticks and a bowl," Su Wanxue said to Chen Huan. Chen Huan nodded and went into the kitchen. Then Su Wanxue patted Dongdong on the shoulder and said, "Dongdong, now that you're done eating, go inside and do your homework." "Okay." Dongdong put down his chopsticks, lowered his head and ran into the inner room. Su Wanxue asked Qin Peng to sit down, and then asked Chen Huan to cook 2 more dishes. Qin Peng said, "Brother Wanxue, don't bother me. I'll just eat a few mouthfuls of food and leave. I have something else to do later." Then Qin Peng called Chen Huan, who was about to go to the kitchen to cook. "Dr. Chen, I have something else I want to consult you about." Chen Huan looked back at Su Wanxue, who nodded at her. She then sat down and said to Qin Peng, "I know people at both the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital and the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital. If you want Sheshua to give birth to the baby safely, I can introduce you to the obstetricians at the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital and the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital and try to get a bed for Sheshua." Chapter 30. Zhang Shuerui's brother. Qin Peng told Chen Huan that he was going to take Su Wanxue to the Provincial Maternity and Child Health Hospital to give birth. After hearing this, Chen Huan looked at Qin Peng in surprise, and then her cold eyes became a little gentler. She repeated to Qin Peng what she had said to Chen Yangyang before. "Thank you, Dr. Chen. I'm going to the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital tomorrow. I'll need to meet Professor Zhang Shuerui then. I'd like to trouble Dr. Chen to help me make a phone call to introduce her," Qin Peng said softly. This voice was very comfortable to hear. Chen Huan nodded and asked, "Do you have my phone number?" "Yes, Sister Chen told me last night." "Okay, when you get to the Provincial Women's and Children's Hospital, call me in advance before you meet my teacher, and I'll call my teacher to let her know." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Chen." Ding ding ding. The sound of a cell phone came from the inner room. It was Chen Huan's cell phone ringing. She got up and went to the inner room to take out her cell phone and press the answer button, but there was no response. The sound of ding 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 was still ringing in the room. Her mobile phone was an old one that Su Wanxue had discarded, and the buttons sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. Chen Huan didn't answer the call until the phone stopped ringing automatically. Chen Huan tapped the phone with her hand and was about to call back, but then the phone interface lit up for a moment and then turned off automatically. Chen Huan was confused by what she saw. After Qin Peng finished his meal and before leaving, he asked Chen Huan to show him the phone so that he could do a simple repair. Chen Huan asked Qin Peng to try it. Because I have used this phone for many years and it has broken several times. It would work again after a few days, but it is getting slower and slower. She also wanted to buy a new phone, but it was too expensive. A name-brand phone would cost several hundred yuan, which was equivalent to half a month's salary for her. She really couldn't bear to buy it. Qin Peng took apart the phone and checked the circuit board, keyboard keys, etc. 5 minutes later, he had the phone fixed, installed the battery, and put the back cover on. Turn on the computer. After turning on the computer, I tried pressing the buttons and it worked. The buttons responded quickly. He handed the phone to Chen Huan and said, "Dr. Chen, okay, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Qin Peng left. After Qin Peng left, Chen Huan tried her phone and found that it was not stuck so much. Then she asked Su Wanxue to call her. She clicked answer and the call was connected immediately. I tested all the buttons and found that they all worked without any lag. Chen Huan said in surprise, "I didn't expect that Qin Peng could repair mobile phones. This phone is much better than before. It's as good as when you gave it to me. I don't need to buy a new phone. I saved hundreds of dollars." Su Wanxue was also surprised. "I didn't expect Qin Peng to have this skill." Chen Huan opened the things Qin Peng brought and was surprised again. "Qin Peng bought us a lot of things, all very expensive things in the mall. 2 bags cost hundreds of dollars." Su Wanxue said, "You should pay more attention to Xie visit to the Provincial Women's and Children's Hospital to give birth this time. It would be best if you can ask your teacher to recommend a good obstetrician to help Xie deliver the baby." Chen Huan nodded, "Yes, I know." After leaving Chen Huan's house, Qin Peng returned to his own home, simply packed a few pairs of underwear and clothes for changing, put them in a plastic bag, tied the plastic bag into a knot and put it in a sexy leopard print leather bag. Then he knocked on the door of Mrs. Wang's house next door. He said a few words to Mrs. Wang briefly, saying that he had to go out for a while and would not be at home for a few days, so he asked Mrs. Wang to help him take care of the chickens, ducks and geese at home. Mrs. Wang made a face and was about to refuse. Qin Peng stuffed a red envelope into Wang Soa's hand and said, "Last time your pigs gave birth, I forgot to make a red envelope, so I'm making up for it now." Mrs. Wang opened the red envelope and saw several big red bills inside. She immediately smiled and said, "Well, why are you being so polite to me? We are just neighbors. Your Xie is about to give birth and the family is busy, so it is my duty to help you take care of the chickens, ducks and geese. Don't worry about the chickens, ducks, geese and watering the vegetable garden. I have to do these things every day anyway, so I will help your family." "Thank you, Mrs. Wang," Qin Peng said with a smile. Before leaving, Mrs. Wang called Qin Peng, wait a moment. Then, she ran into their house, took out a bag of raisins, handed it to Qin Peng and said, "These are the raisins my relatives brought from XJ. Give them to Xie as a snack." After finishing his housework, Qin Peng drove directly to Zhang Depao's house. As soon as I arrived at his door, I saw Zhang Depao walking out of the gate with a slap mark on his face, covering the left side of his face as he walked. There were sounds of a woman cursing and faint crying coming from the house. Zhang Depao didn't expect Qin Peng to come at this time, so he walked outside with his head down. Zhang Depao's wife Marjan Home came out and cursed, "You damn bastard, you'd better die outside. You're not home all day. You never care about family matters." Then Marjan Hong saw Qin Peng, glared at him fiercely, said, "You are not a good guy either," and closed the door with a bang. Qin Peng turned around and caught up with Zhang Depao in a few strides. He patted Zhang Depao on the shoulder and said, "Did your wife find out about Dongjian Garden? You're so angry." Zhang Depao quickly pulled Qin Peng to the dark place, looked around, and saw no one, so he lowered his voice and said, "I called you brother, don't talk about this, really don't talk about it, I have broken up with that person. If my wife knew about this, I would not just get slapped in the face. Today my wife asked me to pick up my son, but I remembered the wrong place. I went to the place where he attended interest classes last summer, but I didn't pick him up. Zhang Depao complained to Qin Peng about the troubles at home for a while, then he laughed and said, "Let's go play cards. My old classmate just happened to invite me to play cards tonight. I called you before, but you didn't answer my call. I thought you weren't coming." Qin Peng took out 2 cigarettes, gave one to Zhang Depao, then lit the lighter with one hand and shielded the wind with the other hand, lit the cigarette and took a puff. Zhang Depao leaned over and lit a cigarette as well. After taking a puff of the cigarette and exhaling it again, he patted Qin Peng's shoulder with his right hand holding the cigarette and said, "Let's do as we said yesterday. When the time comes, we 2 brothers will join forces to win my old classmate's money, and then we will split it 50-50. Qin Peng smiled and didn't answer. When they arrived at the Jingyi Hotel, Zhang Depao pushed open the door and saw that there was not only Yin Shihua in the room, but also a young man about the same age as Qin Peng. The 2 were sitting at the mahjong table, smoking and chatting. After seeing Zhang Depao coming, Yin Shihua said, "Depao, you are so slow. I have been waiting for you for half an hour." Zhang Depao chuckled, then distributed the drinks to the 2 of them, patted Qin Peng on the shoulder, and introduced him. "I went to call for help, otherwise we can't play mahjong without one person. This is my good buddy, Qin Peng. Qin Peng, this is my old classmate Yin Shihua." "Old Yin, who is this?" Yin Shihua glanced at the young man sitting next to him and said, "This is a big boss. Do you know the largest internet cafe in Anshan County, Jie Internet Cafe? It was opened by this boss Zhang. His sister is even more amazing. She is Zhang Shuerui, the cesarean section queen of the provincial maternal and child health department and a big name in the obstetrics field." Chapter 31 Playing Cards. Qin Peng's luck is amazing. When Zhang Depao heard this, he smiled so much that his whole face was covered with wrinkles. "That's great, Boss Zhang." Zhang Hengjie laughed and said modestly, "Don't listen to old Yin's nonsense. I'm just an individual business owner who runs an internet cafe. I use my family's money. And the internet cafe business has been getting worse year by year. It's very bleak. Come, have a seat." Qin Peng didn't expect that he would meet Zhang Shuerui's younger brother Zhang Hengjie when he came to play cards this time. Very good. He and Zhang Depao sat down, and the 4 of them started playing mahjong. Zhang Depao asked, "What kind of mahjong are you playing?" Yin Shihua said, "We are playing a new kind of mahjong. The other parts are the same as before, but the cards you play cannot be used except for the opening of the gang." When Qin Peng heard this way of playing, "Isn't he at the same way of playing mahjong in Yun Province? The playing style of mahjong in Yun Province is much more conservative than that in Guangdong Province." Zhang Hengjie smiled and said, "It's mainly because I don't play mahjong very often. I just learned this new way of playing mahjong, so I asked you to accommodate me." Zhang Depao smiled and said, "It's okay, I like to try new ways of playing." Then Zhang Depao turned to look at Qin Peng and asked, "Qin Peng, how are you?" "I'm fine with either." Qin Peng said. There was a time in his previous life when the gambling king of Mazu invited him to play in Mazu. There, he learned various gambling skills, saw all kinds of cheating methods, and became proficient in mahjong playing methods from all over the country. Yin Shihua said, "Let's start." As he spoke, he began to shuffle the cards. While shuffling the cards, Qin Peng noticed Zhang Depao's usual cheating trick in playing mahjong. He held down 2 small chickens with his left hand and 2 small chickens with his right hand, and talked while holding a cigarette in his mouth to distract people's attention. When the cards are dealt, someone will get these for cards and can start the game right away. You can make money as soon as you open the bar. Qin Peng held a cigarette in his mouth and said to Zhang Hengjie, "Internet cafe business will indeed be difficult in the future, especially in big cities. In a few years, it will be easy to operate at a loss." As he said this, he quickly threw the mahjong in his hand, and scattered the 2 little chickens under Zhang Depao. Zhang Depao didn't even realize that the cards had been changed. He said, "Qin Peng, you can't say that. Mr. Zhang said that his business is bleak, how can it be really bleak? Even if it is bleak, it is much better than the meager salary we earn." Zhang Hengjie was not unhappy, but curiously asked Qin Peng, "Qin Peng, what do you think about the future development of internet cafes?" What he said just now about the internet cafe was half true and half false. It is true that the profits of internet cafes are getting lower and lower every year. What is false is that the business is not that bad, it is still making a lot of money. Qin Peng said, I can't say I have any opinion, but you can see with your eyes closed that the price of computers is getting lower and lower, the national income level is rising, and more families have computers at home, especially in big cities. Who would go to an internet cafe when they can play games and pick up girls at home? More and more people are opening internet cafes, which leads to oversupply and price wars. Internet cafes have to survive. In the future, they will either adopt the high-quality internet cafe model, or be eliminated and switch to other industries, or just live day by day and earn enough money to make ends meet. As soon as they said it, Zhang Hengjie couldn't help but slam his head on the table. Well said. A pair of eyes looked at Qin Peng with burning eyes and said, Qin Peng, you have great insight into the market. Zhang Depao also looked at Qin Peng in surprise. Could Qin Peng say such a thing? Did Qin Peng suddenly come to his senses tonight? Or did he just memorize this passage from the internet? He thinks it's the latter. The four of them talked and chatted. It was obvious that Zhang Hengjie enjoyed chatting with Qin Peng. Qin Peng had a serious face throughout the whole conversation, occasionally frowning and saying a few words, each of which was to the point. Or just don't speak. Even if he doesn't speak, people won't feel disgusted by him. Instead, they will feel that he is a very wise and calm man. I won. Qin Peng pushed the mahjong tiles down. It's a perfect match. Zhang Depao stared directly at him. He cursed in his heart, damn. Qin Peng actually has a pair of chickens in his hand. The last card Qin Peng got was a chicken. On the surface, he smiled and patted Qin Peng on the shoulder, saying, Qin Peng, you are so lucky, I owe you this plate first. Qin Peng suddenly put the cards in his hand on the table, making a bang sound, and the other three people looked at him instantly. Qin Peng looked at Zhang Depao coldly and said, you came to play cards, but you didn't bring any money. You owe money after the first round. Yin Shihua was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, Cannon, a good start, the first shot must be paid, you really didn't bring any money. What the hell is that? Seeing that Yin Shihua and Zhang Hengjie were about to get angry, Zhang Depao quickly said with a smile, I brought it, but I didn't bring change. I was afraid that Qin Peng wouldn't be able to make the change. As he spoke, he bent down and pulled out a bundle of big red bills from the sole of his shoe. Qin Peng immediately leaned back to avoid the smell from reaching his nose. Keep fighting. In the second game, it was obvious that Zhang Depao kept feeding cards to Yin Shihua. Occasionally, he played a card, and after Qin Peng touched it, he raised his eyebrows and smiled at Qin Peng, meaning, look, I'm feeding you cards. This poor acting really treats Qin Peng as a fool. How come I was so big before? I couldn't understand such an obvious way to catch fish. In the second game, Qin Peng won again. Qin Peng won 9 out of 10 games in a row. Zhang Depao had run out of the 1,000 yuan he brought with him and wanted to buy on credit, but Qin Peng refused and maintained a tough attitude. It's already 11 o'clock now. If you have no money, then don't fight. Qin Peng said in a cold tone. Zhang Depao looked at Yin Shihua and asked him to borrow money. Yin Shihua refused, saying that he had also lost 1,000 yuan today. Qin Peng, come, let's go out and smoke a cigarette. We just played 10 rounds. Let's get up and stretch our legs for a break. Zhang Depao patted Qin Peng on the shoulder and wanted to go out and tell him that the two of them were a partnership to win Yin Shihua's money. If he stopped playing, who would feed Qin Peng the cards? Qin Peng refused to go out. Zhang Depao was dumbfounded. He could tell from Qin Peng's cold attitude that Qin Peng probably guessed that he had fed cards to Yin Shihua. But he was unwilling to stop fighting. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and ask everyone to wait for him while he went to the ATM downstairs to withdraw money. He just didn't believe that by joining forces with Yin Shihua tonight, he wouldn't be able to eat up all the money in Qin Peng's pocket. When Zhang Depao withdrew money, he ruthlessly took out all the money in the bank card, a total of 5,000 yuan. Most of this money is saved by his wife. Keep playing cards. By 2 o'clock in the morning, either Qin Peng or Zhang Hengjie won. Zhang Depao and Yin Shihua's faces became paler and paler, but their spirits became stronger and stronger. Under the dim light, Zhang Hengjie looked at Qin Peng meaningfully. He knew that he was able to win because Qin Peng, who was sitting above him, was deliberately letting him win. Chapter 32, Winning 200,000 in the lottery. Ding ding ding. Qin Peng's cell phone suddenly rang in the room where the only sound could be heard was the sound of mahjong tiles colliding. Qin Peng raised his eyes and saw an unfamiliar number. He answered the phone. Is it Qin Peng? The other party's voice was very clear and excited. It's me. Har har, congratulations on winning the lottery. You are so lucky, you won the lottery the first time you bought a lottery ticket. You won 200,000. Wan Daking, the owner of the lottery shop, said with a laugh. The welfare lottery draw was held at 9:30 in the evening. When he learned that 2 lottery tickets in his store had won the prize, he was so happy that he jumped for joy at home. Because this means that his lottery business will be booming for a long time in the future. After all, 200,000 grand prizes in one store would really have a lot of publicity power. Moreover, he also discovered that the winning lottery numbers were exactly the same lottery numbers that old man Qian bought every time, rain or shine. He remembered that there was another person who bought the same number. Was Tia Qin Peng, a young man who was buying a lottery ticket for the first time? He had the old man Qian's phone number, so he immediately called him to report the good news. Then he asked old man Qian if he knew Qin Peng's phone number. Qin Peng said that he lived in the same place as old man Qian. After hearing this, old man Qian said that he didn't know Qin Peng, and then said that there were too many people living there and he couldn't remember everyone's name. Let him ask others. After he hung up the phone, he didn't think of anyone who knew Qin Peng, so he didn't call again. All night long, he shared with his friends and customers the news that his store had won 200,000 yuan grand prizes. I couldn't sleep until 1 in the morning. When he was about to go to bed, he suddenly remembered that Qin Peng had given him his phone number. He wrote it on a piece of paper and casually stuffed it into the drawer where he kept his money. Thinking of this, he immediately ran to the store excitedly at night to get the note. I really couldn't wait until the next morning to announce the good news. So, after getting the note and dialing Qin Peng's phone number, he excitedly told Qin Peng the good news. When Qin Peng heard this, his expression did not change, but he was very surprised. I didn't expect that I would be so lucky. I won the prize just after I bought it. If I had bought the lottery ticket 1 day later, I would not have won the 200,000 lottery jackpot. He said to Wan Daking on the phone, Brother Wan, I will come to your store tomorrow morning. Okay, remember to help me promote it. You are really amazing. The first time you bought it, your luck was so good that you won 200,000 directly. I am so envious. Wang Daking said excitedly. Okay. Qin Peng's lips curled up slightly into a smile. After hanging up the phone, Qin Peng continued playing cards as if nothing had happened. Zhang Hengjie had good hearing and was sitting on Qin Peng's right, so he just happened to hear the words lottery and winning coming from Qin Peng's phone, but he didn't hear clearly what they were. He glanced at Qin Peng and said with a smile, Qin Peng, did you win the lottery? Yeah. Qin Peng replied indifferently. Because his answer was so indifferent, Zhang Depao and Yin Chihua, who heard that Qin Peng had won the prize, just glanced at Qin Peng and didn't pay any more attention to him. They focused on their own cards. Because if Qin Peng won the 200,000 yuan prize, he would definitely tell it immediately and would not be so calm. Seeing that Qin Peng had no intention of continuing to speak, Zhang Hengjie did not ask any more questions, but he had another thought in his mind. After all, could a lottery shop owner call me at 2 a.m. for just an ordinary winning? Qin Peng took in Zhang Hengjie's expression from the corner of his eye, but he remained calm and continued playing cards. What he wanted was Zhang Hengjie's curious and itchy inquiry. For him, this lottery ticket was just a matter of money, but for Zhang Hengjie, it was different. After playing cards, Zhang Hengjie will most likely look for him again in private. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come to see him. He has plenty of ways to make Zhang Hengjie come to him on his own initiative. The game lasted until 5 in the morning. Zhang Hengjie yawned and rubbed his eyes repeatedly. After Qin Peng won a hand and everyone paid, he pushed the cards down, stretched, and said, I don't want to play anymore. I'm too tired. I have to go back to my room and sleep. I have things to do during the day. Zhang Depao still wanted to play because he was already bloody from losing money. In the whole night, he only won a few hands and lost a total of 5,300 yuan. Let's play a few more games. Zhang Depao said. Yin Chihua also lost 3,200 yuan, and actually wanted to play, but when he saw the displeasure on Zhang Hengjie's face, he yawned and said, "Forget it, I won't play anymore. I'm old, and I can't stand staying up late anymore. Let's play next time. Pao, do you and Qin Peng want to stay in my room and rest, or go back?" Zhang Depao's face was very dark, but he thought that Qin Peng won the most tonight, at least 5,000 yuan. He thought of what he had said to Qin Peng before he came here, that the money would be split 50-50. Although Qin Peng saw through his collaboration with Yin Chihua, he refused to admit it, so Qin Peng had to give him the 50% of the money. And Yin Chihua's next sentence was to drive people away. He couldn't continue fighting. He looked at Qin Peng but didn't reply first. Qin Peng took out the money from the drawer, unfolded it one by one, folded it, and put it in his trouser pocket. He stood up and said to Yin Chihua and Zhang Hengjie, "Okay, let's stop here for today. My wife is still in the county women's and children's hospital to protect the fetus. I have to go to see her. I won't stay to rest. I'll go to the hospital to take a nap when the time comes. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Qin Peng got up and left. Zhang Depao hurriedly followed and went out of the room with Qin Peng. After going downstairs and arriving at the hotel lobby, Zhang Depao said with a flattering smile, "Qin Peng, amazing. Your luck tonight is really great. I think you won 5,200 yuan. I played cards for you tonight, but..." Zhang Depao's words were just finished when Qin Peng interrupted him. Qin Peng turned around and looked at Zhang Depao with a cold face. His eyes were red with anger and he cursed, "Zhang Depao, you really mean to tell me that you are feeding me cards tonight? You are going to feed your old classmates cards tonight? Do you think I am blind?" After saying that, Qin Peng walked quickly towards the hotel entrance. Zhang Depao quickly followed and explained, "No, Qin Peng, I didn't." "Well, you have to give me 2,600 yuan. You can't go back on your word." Qin Peng looked at Zhang Depao who ran to stop him and smiled coldly, "When did I ever promise you that I would share the money with you? Think about it carefully. Besides, if I tell Yin Chihua that you told me that you wanted to catch his fish together, what do you think he would do to you?" "Zhang Depao, you are really good at eating both ends. You think you can make money no matter which side you get caught. Har har, money is not that easy to make. Also, get out of my way." As he spoke, Qin Peng pushed away Zhang Depao who was blocking his way. He used so much force that the 1.75-meter-tall fat man Zhang Depao was pushed away and almost hit the glass door. Chapter 33. Want to buy my lottery ticket? After Qin Peng got in the car, he did not drive away immediately, but opened the window to get some fresh air. "Recline the chair a little, lean back, close your eyes and take a rest." When I returned to the hospital, Su Wanxue and the others hadn't gotten up yet. He decided to sit in the car and take a nap for a while, which also helped to get rid of the smell of smoke on his body. Last night, the four of them were playing cards and smoking. The room was very smelly with smoke, and he had a lot of it on him. A few minutes later, the passenger door opened. He looked over and saw Zhang Hengjie sitting in. Zhang Hengjie smiled and gave Qin Peng a cigarette. Qin Peng waved his hand and asked in a hoarse voice, "What's the matter?" Zhang Hengjie said, "I'm here to tell you, don't play with Zhang Depao in the future. He's not a good guy. He asked you to play cards this time because he wants to join forces with Yin Chihua to catch you. Yin Chihua told me about this in advance. I just played with them. If I won, the money would belong to me. If I lost, they would pay me." Qin Peng closed his eyes, smiled, and said, "Oh, I know. You know?" Zhang Hengjie asked in surprise. Zhang Hengjie was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "Qin Peng, you really suit my taste. I like making friends like you." The two chatted about other things, and then Zhang Hengjie finally found a way to tell Qin Peng that he had won the lottery last night. Qin Peng said, "Well, I won 200,000. I won 200,000. Zhang Hengjie exclaimed, then lowered his voice, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff. Looking at Qin Peng, he really admired him. He won 200,000 yuan. After hearing the news last night, Qin Peng was surprisingly calm. Qin Peng is about the same age as him. If it were him, he would definitely say it out loud on the spot and brag about it to everyone all night long. After a while, he finally said, "Qin Peng, how about you sell me that lottery ticket? I'll give you 250,000. Qin Peng stood up, raised his hand, and lowered the passenger seat. R. Zhang Hengjie was startled by this action. Qin Peng lay back down and said, "Go to sleep." Zhang Hengjie couldn't sleep at all. He wanted to buy the lottery ticket, so he followed Qin Peng out. He also specifically told Qin Peng about Yin Chihua and Zhang Depao's teamwork to catch Qin Peng. "I want to give Qin Peng a good impression. Qin Peng, is the price too low? I offered 260,000, which is really my limit," Zhang Hengjie said, turning sideways and looking at Qin Peng. Qin Peng raised his eyelids and said in a deep voice, "Are you stupid? You spend so much extra money to buy a lottery ticket. Lottery prizes require a 20% personal income tax deduction. 160,000 will be enough. After deducting personal income tax from the 200,000 yuan lottery prize, the total amount you get is 160,000 yuan." Zhang Hengjie was shocked and surprised, and wanted to speak, but Qin Peng waved his hand and said, "You've been playing cards all night, and you have to go to receive the prize later. Don't you want to rest well? Go to sleep." Zhang Hengjie was surprised. "Okay. Lock the car door." Qin Peng thought of something and reminded. "Okay." Zhang Hengjie locked the car door and went to sleep happily. Originally from last night's conversation, he thought Qin Peng would be difficult to talk to, but he didn't expect that Qin Peng would be so easy to talk to. What's more, he was such a good brother that he sold the lottery ticket to him for only 160,000 yuan. He is a businessman and has opened a Jiejie internet cafe in Anshan County. For him, spending 160,000 yuan to buy a lottery ticket is like giving his internet cafe free publicity. Not only can he promote himself, but when the lottery shop hangs banners, he will also put up his Jiejie internet cafe for promotion. In addition to this, you can also brag to others. He said that he won 200,000 yuan the first time he bought a lottery ticket. This is really a happy event for him, who is only 23 years old and wants to achieve something to show his family. Qin Peng was really just what he wanted. If it were someone else, they would definitely ask for extra money and a favor before selling the lottery ticket to him. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Qin Peng was sleeping soundly and snoring. Zhang Hengjie was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He looked at the time and it was 8 o'clock. The lottery shop was open, so he immediately woke up Qin Peng and asked him to go to the lottery shop to claim the prize. Qin Peng rubbed his eyes and woke up. Then he drank some water and drove Zhang Hengjie to the lottery shop on Sanpai Street. At this moment, in the lottery shop, Wan Daking was talking to Old Man Qian with a smile. "Old Qian, I have already withdrawn the money in cash. Don't worry, I will definitely give it to you. However, I have to trouble you to wait for a moment. I have an event today and I have to ask you to cooperate with me. I will give you the money in person on the stage in front of the folks, so that I can promote my lottery shop." Old Man Qian was also very excited at the moment. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep after learning that he had won the prize last night. "I came here early in the morning, just when the lottery shop opened." Old Man Qian said with a smile, Okay, no problem." Just at this moment, Qin Peng and Zhang Hengjie entered the lottery shop. When Wan Daking saw Qin Peng, he asked Old Man Qian to eat some fruit. Then he came to Qin Peng and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Qin Peng, you won the jackpot on your first purchase. You are so lucky." Qin Peng patted Zhang Hengjie's shoulder and said with a smile, "Lao Wan, I sold the lottery ticket to my friend. You guys can talk about the details. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Before coming here, Zhang Hengjie and Qin Peng went to the bank. Zhang Hengjie transferred 160,000 yuan to Qin Peng's bank card, and Qin Peng gave the winning lottery ticket to Zhang Hengjie. When Wan Daking heard what Qin Peng said, he basically understood. He smiled and said, "Okay, Oklahoma." Zhang Hengjie accompanied Qin Peng out of the lottery shop. Zhang Hengjie gave Qin Peng a cigarette, and Qin Peng took it this time. Two people were smoking cigarettes on the street. Looking at the people coming and going, Zhang Hengjie said to Qin Peng, "Last night I heard from Yin Chihua that your wife is pregnant with triplets. Are you going to the county women's and children's hospital to see your wife later?" "Yeah." Qin Peng responded lightly with a warm smile on his lips. I wonder why Su Wanxue, the silly little girl, would laugh so silly when she knew that she had earned hundreds of thousands of dollars in just 3 days. Zhang Hengjie looked at Qin Peng seriously and said, "Qin Peng, you treat me as a brother, and I treat you as a brother too. I sincerely give you a suggestion. You have more than 100,000 yuan in your hand now. Let your wife go to the provincial maternal and child health hospital to give birth. I think it is still quite dangerous to give birth to triplets in your small place. My sister specializes in cesarean sections. I heard her say that giving birth to multiple babies, even with cesarean sections, could be life-threatening. This is not alarmist talk, there are real cases like this. Qin Peng patted Zhang Hengjia's shoulder with his cigarette in his hand and said, the doctor at the county maternal and child health hospital also told my wife the same thing, but we didn't have that much money at the time. Now that we have money, we can indeed go to the provincial maternal and child health hospital to give birth. Chapter 34, A call from father-in-law. The two were chatting, and Feng Qianqian, who was about to return to Yancheng, happened to see Qin Peng. Qin Peng was also seen standing at the door of the lottery station early in the morning, smoking a cigarette and looking like a gangster. She immediately got angry. I parked the car on the side of the road and got out. She walked up to Qin Peng and glared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes filled with indignation. Because she walked too fast, the scenery under her white shirt was shaking greatly, attracting many passers-by to look back. A black hip skirt clearly outlines her figure, and her long white legs glow even more in the morning light. When Zhang Hengjie saw the beautiful girl who suddenly appeared, he looked at Qin Peng with a deep smile, patted his shoulder, and said with an expression that said, I understand, I'll leave first. Feng Qianqian felt ashamed, and she felt that she was right to call Su Wanxue's mother yesterday to inform her of Su Wanxue's current situation. By the time Su Wanxue and Qin Peng divorce, she will be free from suffering and will have to thank her in return. Qin Peng. You. But just as she opened her mouth, Qin Peng spat a mouthful of thick smoke onto her face, choking Feng Qianqian so much that she immediately stepped back, coughing and glaring at Qin Peng. If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Just swallow what I say. After saying this, Qin Peng threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it a few times with his shoe sole, got in the car, and drove away. Feng Qianqian was so angry that she stamped her feet, her delicate and beautiful face full of anger. Damn it. Qin Peng, I will make Xiexue divorce you. You will never harm Xiexue again. Qin Peng drove to the bank first and transferred 120,000 yuan out of the 160,000 yuan in his bank card to the mainland Hong Kong Connect card, and then asked Zhu Bin to add the money to buy the Hong Kong stock he had ordered today. Zhu Bin felt a little cold sweat on his back when he saw so much money. Including yesterday's principal of 92,000, Qin Peng's stock account now has a total of 212,000, with a triple leverage. The operable funds in that account were as high as 848,000. If the stocks you bought encountered a sharp drop and your position was closed, the loss would be as much as 212,000. He couldn't help but persuade Qin Peng not to use leverage, or to double the leverage. Qin Peng refused and told him to remember to buy the Hong Kong stock he mentioned, and then sell all the stocks before the market closes at 4 p.m. At this moment, in Su Wanxue's room in the County Maternal and Child Health Hospital, Su Wanxue had just finished her meal, Qin Ma was cleaning up the dishes, and Qin Ying was peeling an apple for Su Wanxue. She said, Sister-in-law, on the way here this morning, my mother and I heard that someone in our county actually won a lottery jackpot of 200,000. Mother Qin said, Ying, you can't tell your brother about winning the lottery, okay? If your brother knew, he would definitely buy lottery tickets. Qin Ying nodded, I understand, Mom, but this lottery is too magical. You can win 200,000 yuan for 2 yuan a ticket. It's too profitable. When my luck is against the sky, I can buy a lottery ticket and win 100,000 or 80,000 yuan. Then my sister-in-law and my parents don't have to worry about money. I can also buy a lot of good things for my nephews and nieces. Su Wanxue smiled and said, Ying, we saw that the other party only bought a lottery ticket for 2 yuan and won 200,000 yuan, but we don't know how much money he had bought lottery tickets for before and how many years. Besides, it is possible that it is someone from the lottery center itself. So, let's not think about those things where you win the lottery and become rich overnight. Mother Qin nodded vigorously and said, Yes. Ying, your sister-in-law is right. Let's make money in an honest way and not do those crooked things. Qin Ying nodded, but she still had a little fantasy in her heart that she could win the jackpot by buying lottery tickets. Qin Peng withdrew 20,000 yuan and went to their hospital. Seeing Qin Ying and Qin's mother were there, he greeted them with a smile, and Qin Ying also called out sweetly, Brother. Qin Peng touched her little head lovingly, then took out 2 bundles of money from his sexy leopard print bag. A bundle costs 10,000 yuan. As soon as the money was taken out, Qin's mother was so scared that she quickly locked the door. Then he hurried to Qin Peng, lowered his voice, and said sternly, "Qin Peng, what bad things have you done? How did you get so much money? Tell me clearly. If you don't explain it clearly today, you are not allowed to go anywhere." Qin Peng smiled and said, "Mom, don't be so nervous. Didn't I tell you before that your son will be the richest man in the world in the future? Do you think your son is joking with you? This money is from my lottery win of 200,000 yuan. I withdrew 20,000 yuan and put the rest into my bank card." When Qin Ying heard this, she immediately hugged Qin Peng's thigh excitedly and said, "Brother, you are so awesome. The one who won the 200,000 yuan prize is talking about you. Oh my god, this is incredible. Brother, you are really awesome. My brother won a jackpot of 200,000 tilde tilde." Su Wanxue was also extremely surprised. She remembered that Qin Peng never bought lottery tickets before. How come I suddenly bought a lottery ticket and won 200,000 yuan immediately? Mother Qin didn't believe Qin Peng's one-sided statement and said, "Show me the lottery ticket." The lottery ticket was sold to Zhang Hengjie, and he used it to claim the prize. By the way, Zhang Hengjie is the younger brother of Zhang Shuerui, Dr. Chen's teacher. Qin Peng knew his mother's temper and explained patiently. To avoid the situation where his mother actually goes to the lottery shop to ask if he is the winner. Then he found out that it wasn't him who received the award, and he started to daydream again. Qin Peng did not hide anything and told Su Wanxue and Qin's mother what happened last night and this morning. Mother Qin was about to blame Qin Peng for playing cards all night, but when she thought of what Father Qin had suggested to her, she held back her words. Otherwise, if she said it out loud, the mother and son would start an endless quarrel again. The only ones who will suffer are her daughter-in-law and the grandchildren in her belly. Qin Peng patted Su Wanxue's shoulder with one hand and Qin Ma's shoulder with the other, and said with a smile, "Wife, mother, of the 20,000 yuan, each of you can take 10,000 yuan. You can't refuse me. I will take a bus to the Provincial Women and Children's Hospital in Yancheng soon, and I don't know when I will be back. You can spend as much money as you can recently, don't save it." At 12 noon, Qin's mother took Qin Yin home to cook. Su Wanxue received a call from her father Su Jiancheng. "Xiexue, where are you at the County Women's and Children's Hospital?" Hearing the words of her long-lost father on the phone, Su Wanxue said in surprise, "Dad, you came to me. Well, there's your mother and your brother." Although she didn't hear anything from Su Jiancheng's tone, Su Wanxue had a bad feeling. Previously, because she was determined to marry Qin Peng, she had a falling out with her family. She stopped calling home and her family didn't call her either. Chapter 35, asking Su Wanxue for a divorce. "Xiexue." Su Jiancheng shouted when he saw Su Wanxue didn't say anything. Su Wanxue came back to her senses and said softly, "Dad, wait for me on the second floor of the Good Taste restaurant next to the County Women and Children's Hospital. I'll come over." "Okay, you are pregnant, so go slow and don't be in a hurry," Su Jiancheng said. After Su Wanxue hung up the phone, she tightened her grip on the phone. "The first thing I wanted to do was call Qin Peng. Tell him about this. But thinking about the fact that Qin Peng played cards all night last night in order to get closer to Zhang Shuerui, and now he is on the bus to Yancheng, he is probably sleeping now. If she called, she would wake up Qin Peng. Moreover, it will make Qin Peng worry about her. She would go and take a look first and make a final decision on this matter." 10 minutes later, in a private room on the second floor of the Good Taste restaurant, Su Wanxue's father Su Jiancheng, mother Liu Ling, and brother Su Dao were sitting opposite Su Wanxue. Liu Ling was wiping her tears and Su Dao's face was full of anger. Su Jiancheng had a stern look on his face. He slapped the table and said angrily, "Qin Peng is such a despicable guy. He actually treated you like this. He married you and still stayed out all night playing cards, drinking and fighting." Su Wanxue's face turned pale, and she said softly, "Dad, that was in the past. Now, Qin Peng has become better." Although it was only 3 days, she could feel that Qin Peng had really changed a lot. He became gentle and considerate to her, and he also understood the overall situation and made plans for the family. He also knew not to contradict Qin Ma and make the old lady angry. When Su Jiancheng heard what Su Wanxue said, he was stunned at first, then he became even angrier. He felt angry at someone for not fighting back, so he started to scold Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue, are you really that stupid? Qin Peng is so rotten, and you still say he has become a better person. Did you know that he mortgaged your house to the bank and took out a loan to buy stocks? Did you know that you also opened a leveraged stock purchase? Now he just mortgages his house to the bank and speculates in stocks. When he loses a lot of money, he will borrow money from loan sharks. Wait. By then, will you be able to clean up his mess? Can you afford to pay back the money? If you can't pay back the money, then the baby in your belly will have to pay it back. Do you want your children to have a gambling father as soon as they are born? Do you want them to pay off their debts right after they are born? If you can't pay it back, those loan sharks will definitely come after you. After your children. It's even possible that they will sell your children to pay off the debts. Call Qin Peng right now and ask him to take your marriage certificate to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Quickly cut off ties with him before he becomes rotten to the core. Liu Yun was wiping her tears non-stop and had cried like a tearful person. She said to Su Wanxue in a hoarse voice, "Xiaoxue, just listen to your father's advice. How could your parents harm you? You are the flesh and blood that we cut out of our bodies. We have been through this before and can see further than you. We are doing this for your own good." Su Dao said coldly, "Su Wanxue, how long are you going to continue to bring disaster to our family? When you insisted on marrying Qin Peng, Mom was mad at you once, and this time, you mad at me again. Also, if Qin Peng owes a loan shark, will our family be implicated as well? We are an honest family. My father and I both work in the company. We both have to maintain our dignity. If the debt collectors come to our company to make trouble, what will be the consequences? Can you think about it carefully with your stupid brain? Do you want our whole family to pay for your wrong choice? And be buried with you? Listen to Dad and call Qin Peng immediately. Divorce him today." Su Wanxue's hands on her big belly were shaking slightly, and her whole body was trembling with anger. She was angry at what her father and brother said. She lowered her head without saying a word, then raised her head and said, "Dad, Mom, brother, I will not divorce Qin Peng. As for the situations you mentioned, they will not happen. Qin Peng has really changed. As for him selling the house to take out loans to invest in stocks, there must be other hidden reasons." A loud bang suddenly sounded in the room. Su Jianchang slapped Su Wanxue with shaking hands. Liu Yun was so scared that she quickly hugged Su Jianchang's arm and cried, "Su Jianchang, you are crazy. Xiaoxue is still pregnant, why did you hit her?" Su Jianchang roared, "If I don't wake her up, she will still have fantasies about that bastard Qin Peng." Liu Yun roared, "Then you are not allowed to hit her. What if something happens?" Su Jianchang sat down with a cold face, pursed his lips into a line and stopped talking. Liu Yun tearfully persuaded Su Wanxue, "Xiaoxue, you really can't have any more illusions about Qin Peng. Qianqian and Qin Peng work in the same unit. She really found out that Qin Peng mortgaged your house, took out a loan to buy stocks to speculate in the stock market, and even opened a threefold leverage. You have to cut your losses in time, daughter." Seeing that Su Wanxue was still tightly pursing her lips and not saying anything, Liu Yun cried bitterly, "Why is my life so miserable? I. Liu Yun fainted from anger again, and her head fell on the table. "Mom!" Su Wanxue was startled and quickly stood up to touch Liu Yun. However, before her hand touched Liu Yun, Su Dao angrily opened her hand. "Su Dao cursed, my mother's illness is caused by you. Stop pretending. Get out of here." Then he called Liu Yun anxiously, "Mom! Mom!" Su Jianchang and Su Dao helped Liu Yun out. Su Wanxue, holding her big belly, hurriedly followed, her eyes blurred with tears. The three members of the Su family got in the car. Su Wanxue also wanted to get in, but was stopped by Su Jianchang. Su Jianchang said coldly, "Don't go, go back to the hospital and lie down, think carefully about what your mother, your brother and I said to you." After saying that, Su Jianchang got into the back seat, slammed the door shut, and told Su Dao to drive quickly to the people's hospital. Looking at the car driving away, Su Wanxue raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Life had already started to get better, and she wanted to wait until the babies were born, then muster up the courage to take the children and Qin Peng home to see her parents and brother, so that her family could see that Qin Peng had really gotten better. However, before this happy scene came to pass, this happened. Ding ding ding. Her cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was a call from Qin Peng. She was worried that her current mood would make Qin Peng notice something was wrong, so she hurriedly hung up Qin Peng's phone. I quickly sent a message to Qin Peng, I have something to do. It's not convenient for me to answer the phone now. I'll call you back later. Chapter 36 Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? After replying the message, she quickly wiped away her tears and walked back to the County Women and Children's Hospital. When I returned to the ward, I saw that Qin's mother had arrived. Mother Qin was opening the lunchbox and taking out the food from it. She looked up and saw Su Wanxue coming back. She smiled and said, Xiaoxue, I made your favorite fried beef with celery for lunch today. Come and try it. Okay, Mom. Mother Qin had set the table and turned around to see Su Wanxue coming over. She could see clearly that Su Wanxue's eyes were red and swollen. She quickly took Su Wanxue's hand and asked worriedly, Xiaoxue, what's wrong with you? Are you crying? Did Qin Peng bully you again? Tell me, I'll teach that bastard a lesson for you. Su Wanxue shook her head. Mom, it's not Qin Peng. I don't know why, I suddenly felt sad, and then I cried. I'm fine. Mother Qin pulled Su Wanxue to sit down, thinking that Qin Peng must have done something stupid or said something stupid to make Su Wanxue cry. She patted Su Wanxue's hand and said soothingly, Xiaoxue, I've seen Qin Peng these past few days, and he has indeed changed a little bit, just as Yingyin said. By the way, didn't Qin Peng say today that he won a 200,000 yuan lottery jackpot? I specifically asked someone to go to the lottery store to inquire, and Qin Peng did win the 200,000 yuan jackpot, and then sold the lottery ticket to the owner of Jie Internet Cafe, who asked the owner of Jie Internet Cafe to claim the prize. After deducting taxes from the 200,000 yuan prize, you still have 160,000 yuan left. You don't have to worry about the various expenses after the 3 babies are born. When Qin Peng rents a house in Yangcheng, I will ask Qin Peng to go to the gold shop and make 3 gold longevity locks for the babies. When the babies are born, I will give them 1 each. The days ahead will be fine, don't think too much. As for Qin Peng, he was wondering what happened to Su Wanxue and it was not convenient for him to answer the phone. The cell phone suddenly rang. I looked down and saw that it was Zhang Hengjie calling. Zhang Hengjie's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone when he picked up the phone. Qin Peng, thank you so much today. I have already received the award and the banner has been made. Do you want to come over to my internet cafe and take a look? Not only did Zhang Hengjie ask Wang Daking from the lottery shop to hang a banner at the lottery shop that read, Congratulations to the owner of Jie Internet Cafe for winning 200,000 yuan in the Sanpai Street Welfare Lottery Shop, he also hung a similar banner at the door of his own internet cafe. Wang Daking was also happy to promote each other. Qin Peng said, but I'm coming. I'm on my way to Yangcheng now. You're going to Yangcheng? Well, I'm planning to have my wife come to the Provincial Women's and Children's Hospital in Yangcheng to give birth. I'll come here first to rent a house and buy some daily necessities, and then I can pick my wife up when the time comes. Zhang Hengjie smiled and said, this is a good thing. By the way, if you want to give birth in the Provincial Maternity and Children's Hospital, there are many requirements. You either have to do prenatal checkups there all the time, or you have to have connections, etc. They won't just receive pregnant women casually. Well, when you get to the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital, I will call my sister and you can go find my sister and ask her to help your wife arrange a bed for the birth of the child. Qin Peng smiled and said, thank you. My wife's attending doctor at the County Maternal and Child Hospital happens to be your sister's student. She called your sister before and said that she could help my wife arrange a good cesarean section obstetrician to deliver the baby. The two chatted some more. Zhang Hengjie frowned and said, doesn't my sister have a schedule? Well, Qin Peng, I'll call my sister and ask her about this. How many weeks pregnant is your wife now? Qin Peng said, don't call your sister to tell her about this yet. Are you free to go back to Yangcheng in the next 2 days? Zhang Hengjie said, I can be back tonight. I just came to Anshan County to inspect the operation of internet cafes. I have already checked. Qin Peng nodded, okay, then when you return to Yangcheng, call me and I'll treat you to a meal. Yangcheng is my base camp. When you come, I will definitely treat you to a meal. It's settled. Zhang Hengjie said with a smile. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Qin Peng arrived at the Provincial Maternity and Child Health Hospital in Yangcheng and found a real estate agency. After looking at houses for an entire afternoon, I finally chose Dingwan Community, which is closest to the Provincial Maternity and Child Health Hospital, Building 8, on the 10th floor, with an elevator. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms and is for short-term rental. Qin Peng has rented it for 1 month and can renew the lease when the time comes. Because it is a short-term rental, the price is more expensive than others, and the monthly rent is 4,500 yuan. The house is fully equipped with air conditioning, TV, bed and water heater. The decoration is mid-range. It was the house he was most satisfied with among all the houses he had seen this afternoon. Although it is possible to find a better decorated house, if it is too far from the Provincial Maternity and Children's Hospital, it would be very inconvenient to deliver meals to Su Wanxue, who is hospitalized. Living here, it only takes 8 minutes to walk to the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and you don't have to cross the road, so it's safe. The only small drawback of this house is that the refrigerator is not good. It is an old refrigerator with poor refrigeration and freezing effects, and it is an unknown brand. But this is not a big deal, he can just go buy a new refrigerator when the time comes. Because he will not stay in Yancheng for just 1 month. After Su Wanxue gives birth, he will also find a regular confinement center here for Su Wanxue to stay there for the confinement period. Of course, it's better to have food cooked by yourself or your mother. When it comes to cooking, a refrigerator is very important, especially now that it's summer. After agreeing with the landlord to pay and sign the contract at the agency tomorrow morning, Qin Peng prepared to find a hotel to stay in first. There are many small hotels along the street. Handsome guy, would you like to stay in a hotel? A fat lady saw Qin Peng looking at a hotel and called him with a smile. Is it formal? Qin Peng asked. The fat lady had a sly smile in her eyes. Of course it's formal, but our hotel also has other services. Upon hearing the following words, Qin Peng's face immediately became stern. Then just left. The area around the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital is very expensive, with many small hotels but no big hotels. Qin Peng took a taxi and asked the driver to choose a regular hotel that cost 600 yuan per night. It's very expensive, equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary family in Anshan County. Being expensive has its advantages, that is, it is really formal, the location is also very good, and the sound insulation of the room is good. After entering the room, Qin Peng lay on the soft big bed. After a tiring day, Su Wanxue's face appeared in his mind and he smiled foolishly. Then he thought of something, picked up his phone, and saw that there was no missed call from Su Wanxue. Girl, did you forget to call me back? It's okay, your husband called you. Chapter 37, Earn 244,000 a day. Just as I was about to make a call, my phone beeped and a text message came in. When I clicked on it, it turned out to be a text message from Ju Bin, and the content of the message was about today's stock situation. The stocks have been sold because the operating funds are 848,000. The stock price has increased by 30%. After deducting other taxes and interest, a profit of 244,000 has been made. Earned 244,000 in 1 day. Very nice. Adding his original capital of 212,000, he now has 456,000 in stocks. Qin Peng sent a message to Ju Bin, please transfer 100,000 yuan to my bank card. The rest of the money can be used to buy Moutai stocks. No need to use leverage. Because he doesn't remember the specific daily rise and fall of Moutai, but he knows that Moutai will continue to rise in the future. Especially by next year, it will increase by 4 times. Among Hong Kong stocks, the only ones he could remember were the 2 stocks he bought in the past few days. Because they were so famous back then, he remembered them very clearly. It's not time to buy other monster stocks yet. Therefore, if you put your other money into Moutai stocks without using leverage, you can still earn more interest than if you put it in a bank. Ju Bin, okay. After talking with Ju Bin, Qin Peng immediately called Su Wanxue. Su Wanxue was lying on the bed at the moment, worried about whether Liu Ling, who had fainted, had woken up. When she heard her cell phone ringing, she thought it was a call from her family, so she quickly grabbed it to take a look. Seeing that it was Qin Peng calling, she suddenly became anxious. It's like holding a hot potato. She took a deep breath and answered the phone. Qin Peng, have you found a hotel now? There were so many things happening today. She should have called to ask when Qin Peng arrived in Yancheng, but the scene caused by her parents and brother, especially her mother's fainting, made her very worried. Yes, we're here. Qin Peng told Su Wanxue about finding a house, as well as some problems with the home appliances and refrigerator in the house and other small things in life. Are you still planning to buy a new refrigerator? Su Wanxue asked in surprise. Well, when you give birth, you will go directly to the confinement center. Then you will need to rent a house in the confinement center for your parents to live in so that they can cook for you. Qin Peng explained. Su Wanxue was surprised again when she heard this. Her beautiful eyes were stunned with shock. Postpartum care center? What kind of place is that? No, Qin Peng, even though we won a 200,000 yuan lottery jackpot, we still have to save some money. We don't need to buy a new refrigerator. We have an old one in the house, so we can just use it. Also, a confinement center sounds very expensive, so we don't need it. After the baby is born, we can just go back home to stay for the confinement period. It's a waste of money to stay outside. I heard that renting a house in Yancheng is very expensive. Qin Peng smiled softly and said, Wife, 200,000 is just the beginning. Today, your husband and I have made 244,000 from stocks. Afraid that Su Wanxue would worry, Qin Peng continued, Shexue, I have asked Ju Bin to sell all the stocks. The total funds have reached 456,000. I plan to withdraw 100,000 yuan, and then use the rest of the money to buy Moutai stock. This stock is an A share, and there are daily price limits. I don't use leverage, and Moutai will continue to rise in the future. I know you're not worried that I'll lose money buying stocks, but, Shexue, you have to trust your husband. Buying Moutai stock will earn you much more than simply putting money in the bank and earning interest. He originally wanted to hide the fact that he continued to buy stocks from Su Wanxue, for fear that she would worry. However, when he met Feng Qianqian again this morning, he thought of the relationship between Feng Qianqian and Su Wanxue, and he thought that Feng Qianqian would probably tell Su Wanxue that he continued to buy stocks. So, he told Su Wanxue the whole story. Trust is very important between husband and wife. At this point, Qin Peng told Su Wanxue about how he mortgaged his house to the bank and borrowed 80,000 yuan. He explained to Su Wanxue clearly how every penny of the 456,000 yuan came from. Let Su Wanxue feel at ease. After hearing these words, Su Wanxue covered her mouth and could not make a sound for a long time. She knew that there must be a reason why Qin Peng mortgaged his house to the bank for a loan. Although I bought stocks, which is a very risky thing, I still made money, and a lot of money. She earned more money than she could ever imagine in her entire life. Earn more than 200,000 yuan a day. Her monthly salary is only 800 yuan, which is less than 10,000 yuan a year. To earn 200,000 yuan, she would have to work for 20 years. Although stock trading is risky, after hearing what Qin Peng said, she knew that Qin Peng had a talent for stock trading. Moreover, Qin Peng gave her and Qin's mother 10,000 yuan each. With this money, and the fact that Qin Peng is not leveraging the stocks he bought now and is buying his shares, he won't lose all his money. In fact, it will really be like what Qin's mother said at noon, the future days will be very good. She took a deep breath, quickly wiped away her tears of joy, and said in a choked voice, okay. Then the two chatted about some daily things for a full hour before they reluctantly hung up the phone. Su Wanxue never told Qin Peng about the fact that her parents and brother came to her today and asked her to divorce Qin Peng. She didn't want to upset Qin Peng, so she would handle the matter. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Qin Peng received a call from Zhang Hengjie. Zhang Hengjie returned to Yancheng, and the two made an appointment to meet at a seafood restaurant. When they met, the two of them first exchanged greetings and asked about each other's well-being. Zhang Hengjie was talking most of the time, while Qin Peng listened while eating. There was a great atmosphere at the table. After the two of them talked about their ages, they found out that they were born in the same year. Then after talking about the month, they found out that Zhang Hengjie was 2 months younger than Qin Peng. Zhang Hengjie patted Qin Peng on the shoulder, raised his glass to him and said, "From now on, you will be my brother Peng, har har." The two drank some wine and started eating. Qin Peng told Zhang Hengjie to find some time recently and take him to meet Zhang Shuerwei. Zhang Hengjie patted his chest and said, "That's no problem. Shall we meet at the hospital? Let's go to Professor Zhang's house." Qin Peng said as he ate a piece of grilled squid with chopsticks. Zhang Hengjie looked at Qin Peng in surprise. "Go to my sister's house?" Okay, but I need to ask my sister about her class. You arrange it, preferably in the next few days. Qin Peng said. Okay, no problem, but you haven't told me how many weeks pregnant your wife is. 34 weeks. The due date is approaching. If I want a cesarean section, I remember to make an appointment with the hospital in advance for the delivery doctor and time. Zhang Henjie said. At this point, Zhang Henjie thought of something again, frowned and said, "When we have dinner together at home, I often hear my sister mention that it is difficult to make an appointment with her. Every time, the appointment is fully booked a month in advance. If your wife gives birth in a month, I can help you deal with my sister, but your wife is pregnant with triplets, and she will probably start giving birth in about half a month." Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo asks for a recommendation ticket tilde tilde tilde.